Nestled between the lakes is Interlagos, an historic track plays host to the penultimate round of your 2021-2022 Gomez Sim Industries Endurance Series presented by IVRA and VCO. The motto of this city in Sao Paulo is "I am not led, I lead." However, today, with track temperatures bound to be soaring, managing your tires, managing the expectations of this 1,000 kilometer sprint will be crucial as we head closer and closer to our championship showdown. Hello everyone and welcome back to RaceSpotTV, wherever you are around the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Delighted to have your company where alongside Lorenzo Bonda and Taylor Burris, my name is Arjuna Kenkipati. We've got Ryan Bauer behind the scenes controlling all of the action. And Lorenzo, we're in your neck of the woods. You must be delighted, A, so you can school us on some of these corner names, but B, because after Watkins Glen was a relatively tame race until the final hour, 2 hours, where we got a couple of safety cars, today we're expecting plenty of safety cars.
Yeah, we're expecting plenty of safety cars because it is the nature of the track to be very abrasive, and I mean abrasive that it generates a lot of attrition, especially with overtaking faster cars overtaking slower cars. Whenever the LMPs get to the GT3s and GTEs and GTEs on GT3s and back and forth. So it's going to be a very interesting race. I think patience is going to be the key, but also fuel saving is going to be the most important thing in this race.
It's not just going to be fuel saving, I believe, though. It's that tire management. We've got halfway points as well. And Taylor, that's always an extra complication when it comes to planning out your strategy. On one hand, a distance-based race makes it a little bit easier to work backwards, but when you have to factor in halfway points as well, you've really got two checkered flags in effect to be thinking about.
You certainly do, and that's where a lot of these teams are going to be working with their technicians as well as their crew chiefs to make sure that they're able to work together and planning out those things. Also, be ready to call audibles in preparing of something that's unexpected, such as maybe a late caution or even an early caution, as drivers will try their best to utilize fuel-saving tactics and tire management throughout the duration of this 7-hour event.
Maximum time will be 7 hours, but hopefully we get nowhere near to that. A green flag race here at Interlagos would be at 5 hours and 20 minutes. Let's talk about your schedule then with just 2 races to go. The fall took us to Europe, the Eiffel Mountains, the Styrian Mountains, before heading to the Spanish coast to round things off. The winter, well, the spring, if you really ask me, has been all about heading the other side of the pond. Upstate New York played host to the 1,000 kilometers of Watkins Glen. We land ourselves in the city of Sao Paulo. Today we'll finish at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, where there will be plenty of excitement and plenty of multi-class chaos. 2 different championships to keep your mind on. The 2021 crowned fall champions, but those points are being carried over for an overall championship, but we'll also track winter-specific champions as well. Let's talk a little bit about the cars and the classes. We've got 3 of them in this event. You've got the LMP2s out on track, the single spec Dallara P217. GTE machines heading out of focus in the real world, but very much still in focus here in the IVRA competitions. The BMW M8, the Corvette C8R, and the 911 RSR Porsche. The mainstays there. We'll talk about balance of performance when they roll out for qualifying. The GT3s, well, they're split into Pro and AM. But the big news there, Lorenzo, was a big old update just this past week that has really changed the game for them. They are much closer in time to the GTEs. There's not been much time for series organizers to develop a BOP for this class. There also hasn't been much time for the drivers, the teams, to get up to speed with going fast in those cars.
Yeah, we just had the build coming up for Season 2 this past Tuesday, so about 4 days of, trying to get to know the car, how this new aerodynamic and tire shift in the GT3 cars is not enough time for them to grab the data and make a real proper BOP. It's very, I'm not going to say weird, but it's a whole new world they're trying to explore right here, so it's going to be an interesting race now with this new I'm not going to say separation, but I would say the best way to say this is unification of sorts between the GT cars, because they're very close in terms of lap times, like you said it.
So qualifying has begun. Each of the classes gets the track to themselves. We do split the GT3s into Pro and into their AM counterparts. So it's the AMs that will take to the track first, but when they get started, they will be amongst one another. We saw last time at Watkins Glen, for example, that the Sim Republic 319 Porsche qualified quite well, started within the top 10 in the overall GT3 standings. Will cause a little bit more drama when we get things underway. Split class starts as well. Will always make things interesting. Here's a look at how the winter season is shaken out after just one of our 3 races. Now remember, the halfway points mean that there's a maximum of 150 that are up for grabs. The top 2, though, only separated by 2 points here. Satellite Racing, 49 Motorsports still in the hunt as well. It's the type of race where I just mentioned Sim Republic started on pole. They're 9th in these points. Because there's so much chaos, because you've got to keep your nose clean, Taylor, you really don't know where you are in qualifying. It's all about the race pace.
It certainly is. Qualifying for these types of endurance races is important to a degree, but it's all mostly focusing on how well your car will run over a period of time for these endurance races here today. And that's going to be so critical to watch these drivers try to figure out, fine-tune any small bits and pieces that they could utilize for the race ahead.
Looking at the cars on track, as a couple will duck their way down onto pit road for a fresh set of boots. First times have already come on in. 8 have set lap times. Only the Satellite Racing GT3 AM machine, the 367, yet to put in any sort of a lap time. This track opened in 1940 with a slightly longer configuration. Then midway through the 1990s, it got reconfigured to the version that we know, that we've come to see so many championship showdowns in the Formula 1 stage, and it's fast flowing through the outer section, and as soon as you get to the infield, that's when it gets twisty, that's when it gets tight. And momentum, Lorenzo, it's an often overused word, but carrying your momentum through that infield is crucial because it's slow, but it's technical. It's a place where you can find a lot of time.
Yeah, and there are some quite elevation changes that can offset the car, especially as you go upwards into Laurentian. You have to brake, then throw yourself into a small downhill, then you pick yourself back up into an uphill. Then the car needs to be set up properly. Probably for the GT3s, there might be a medium ground in terms of setups. For the LMPs, though, I think this is the interesting part. We've seen low downforce setups, high downforce setups, medium downforce setups. So you don't know what the best setup is for the track. You have to find the one that suits best your needs in this race. And still, if you go for a setup that is good on the straights, you're gonna have to make it up everything on the turns, and there's a lot of time you can lose in the turns.
It's a 1.4 kilometer drag out of Gunsau in towards turn number 1. It's got a couple of kinks in it, but for all intents and purposes, it is one long straight, and that's where that compromise between your downforce in the infield and your top speed on those straightaways is going to come into play. If you like random numbers, it's about 1.6 kilometers the run out of turn 1 at Watkins Glen all the way into the inner loop. Yes, you go up the hill. Yes, you go through the S's, but again, it's a full-out blast using the draft there. Road Atlanta, you might think it's a little bit shorter, some of the straights there, but out of turn 7 in towards the chicane, it's also about 1.3, 1.4 kilometers. So all of these tracks in our winter series have about the same in terms of the full-out blast as the Satellite Racing car will get its lap underway. Currently a 1.4 second delta between 1st and 8th in the GT3 AM. That Archer Brothers time likely to hold up pretty well. It is a cool morning here in Interlagos. It's about gives about 9 a.m. in our virtual Sao Paulo. It's only going to get warmer through the qualifying session, and that really puts the pressure on teams and drivers, Taylor, because you might think that maybe lap 1 you'll get a banker in and then use the rest of the session to get a faster lap in. But when the track rubbers in and as the temperatures rise, it gets a little bit more difficult to go fast. So really there's a lot of merit and a lot of value to getting that first lap as quick as possible.
It certainly does, Arjuna, and this track will definitely rubber in very quickly, make it a lot more slick and a lot more difficult to drive and handle with these GT and prototypes as the race progresses. As the temperature begins to rise, that temperature will start to heat up these cars. The tires will start to lose their grip a lot quicker compared to what we're seeing right now in these cooler conditions here today at Interlagos.
Just chatting with one of your LMP2 teams in the background, they're saying that even though it's only 25 degrees Celsius on the track right now, the indications would be that by the time we get to about 2 p.m., it is going to be blistering. The air temp, though, relatively cool. One other thing to consider is we're at elevation, 800 meters here. Sits the city of Sao Paulo, will mean in this GT3 class, the turbo-powered cars would be at a slight advantage, really only going to be the BMW that's going to benefit majorly. You got 3 of them in this GT3 AM field. You see a couple more in the GT3 Pros when they roll out onto track after this section of qualifying is done. Green flag will drop for the race in just over an hour's time. So if you're watching on VCO Esports, you're watching on RaceSpotTV, we'll keep you entertained through the open qualifying session that will run its due course. After the GT3 Pros have finished, GTEs, LMP2s heading out as well. And the reason why we're going to talk so much about track temperatures, Lorenzo, is because there is a limited tire number for these teams. They get 4 sets in addition to the one they'll start the race on, and in a about 5-hour, 20-minute race, if we go green to the end, all classes have to double stint at least once, but the word from the teams up and down the paddock, up and down the classes, is that double stinting tires easier said than done.
Yeah, it's easier said than done. Because you have a track that have deep braking zones and so many, not going to say elevation changes, but very fast switches from going into the corners. It can put some abrasion in the tires, so you can waste them quite appropriately. You might be maybe able to do a double stint at the very beginning, maybe a triple stint maybe in the first 3 hours of the race, but once it picks up the heat, then it gets tricky because Sao Paulo is very brutal on tires, and if you overdrive the car, it's very hard, and I mean very hard for you to pick up the grip back into normal levels, into the normal temperatures, because you're just in the heat of either getting overtaken or you have to try to push and try to get closer to someone.
Archer Brothers in their 301 working their way into the infield through Ferradura in towards turn 8. It's a car that we've seen have pace in the past. Now can they carry that forward here at Interlagos? About 3/10 clear of the big green Mercedes. Mercedes will be just hoping and praying that whoever was putting the pins into their model last week during the SEO Endurance Series race at Silverstone, let's just be hoping that that person has decided to relent, because all 3 of their GT3 cars involved in one incident or another. A little bit of a better run today would be on the cars for them and their fans watching live on RaceSpotTV. The Archer Brothers car, of course, your fall champions in this IVRA Endurance Series. Currently have about a 65-point advantage to that 378 in the overall, the Grand Championship standings. We'll see how that fares out. Just 2 points separates the 378 and Archer Brothers heading into this race after the chaos that we saw at Watkins Glen, and we'll get more into that chaos later on today. One thing to note as well, Gomez Sim Industries have come on board to sponsor and partner with the series. They've got a specific competition that we'll be watching out for. Maybe not so much with these Pro-Am cars, but much more when the Pros and then the LMP2 and the GTEs roll out onto track. The GSI Velocity Prime Award will tot up the qualifying times across of your winter season, and the driver with the lowest combined time. I was trying to figure out the right words there, but that's a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. The lowest combined time will win one of 3 Gomez Sim Industry steering wheels. So we thank GSI for sponsoring today's race and the entirety of the season. They are the makers of high-end esport equipment and controls. Check out their full lineup of sim steering wheels at gomezsimindustries.com. Of course, it's not as easy as that, of course, Taylor, because you might not always want the same driver qualifying for each of these races. Maybe one driver struggles a little bit more here and goes faster at Road Atlanta. So really, those who want to win the wheels are going to have to convince their teams that they should be the qualifying driver for each of these races.
And that's one of the most important things when it comes to team multi-class racing here, with especially in the GT field as well as the other higher classes that we'll see qualifying later on, is the importance of finding the strengths and weaknesses of your teammate. Because, like you pointed out, one driver may be very strong at Road Atlanta for the season finale, but struggles here in Interlagos. You need to find that balance between the drivers that do well at certain courses to push them and make sure that they have everything they need in preparation for said event, and those who struggle, make sure that they have the certain limits and reach that certain area in order to keep the car in one piece to hand off to their more experienced and prepared driver.
Track temperature has risen very slightly. The time from Stefan Kurzman across the line in that 378 not improving, so maybe the indication that the time to put in the quick lap might already have passed. The Archer brothers have come into pit road, in fact are rolling themselves off of pit road right now, so they'll have a couple more, well, maybe one more flyer when all things are said and done. There is that T3 Motorsports by Maniti car, and I got a lot of flack last time out during the SCO race, Lorenzo, for calling them Maniti. But let's be real, T3 Motorsport, yes, they've come on board to partner with Maniti, but this is why I love this partnership. It's not like with some other organizations, right, where the real world team would come into sim racing and take over, completely take over, new livery, new history, etc., etc. This is very much a partnership. We've got that same beautiful big green machine that Maniti have run now since their inception, and it celebrates what Maniti has done, and it's celebrating where they're going to go as well.
Yeah, it celebrates the pedigree of Maniti with so many really good drivers, titles earned through sim racing. T3 Motorsport coming in early January, actually late December, early January this year, to add up to the Maniti ranks and bring the expertise of the real life side into the team as well. So it's really good to see as we get the checkered flag for the GT3 Pros, Arjuna. So final lap should be coming in right now. But really nice to see them coming up and allowing the colors still remaining the same. Just if you could say something, just make sure you differentiate the colors on maybe on the side mirrors, just for us, please.
Yeah, that would be nice. Just a way to make them distinct from one another. Checkered flag is out for Pro-Am qualifying. The pros are rolling to the end of pit lane to be released out onto track. The 49 Motorsports Lamborghini Huracan is going to bail out of the lap. We'll promote on through the Talk Freak Racing 358 with Neil Middleton rolling himself in towards Bico Gepato. Another BMW tailing behind him as well. That Talk Freak car does look like it might be on a good lap, so we'll track its progress all the way to the line as round the final actual corner on track he comes. Now that's turn 12. You can use a little bit of the runoff on the outside. Technically, that's turn 13. You've got turn 14 coming up right now. I'm going to try not to get into a rant about how corner numbers are a complete work of fiction across of the world of global motorsports, but Neil Middleton says, no, I'm done with qualifying. He'll stay in 5th. Archer Brothers 3.5 tenths clear of the field. They win the GT3 Pro-Am pole position. Let's take a look, Ben, at your GT3 Pro Championship standings as they get themselves rolled out onto track. It was a dramatic race all the way to the end. Hell Racers have a bit of a gap to Impulse in these winter standings. Pure Sims, Maniti, the two major GT3 outfits to keep an eye on. Of course, we know their pace when it comes to these GT3 cars. Also, watch out for Vector by RSR, 5-Star Motorsports. Plenty of strong names here, but as the track temperature warms up, the one thing that I'm wondering now, Taylor, is if there's any chance that Archer Brothers may end up in the top 5 when the GT3 Pros are all done with their qualifying, because that lap time was blistering by Pro-Am standards.
It certainly is. A 130.436 is absolutely flying around this circuit in a GT3 car. I have a feeling he may be able to even stay in the top 3 overall out of the GT3 cars because of how quickly the temperatures are rising at this time with the weather conditions as we continue to progress through this qualifying session, but only time will tell here in the next 15 minutes.
So they'll get their lap time started as we ride on board with that Hell Racers 229. You see just maximizing the distance to the line to build up as much speed as possible in towards the Senna S. Nice little flowing lap here. technically 15 corners actually as well. So after you get through Yunsao, there's 3 left-handers that are all counted as corners, but you're flat out, they're not corners. Okay, I'll stop myself, Lorenzo. I won't get too far into that.
It's all right. I was trying to take a look at the track. There was a track that we probably covered not too long ago that it has a corner. I'm trying to remember if it was actually Okayama that we did on the meme time. That one of the turns, it is kind of like a turn, but it's not a turn. But anyway, I understand this confusion of numbering of the turns. I'm not going to get into that.
I don't know why it's so difficult. Road America, come on. Road America is the clear example of that. Red Bull Ring is a place that, Lorenzo, I used to be a lot harsher on, but I got... because turn 2 in a car is not turn 2. Let's be completely clear on that. However, when it comes to motorbikes, which race at Red Bull Ring a lot, that is very much a corner.
Yeah, and also, believe it or not, it does races here as well. If you see, there's a little bit of a chicane on the outside of the zone. So just as you go into the start of the box straight, or like the real runoff into the start-finish line, that chicane is used for superbikes here. So yeah, for the superbikes here. So rarely used for anything else because it is such a fast section for motorbikes. They had to add up that specifically. But this track has seen so many layout changes since the 40s, especially since the 60s, where this basically was an oval back in the day, and it was good to see that this new modern technicalities of the track to truly bring out the best out of the cars.
So the first lap times have come on in. German Sim Racing have snuck pole position away from that Archer Brothers 301, but the Pro-Am car still sitting quite nice in second. 5-Star Motorsports about 6/10 back, 600s, excuse me, back from them. Pure Sims Vector by RSR then make up the next couple of cars, with the T3 378 car sitting in 6th for now. Lap 1 is usually the fastest when it comes to qualifying in these GT cars, but maybe we are seeing them build up the momentum, building up the temperature and pressure in the tires as well. Here's the 278 car that's got a 66-point lead in that overall championship, but not even going to set a lap time in this first run. He's straight back down to pit road and followed in by the entirety of the field. One thing to note is that track limits here, Taylor. It's very easy to stray just a little bit too far and push a bit wide and rack up a 1X. It's fiercely forward on lap 2. Actually will go up to the point with a 32.32. Alvaro Gomez clearly nursing those tires very nicely, but I'm assuming that's what happened to that Maniti car, just pushing the limits a little bit too much, invalidating the lap time, and he's got to go again.
He certainly does, and it's very treacherous here at this circuit to get any off-track, as well as even time penalties at this circuit, because of how difficult it is to easily go off-track at this circuit. One bad move and one push of the wheel can actually send you really too wide through some of these corners. That will give you that time penalty, or that 1X that will disallow your time here in this event. So drivers now going back out, getting a fresh set of tires to try again here at Interlagos. And it's going to be difficult, though, to see if they can really hit their marks on this next lap.
Lorenzo, you're saying that turn 4 track limits need to go into the bin.
Yeah, immediately, because if you touch the green area, because what do you get when you go outside of the City du Lago, which is turn number 4? You get the rumble strips and you get the green AstroTurf. If you touch on the AstroTurf, you already get an off-track hit, and your whole lap is invalidated. If you get even one tire, which for me is mind-boggling to say the least. Of course, we did see some track limit changes also in this build as well for other tracks, but this one has been belonging for quite a while, and I think it should be new.
Track limits, of course, they get a bit stricter, not necessarily here in Interlagos, but at places like Silverstone, the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, as part of that partnership with the Mercedes-AMG Petronas Formula 1 team. Fern de Rouge in the 257 for Impulse all the way to the line, minimizing the distance with a 132.26. That should be good enough for Poland. Did not invalidate the lap time, so will push himself up to the front. The lap times are coming down even as the track temperature rises. Now 27 degrees Celsius. Hypothetically, that should be worth about 0.2 seconds here at this track, but maybe not such a big deal when it comes to the separation between Pro and your Pro-Am machines. There's the 229 about to get a lap underway in that Hellraicer's car. Seeing where some of our stronger teams are. Hugo Brandau still yet to put in a lap in that 278. That's a big old shot. 234. Trying to build up that momentum, just running a little bit wide as he comes through turn 4, down the hill off Camber Corner. Brandau working through the middle sector here. And Taylor, if he doesn't get a lap in this time around, the qualifying pressure is always high. That pressure will become even higher. It will be a true pressure cooker in that car. Brandau's being promoted from the AM car to the Pro. The pressure's on and the world is watching.
The world is watching here today on Race Spot as we see this driver get ready to set his lap here, and he's got to make sure he hits his mark in order to show support, as well as shows he has what it takes to compete at the pro level here in the IVRA, as we get ready to see what he does as he comes across the line. A lot of great speed coming out of the final few corners, but as he works his way, he does not really improve. A 130.805, not good enough for it. First lap, he currently sits 9th. He's actually behind the sister car in the AM category.
At least the lap times on the board as 5-Star Motorsports. They'll jump up to 4th in the 255 Lamborghini. We've seen them switching manufacturers in different series. They run Porsches in other official competitions, but the Lamborghini, their weapon of choice here today. Now, I didn't talk just yet about the BOP. We always like talking about those hot button topics. The only car with any sort of a BOP balance adjustment for today is that BMW, a 1.8% power reduction to try and compensate for the extra grunt that the turbo will give that car at these slightly higher elevations. As it stands right now, the highest BMW is actually that AM car, because it's one of only 2 BMWs in the field. And to correct myself from what I said before, only 1 BMW in the Pro category. That's WS Racing and Lucas Lang, who's, well, languishing down in 16th position, at least for the time being. There comes the WS Racing car out of pit road after topping up the fuel to get a couple more laps out of the tank, and of course fresh boots to boot as well. The top 4 in the pros separated by almost 2/10, excuse me. The top 3 split by 900ths of a second. The top 2, Lorenzo, split by 8,000ths of a second. The margins between those guys is, well, close and fiercely forward, who have a driver making their IVRA debut today in the form of eNASCAR driver Blake Reynolds. That's the best possible way to get things underway.
Yeah, that's the best thing. And for a track that I think track position early on do matter quite a lot, because you really don't want to be under the constant pressure of being overtaken by the LMPs while you're still trying to overtake possible competitors ahead of you. It's really good for the Freely Forward team is very essential, as we see Lucas Lane go over Josel going up the hill. Let's see if his time is going to be a really good one. Sitting 16th placed overall so far, but in the pro category, he's not in the best position so far, and you really don't want to be in that middle of the pack when the race starts.
That pronunciation was on point, and that looks like maybe a setup lap to try and get the tires where he wanted them to be, and now will get the pedal to the metal and roll himself out onto track. One thing to note in this pro category is that the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing car, now you may be wondering where they are, why we haven't seen them on track. Well, that's because they misregistered for the session. They swapped around their prototype and the GT teams when it came to the registration, and that's like not filling out your paperwork correctly at a real track. So they've got a penalty to serve straight away. Be a 30-second stop and hold penalty, which, well, in some series might be a stomp on the throat, but here, because we are expecting safety cars to play a factor, maybe even within the first 10-15 laps, those first cycles through on traffic, don't count out the Alpine Stars Geodesic team. I always refer back to the 4 hours of Phillip Island that we had in the 2020-2021 IVRA Endurance Series when, for the LMP2 AM category, which we had back then, a team went from being upside down on its roof in that first portion of this race, going a lap or two down, fighting their way back to win the race. That was a PND Racing LMP2 AM machine, so to always keep that in mind. Maybe Lucas Lang just not getting the maximum performance out of his car. The blue and yellow across the line this time will put in a 38.03, so it is an improvement. It's only good enough to put him 10th in that overall combined standings as we wind our way to the end of your GT3 Pro category. And they're qualifying. Here comes German Sim Racing. Something that we wanted to mention as well, and something that I talked about on Wednesday in the VCO Esports Racing League, which we had some fun there, but of course a lot more serious is what is going on in Ukraine, the devastation that is being brought to the country and its people by Putin and his army. So RaceSpot, VCO, and the SimGrid have combined forces to put a fundraiser together, and fundraiser being the website where it's hosted as well, to benefit the United Nations High Commissions for Refugees. The money will go directly to benefiting those impacted by everything going on, and to get part of that and to put forward some money if you can, no matter how little, how much you can support, head to fundraiser.com. That's fundraiser.com/esports races for Ukraine. And as mentioned, all the money goes to the United Nations High Commissions for Refugees. There are a number of cars that are running special liveries for today's racing. They include that Fiercely Forward 234 machine. We'll also see the Team Hoisingveld car have a number of logos on the side of its car to support that. Element Sim Racing will do the same as well. But it is devastating pictures and scenes coming out, so whatever little you can do to help us and help the people in Ukraine, it plays a big factor. So 1 minute left in qualifying now. There are a couple of cars that have already called it quits. They include the Impulse 256, because there are two Impulse GT3 cars in this race today. That 256 is a new car, if I do believe correctly, but still time for some of the others to finish up their laps. Here comes Brandao to try and better the 7th that he sits in right now. Track temperature hasn't risen. The time has come down, though. It's good enough for 5th as Hugo Brandao finally gets the good lap under his belt. Still about 2/10 off the pace. Taylor, I mean, those margins between the top 5 pretty close, and if it looks like that in race trim as well, it's going to be a 5-horse scrap for the win, and it's really shaping up nicely as Adam Isaacson has missed the checkered flag. He's not going to be able to go again. That's his qualifying done.
It is a tough break for him as he's going to sit inside that top 10 by the looks of it for that 2. We see him working his way through now, but for Hugo Brandao, very good to come back through this qualifying session to get into the top 5. Good debut for him in the pro category as we look through the top 5. All of the pro drivers. First, of course, AMP driver is the Archer brothers, with Jacob O'Reilly behind the wheel during that qualifying session. So keep an eye actually on that top 6, top 7, as all 7 of those drivers could have a shot to maybe battle for the overall GT3 class.
The GTE cars are now waiting to roll at the end of pit lane as Brandao, indications that he's actually going quite quickly and on this lap, but I don't know if it's actually going to be one where he pulls it onto pit road. And of course, because of the way pit entry works here, you never know until they commit, and Brandao indeed will be done with qualifying. Questions still remain, though, about potentially Hell Racers coming through as they round themselves through the final corner. Virtual Motorsports might also be on a flyer in their Porsche 911. Here comes Willem Wilberg in that 229 car, and down to pit lane he comes. Something to watch for during the race as well is that tricky blend on pit entry. Cars will be trying to minimize the distance and cut as much as possible, as the 5-Star Motorsports gets a flying run at their entry into pit lane. The GTEs have got the green flag for qualifying. Let's run you down through the championship standings for them. as it was a dramatic race last time out. T3 Motorsports and Team Hoisingfeld had contact on lap number 1, but that BMW that struggled in qualifying was able to use those cautions that we had in the final hour and a half of the race to cycle to the front and claim victory there. Team RSO second, but only 1 point clear of Team Hoisingfeld, who had a great recovery drive after that little bit of contact. The determination from Jan Sentkowski and the rest of the crew was really on display. Now, that's the winter standings. When it comes to your overall standings in this championship, 62 points clear is that 178, the T3 Motorsport car from Team RSO. Alpine Star Geodesic Racing are sitting in third, although I believe they don't have a GTE entry anymore. And the RSR by Butt Kicker car is down in fourth. Team Hoisingfeld, after, well, disaster at the Nürburgring to kick off the fall, and then not great at the Red Bull Ring in round 2 of the fall season. They're down in 8th in that championship. There you see as well the yellow and blue, the logos in support of Ukraine. Reminder, the link is now in your YouTube chat if you're able to contribute to help us out there. No major changes really in this GTE category, Lorenzo, when it comes to the cars, but we are still expecting that, well, BMW may be going to struggle in the long run. Porsche is going to be one of the stronger cars, but we love these big green machines. The T3 Motorsport guys know how to get speed and get results from this BMW, and, well, they've got to do it again today.
Yeah, they got to do it again today, and we see the Bonga drums of Ruben Bonga try to push the car to the best of his capabilities. Just right ahead of him is Mike Dam from the Orion Race Team as he opens up into the Mergulio, so he can have a really good opening of the lap, a really good first fast lap, and it's going to be key for the BMW to get a really good position around this track. We expected to see the tire drop-off to be the worst for them on the long run in comparison to the Corvette and the Porsche, but because you might have so much attrition here, just like, and we haven't seen like Glenn, it could bring the BMW into the fray and become a real threat if we get multiple yellow flags, and they are in a really good position as they start in second place right now.
Do think that the BMW should be a bit better in qualifying than it was at Watkins Glen. That is for sure. Question will be how much is the drop-off overall. Balance of performance in this class is 1.8% power cut to the BMW, then 1.2 power cut to the Corvette C8R, in addition to a 99% fuel restriction because it tends to be a little bit better, a little bit lighter on its fuel usage. Porsche has no balance of performance today. It's really, though, going to be about the tires. The Porsche is not the fastest when it comes to a full tank of fuel, but as the fuel goes through, as you work your way through a tank, it really starts to pick up the speed and might be the fastest by the end of the race. The Orion Race Team 144 working through Yunsao up the hill, 1.3 kilometer burst, got a bit of draft in front of him. Now there is another car that will have a 30-second stop and hold penalty. Of course, we already talked about the Alpine Star Geodesic car. So I was just looking at my notes. The RSR by Butt Kicker car has also joined with the wrong ID. And I always look on these mistakes harshly, Taylor, because it's like, it's such a simple thing to get wrong, but it's also not hard to get right, and it sets the tone for the rest of the race. A 30-second stop and hold penalty, like I said before, it's not a complete end of your race in this championship, but it really doesn't help you out, and that puts it mildly.
It certainly does, and it's very simple to make sure you just have the right ID for your selected team and the selected class that you're in and representing in each of these races. And I hate to say it, but the rules are the rules, and the officials will give out these penalties severely in order to make sure that the drivers and teams get the point of making sure that they follow the correct laws and regulations on this series. And we'll have to see if these drivers who are having to deal with it. So far, we're looking at 3 different teams who are going to have to suffer a stop and hold penalty at the beginning of today's race.
There's also a big bit of drama during the warm-up between two of your GT3 Pro-Am cars, the Rusty Spatulas and the 378 T3 Motorsport by Maniti Mercedes. Contact between them that then resulted in some intentional contact as Maniti tried to show their displeasure. A 30-second stop and hold for Maniti, with the potential for further action, a disqualification if there is more intentional contact between the two. Obsidian Racing have the points right now with a 27.965. It's only their second race in IVRA competition. They showed pretty decent pace in qualifying at Watkins Glen. The luck was not on their side as they tried to learn a new series, the various quirks that come with the safety cars being thrown into the mix, but they lead the way from the German sim racing team, who are looking to try and lock in another top 3 starting position after doing so in the GT3 Pro class, Team Hoisingfeld starting a lap time now as Sentikowski throws that car down in towards the Senna S. And the only Corvette in the field, they won last year's championship in this car, but it's not the most popular of GTE cars, Lorenzo. They have stuck with it. They believe they have a grasp on the setup as well, and like we saw last time out, even if you don't have the fastest car, persevering, working your strategy can lead to good results in this championship.
Yeah, it can. But the thing is, I think for the Team Hoisingfeld on this championship has been more with not the best of luck, right? Of course, they can pull it off in this race, which would be really good to see, and I would really like to see them perform because they are a team that knows how to drive this car, knows how to get the best of the grips. They are a specialist with the Corvette. So, and we know the Corvette, I think on ESS, the official endurance series for these kind of cars, it's not the most favorite car. They usually use the BMW or the Porsche because it is the best performing car. But if you can extract that V8, this I'm sorry, not V8 but V6, in the roar of this car and in the how this car handles, it can basically perform as the same level as the BMW and the Porsche does. You just need to be a savant in the car.
Sentikowski told us that he was a little bit concerned about warming up the front tires for the first quali lap, and the first lap is usually the fastest by about 0.2 of a second, so something to keep your eye on. Of course, this is a car that is now going through heavy revisions to make it GTD compatible for the IMSA GT3 spec class. Of course, they'll have a new car coming forth in the next couple of years to replace this, but that conversion at least allows them to continue running. They will also be running this car in a full season, the World Endurance Championship, for the first time in a long time, and that's going to be a good thing to watch and to follow. Slightly depleted is GTE in the worldwide ranks, but of course, until it's left us, it is still the fastest GT machines around the planet. A little bit more downforce than their GT3 counterparts, although having said that, it is not impossible task to convert some cars between GTE and GT3 spec. You think of the Aston Martin Vantage and as well the Ferrari 488 that we have here on iRacing as well, Taylor.
It certainly is, and that's one of the most amazing things. I had the pleasure of talking with a lot of people in the business, especially over in IMSA, regarding the difficulties where it comes to switching over the GTE into a GT3 counterpart, and it's not a whole lot. There's a couple of small critiques that they will make in order to make it happen, but as we see right now for the Corvette racing team in the real world in IMSA, it's still a little bit of a struggle to get used to some of the different styles that they have to change over to. And just like what we see with Team Hoisingfeld right now here in this series, they're the lone Corvette. They are going to have a lot of work to do, but always we see with the Corvette racing team in the real world, strategy is what pays off for them in order to win so many races and championships that they have won over the several years that they have been competing in motorsports.
And no bias from Taylor Burris, who of course also is part of the private label Team Hype, co-owned by the one and only Tommy Milner, who we've had the pleasure of chatting with here on RaceSpotTV in the past. Here is the Phoenix Racing eSport 114. They are about 0.6 off the pace of the fellow Porsche where Edu Morales still has the point in that Obsidian Racing 138 car. Track temperature has risen up a couple of extra degrees. It's now 29 degrees Celsius and climbing. We might very well hit 30 degrees Celsius even before the LMP2s have had the chance to roll out onto track as John Atkinson Jr. comes towards the line. And it's going to actually pull it straight down on towards the pit lane. So the top two, they're split by just over a tenth of a second. Then it's a 600th gap back to the Bonga Drums, T3 Motorsport by Maniti and their BMW. The Orion race team sits in fourth with Team Hoisingveld only half a tenth behind them, and then 4 thousandths back to the RSR by Butt Kicker car that of course will have a penalty to be served immediately to start this race. Not that much wind to speak of. We have seen in previous IVRA races. There is some cloud cover, Lorenzo, that, well, we're not worried about rain. Sao Paulo is known as the land of drizzle, but can you imagine when we factor in, when rain eventually comes to iRacing, not just the high track temperatures that Interlagos likes to give you, but then the random extra element that rain might play?
Yeah, because you don't know. It's like we have a saying here in Brazil, and I think it is famed because of that Formula 1. You know it's gonna come. If you see clouds, you know it's coming. When it's coming, you really don't know. But when it comes, like when it rains, it pours. So it completely changes the dynamic of the race. That's why I think São Paulo is usually my favorite track in the season, because you have this rain unpredictability around the track and can change the whole scenario of the race just like that. But the layout is also good and is a favorite of some of the drivers, except for Yuki Tsunoda, who doesn't like the layout way too much, but I respect him. But other than that, it's such a really good track, and whenever rain comes, man, I'm excited for this. It might be one of the fewest tracks I really am excited, because I really want to see how they will do it with this track.
Of course, in the most recent iRacing update, the windshield wipers were enabled for the Porsche 992 Cup car. Has got people in a tizzy when it comes to the future. That was the RSI by Butt Kicker car. That was not the Porsche Works car. Do not worry. You will miss the dazzling livery that is the RSR and the Vector by RSR cars, red versus green in the comparison between those two, but a bit of a shame that we'll miss out on them. Final couple of laps will be forthcoming for qualifying. The word from Jacob Archer, sorry, not Jacob Archer, Jacob O'Reilly in that Archer Brothers 301 that put it on GT3 Pro-Am poll is that it was lap 1 or it was in the bin, and that was not in each of the runs. That was through the entirety of qualifying, so that's something to keep your eye on. We haven't seen any improvement from Edu Morales in that Obsidian Racing car since he got the pole. But when we get to the LMP2s, Taylor, which tend to be faster on lap 2, lap 3 of the qualifying run, it means that you're not expecting to put in the pole on lap 1 in that class. You are expecting pole to likely come from the first run that you have. So you've got a couple more bites at the apple than you do in some of these GT classes, but by no means is it going to be easy. And really, once that first cycle is done, you're out there just to put in some laps. You're not really expecting to go too much faster.
No, you're certainly not, and that's what's going to be so critical with these LMP2 cars. Usually the LMP2s are a little bit tricky to handle on that opening lap because of how cold the tires are, but as you start to get that second, third, maybe fourth lap in, you should be good to go where you can start seeing some flying laps here for the LMP2 class that's getting ready to take to center stage momentarily. But it's going to be interesting to see who will be able to set that fastest lap later on here as we're finishing up with the GTEs who are finishing up with their final couple of laps.
Checker flag is out for these GTE machines. The LMP2s are ready to rock and roll into Lagos. 2 cars in this class under investigation for extending track limits at turn 10. That includes German Sim Racing, the 167, and the T3 Motorsport by Maniti 178 car. Race control will have to keep a close eye on that through the entirety of the race. Edu Morales is looking to improve. 27.965 was the pole. He does a 28.017, so it's less than 2/10 slower, but 2/10, well, there's no improvement. The hold on to pole, likely qualifying done then, unless German Sim Racing has a surprise to bring to us, as they'll work themselves down into Yunsao for the final time. I don't even want to attempt that name because I am known to butcher my own name. I don't want to try and butcher too many of these other names, but Mike works his way through towards the start-finish line. Sits in second right now with a 28.090. Can he dip below the 28? No, he doesn't. He will improve, but it keeps him where he is. Obsidian Racing take pole position in their second IVRA race, Lorenzo.
Yeah, good to see that pull for Obsidian. Well, they were needing a pull like that, and they were needing a good result in this championship. A team that have really good drivers, but they weren't managing to pull off some top-notch qualifying time. So good to see the Spanish team really pulling it off this one, and it should provide a really interesting race for the GTEs.
I've just seen the track extension that German Sim Racing and T3 Motorsport did. Yeah, I know why they're under investigation. That's for sure. We'll get you the word on what the actual result is as soon as possible. Green flag out for your LMP2 cars to roll out for qualifying. Let's run you through the championship and how things are looking, and what a dramatic final 10 minutes of the race it was. A safety car restart with about 20 minutes to go left. Two teams up front, Delta Sport and the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing team. The two came together. It was Team RSO that was there to pick up the pieces and claim their first victory in about 12 months in IVRA endurance competition, but ultimately, because Pure Sims got better halfway points, they are 11 points clear of Team RSO. Alpine Stars still did get P3 in the championship. P3 in the race, excuse me, and P3 in the championship. A little bit disappointed, though, was Graham Saunders at how things shook out. Impulse in fourth. Delta Sport had perfect points halfway through the race, but end up 32 points back when all things are considered. When it comes to the Grand Championship, over the course of all 6 of the races, Pure Sims leads the way by 62 points from Impulse. Satellite Racing is only 24 back then from the 56 car. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, Team RSO, and Delta Sport sit 5th through 7th at this point in time. Delta Sport need a little bit of luck to go their way. It's not been their season, either here in IVRA competition or even in the SCO Endurance Series, where last week at Silverstone, things really just continue to go badly for them. They've got the drivers, they've got the pace, they need the luck to be on their side. Here comes Paulo Munoz, though, in the 16 car. Now, he was the pace setter for this team last time out. His teammate wasn't off the pace necessarily, Lorenzo, but when you're at this level, minute differences add up, and that's why it's always important to know who is the faster driver, who do you want to maximize the drive time for.
Yeah, especially in the Glen race, we saw the delta in terms of lap times between Pablo and his teammate. I'm making the same mistake, I think, as someone else did at Glen's, calling Pablo, but anyway. It's interesting because Pure Sims were in a really good position, right, at the start of the race. Of course, managed to kind of like bounce back at the end of the day because of the attrition that we saw around the track on the final laps. But again, this definition of who's faster, who's more consistent, need to be done in a race like this. I think Interlagos matter much more than in Glen, in my opinion. So you need to have that strategy set up beforehand. And you have to nail down to perfection.
And when it comes to this class in particular, Taylor, traffic management, I always say this, it's not natural. It's something you have to learn, you practice it, and you understand the right ways to work your way through. And at a place like this, given the speed delta that we'll see through some of these corners, for example, Ferragura heading into the infield, you've got to have that right amount of patience, and that's where we'll likely see the most speed being brought from these teams and drivers.
It certainly is. One thing I've always learned when it comes to racing in prototypes when you're having a field of GT cars is let the drivers in the GT field know that you're going to be passing them don't worry about getting out of the way for the LMP drivers. These drivers will find an opening to make it work, and be patient enough as well in order to find that opening correctly and safely in order to get around this circuit here. It's so critical to show that patience, show that balance in any form of motor racing, but especially here in multi-class racing, where you need to know when to attack and when to just let it go and try again another corner or in another lap.
Team RSO sits in third. We were watching the Impulse, that car that leads the way. They're 0.03 of a second clear of Apex Tech Racing and Jamie Conway. Another 0.03 then back to this Team RSO car with 0.06 of a second splitting the top three right now. A couple of cars pushing track limits as well. I see a couple of moments for Connor Harrington in that private label Team Hype car. Delta Sports had a bit of a bobble at some point during the lap. They've gathered it up in time. No harm, no foul, it would seem, for that 33 car, which still sits in fourth, but they'll get the new set of tires. They'll work their way back onto track. Pearson's, though, to the point and with authority, a 21.581, a quarter of a tenth of a second. Paulo Munoz carrying straight on from where he was at Watkins Glen International. So the first couple of laps are in the books. Now, will this be the fastest? There's been a bit of cloud cover that's come over the track, Lorenzo. The track temperature really hasn't increased too much. It's been holding steady at 29 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, it's been under 30 degrees Celsius, which is still a really good weather for nearly 10 a.m. Of course, that also shows the temperature is going to skyrocket maybe to 30, obviously above 30, but nearly to the 40s and maybe 50s whenever we get to midday, 1 o'clock in the afternoon in sim time. So it's going to be really important you get those early stints going on and do that to perfection, because manage that during the afternoon. I think the afternoon is more like survival than anything else. It's going to be an interesting one. I like that. I like those cloud covers.
Bit of a bobble for Hutzfeld in the Team RSO car, who will work his way to pit lane. Here comes Munoz back to the line as well, extending the stint further and further. And has he improved? Yes, he does. It's to a 21.546. Surely that, though, is the end of these tires. You'll have to come back down and go back out for another flying attempt. Here comes Impulse, and Timo Hayden has already dived onto pit lane. We'll ride around with him for a lap here at Interlagos, like I mentioned slightly earlier. First opened in 1940. Longer track, almost 8 kilometers in length. In 1990, it was shortened to the configuration that we know and we love now, and it's hosted many a championship deciding race in Formula One. Down into turn one, the center S, as the track falls with you as you come down into the corner, but you need to be tight to the inside to sweep your way through turn two, where you will use this curve through the long sweeping curve de sol to keep the car rotating onto the 650-meter back straightaway down into this Descida del Lago. Think about the moments that we've had here where cars have ended up upside down and even sideways and a wrong way around. Track falls away from you, and watch for track limits on the outside as you work your way down in towards Ferradura. A double apex corner that you need to focus on the second of the apexes, because you attack at the right point, you sweep yourself out wide, and it carries you nicely into turn 8. Use all of the curb on the inside, but be careful through turn 9 Pinheiro, because you run a little bit wide, feed the car back in, and then watch through the traffic especially. This is going to be crucial. Turn 10, Bico to Pato. Hayden gets a whole bunch of oversteer as he tries to get into the middle of the corner and get down on the power. Down the hill through turn 11 in towards Yunsao. A 1.4 kilometer run looms after this one, so getting the power down nicely, not getting into the traction control is crucial. Timo Hayden a little bit sideways, but sideways is not always slow. He avoids the traction control, and that was crucial. It's not likely to be the fastest lap, but it will be at least the first lap that we see from him. Not that far off the mark, and he will go faster and faster from there. Watching on board though, Taylor, you looked at the hands, you looked at the balance. Even with cool track conditions, these cars are a handful. It's only going to get worse when the track gets even hotter.
It certainly is. We just saw that happen with how much wheel control he was able to hold on for dear life with his LMP2 car. Let's watch again right here. See him sawing at the wheel as he comes to the middle of this corner, gets back onto the throttle, even had to back off just a little bit in some areas when trying to get that first fast lap in, but I think he's going to be able to carry a little bit more speed now that he has a little bit of heat built up into these tires here on his second run. Let's see if he takes it a little bit better into this corner. He will, a lot more smoother compared to his first time around, so a lot easier, a lot more heat built up in the tires for him here as we continue to see his qualifying run for his second lap.
Pearson still on the box, so not sure if they're done with qualifying, if they decided that the track is already past its peak. It's gotten up to 30 degrees Celsius, so if the age-old adage is a fact, then it's another 1/10 of a second that the track is now lost in terms of outright time. Timo Hayden minimizes the distance. Look at how close he gets to the wall. I thought he smacked the wall, and wow, a 21.463. Where did that come from? Impulse back to the top. Pure Sims are still in pit road. They've got to work their way out to respond to that one. That was a blinder from Timo Hayden, Lorenzo.
Yeah, that's why I like to, whenever we used to race in the HPDs, I call him the HPD or the LMP2 god, man. He pulls some insane times in the nick of time or in the crunch time, whenever you need to crunch those laps the most. So what a really good lap from Impulse Racing. Can Pure Sims or any other team match it? It's gonna take maybe an extra effort or a really clean lap to get that maybe 0.3 or 0.2 around the track, but that was in a blistering lap. Really good one.
Mr. LMP2 is Maxime Briant. Where does Timo Hayden factor in that one? Well, maybe Mr. IVRA LMP2. We'll put it that way. Yeah. At least for the time being. Maxime Briant, the rock and rolling Frenchman who likes to groove to some cat jam when he's driving. At least that's what we think when you watch his onboard feed. Here comes Hell Racers in the 29. A 22.249, currently their best. It will be a slight improvement, but very, very minor. They'll stay where they are down in 9th place. The 11 prototypes split by 0.8 of a second for the time being. Jamie Conway onto pit road along with Connor Harrington. Paul Darling, I believe, is going to finish a lap right now in that Satellite Racing 64. 21.543, that's second for the 64 car as they leap their way up to the front row of the grid. Great lap time from Paul Darling in that rather dashing 64 car. New livery, new sponsors for them, same old pace. Delta Sport leapfrog Team RSO, but here come the Germans. After putting it on pole a couple of weeks ago, it's a 21.549. They've gone up into 4th place. Again, though, the times will get quicker and quicker. Lap 3 might be the fastest in the stint, even with track temperatures now at 31 degrees Celsius. The top 5 split by exactly 1/10 of a second, Taylor.
Very close pace indeed, and it just shows the competitiveness as well as the amount of pedigree that we have in the IVRA Endurance Series here today. I mean, a lot of drivers. Paul Darling, who is a well-known, long-time sim racer when it comes to prototype racing. As we see here, of course, the Pure Sim Esports team, a long, well-known team in the competition. Same thing with Apex and Delta and Phoenix Racing Esports as well. A lot of great, strong talents here competing for this championship this season. A lot of great racing action all season long here in this series.
The word from race control, by the way, for German sim racing in the GTEs, a back of class start penalty for violation of track limits through turn 13, 14, and 15. It was on their fastest lap, and from the front row of the grid, they'll drop to the back. It promotes Maniti up into 2nd, although having said that, it will be interesting to see exactly how that's going to form up on the start itself. Team RSO goes up into 2nd, 9,000ths between Impulse and RSO at the front of the field. We maybe speculated that those first runs were going to be crucial, but these LMP2 cars, Lorenzo, finding time second by second, lap by lap.
Yeah, I'm amazed to see those cars picking up some steam and trying to find really good laps, especially with the track temperature building up by 2 degrees ever since we had last covered it about maybe 5-10 minutes ago, which is insane to think about. So apparently at this moment the track temperature doesn't matter way too much. It's more like the lines the drivers are doing. But still, I would say you really need a clean lap or some mega sense into some of the corners for you to get that top lap. Can Paul already do it?
One thing to remember as well, if you send it a little bit too hard, you'll heat up the tires. It will make it that much harder to get the power down. You don't want to use the traction control here in qualifying. You might want to use the traction control in the race to save the tires, conserve the life of the tires. That's something that we really should keep our eyes on. Here's Phoenix Racing Esport across the line in the 37. Marginal improvement for them in terms of lap time, not in position. Hell Racers, Phoenix Racing Esport, and Fiercely Forward all split by about 2/10 at the tail end of the field. Paulo Munoz, I'm not sure what happened to him. Maybe he had to tow back to pit lane at some point, because when you tow, that's qualifying done, and he did not roll back onto track. So after the blinder of a lap, Pure Sims is done. Checkered flag is out, so the lap that you're on is the final lap. You'll be permitted to finish in qualifying. Impulse, I think, won't improve. Team RSO are already in pit lane, so they won't improve. It might be down to the Apex Tech Racing 13 to try and spring a surprise. You've also got private label Team Hype on a lap. You've got the Element Sim Racing 27 on a lap as well. There's Jamie Conway in that blue, white, and orange Apex Tech car that's winding its way through the inner portion of the lap. From indications on my timing screen, they're looking on course for a decent lap. Element Sim Racing, they may already be on a poor lap. Private label Team Hype have got a draft from Impulse as they work their way down onto that main straightaway, so it might be the 7 that's got a final surprise for us with the checkered flag out in qualifying. Here is Connor Harrington, 21.461, the pole position time. No improvement for Connor Harrington. Will there be an improvement from Jamie Conway, or is he coming into pit lane? Jamie Conway finished his lap, but no improvement for him. He was about 2.5 tenths slower when all things were said and done. So that's qualifying done. We're about 10 minutes away from getting our race underway. And Taylor, from that qualifying session, I mean, we got the track temperatures up to 32 degrees Celsius. I'm going to go back to it, and we're going to harp on it through the course of the race. 4 extra tire sets for the teams and for the drivers, in addition to the one that they start the race on. At least one stint of the race across of all of the classes has got to be a double stint. I have the feeling you want to do it in the first stint of the race, when the temperatures are lowest, when the track is the least rubbered in. But it might mean that you compromise that first stint of the race just a little bit more than you would at the end.
It's certainly the smartest move to do in this, given the situation and the scenario of this circuit. But we could see a couple of drivers surprise us and maybe try to double stint in the middle of the race. It's all a matter of how well your car is, how well your car feels after double stinting and a certain period of time, as well as how well your car reacts in a long run scenario. So we'll have to see who is going to be able to be the brave ones who double stint on the first stint, or who will double stint towards the end of today's race. That is going to be the most interesting scenario and question that we're going to have to wait and see be answered by each and every single one of these teams.
Lorenzo, I mean, talk about traffic management already, but let's talk about it just a little bit more. It's going to be... It's difficult. I mean, the traffic, the delta between LMP2 and GT3s, even though the GT3s have been sped up a little bit just this past week, coming through Ferradura, it's scary, the amount of difference that we're going to see there. It's a 10-second difference in terms of lap time at a track that is really not that long.
Yeah, it's not that long. I think it's one of the shortest this season. I think only Road America is the shorter track, and I was going to say also Red Bull Ring, but it's actually slightly shorter than Red Bull Ring by 0.9 kilometers, 0.09 kilometers. Anyway, it's going to be really interesting how they navigate through traffic because, well, they did WEC here. They're going to do it this year. It's tough, really tough. But I don't know, man. It's going to take a inhuman effort or a lot of attention for you to clear the traffic clearly and fast enough.
It's that time when we think about predictions, and we're going to all have to give predictions for all 4 of our classes. And let's go in reverse order. Why don't we? Let's start with the cars that started off the session. Let's go to the GT3 Pro-Am machines. And I'll go first because I'm the one who's brought this topic up, and I'll put myself on the hot seat. Archer Brothers. I think they are here to dominate. And that Mercedes for T3 Motorsports was just not that strong last time out at Watkins Glen. They definitely have the pace, but will they be able to do that and consistently be at the front and be in the right spot at the right time if the safety cars come out? I don't know. Lorenzo, what do you think?
I would say T3 might take this one. I'm very surprised on how the Mercedes is performing right now.
And Taylor?
I'm going to have to go with you on this one as well, Arjuna. The Archer brothers have the correct pace for qualifying, and I think they also have that same pace that they showed during practice. They're going to keep that momentum going for them in order to win the Pro-Am category.
So it's 2 versus 1. If we put the commentator's curse down on anyone, at least we've only done it for 2 cars in the GT3 Pro-Am category. Let's focus in then on the GT3 Pros. Now, Impulse put that on pole, but 0.08 of a second back was the fiercely forward 234. German Sim Racing in 3rd. T3 Motorsports sits 4th in class, but they'll line up 5th in the combined GT3 standings. Let's go backwards. Taylor, what are your thoughts on this class?
This class here is a very competitive class, the Pro class, especially if you look at the top 3 in the GT3 Pro class. You have Impulse, Fiercely Forward, and the German Sim Racing team all within not too close of a distance. Just about less than 1/10 of a second separates these 3. To be honest, I have a feeling the German Sim Racing team will be able to pull it off.
Well, we'll go through the rest of the predictions in a couple of moments' time. We've got half a pace lap once we start rolling to get our way through that. But for now, let's run you down through the starting grid for the 1,000 kilometers of Interlagos, the penultimate round of the Gomez Sim Industry IVRA Endurance Championship. Timo Hayden puts it on pole for Impulse Racing in the LMP2 class, but 9,000s back, Team RSO looking to go back-to-back after a long drought of victories came to an end at Watkins Glen. Satellite Racing will line up inside of Pure Sims Esports on row 2, while Delta Sport and Apex Sec Racing looking for some good luck from the 3rd row of the grid. 7th goes to Private Label Team Hype, with 8th going to the Element Sim Racing 27. Hell Racers and the Phoenix Racing Esport cars complete the top 10. Luke Krause and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing through the 12 cars in class. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, though, do have a 30-second penalty to serve immediately when we get underway. Obsidian Racing, though, put it on pole in their 2nd race in IVRA competition in your GTE class, a 27.965, about 900ths of a second better than the German Sim Racing car. That German Sim Racing car, though, will drop to the back with a track limit violation during qualifying. That should promote a Ryan race team to the outside of the front row. Ruben Bonga will line up inside of row 2, where we'll find the RSR by Butt Kicker car. Again, another car with a 30-second time penalty. Team Hoisingfeld lines up inside of row 3 with L1 Esports on their outside. Team RSO and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing 7th and 10th. 7th and 8th, excuse me, with the Phoenix Racing Esport and Samba Racing team through the 11 GTE runners. 3 classes to work our way through, and now we get to the big one, the GT3s, where the pros and the pro-ams will be mixed with one another. Impulse Racing have 2 Impulse GT3s to line up today, but it's a 257 that puts it on pole. Alvar Gomez for Fiercely Forward, though, kept them honest. 8,000 SPAC on the outside of the front row with German Sim Racing and 5-Star Motorsport and all Lamborghini row number 2. Hugo Brandau on promotion to the pro team will line up inside of your Pro-Am pole position winner in the Archer Brothers 301. That's through the top 6 in class. While back in 7th spot, it'll be Braden Werner for Pure Sims, Vector by RSR in 8th with T3 Motorsports, Maniti, Mercedes in 9th. And then 10th goes to Lucas Lang in the WS Racing car. Hell Racers and the next of our Pro-Am cars, the Prestandana Nomad 322 that had a technical issue to start off our race last time at Watkins Glen, going well in qualifying. Impulse Satellite on row 7, Talk Freak 49, Motorsports 15th and 16th with the Quasar Virtual Motorsport cars sharing row 9. We'll cycle through the rest of the cars. Lorenzo, expectations from this race. We'll quickly get to a prediction from you for prototypes as well.
It's an amazing race. I can't wait to see it. Prototypes, I'm going to be very blunt over here and pick actually Team RSO for this one.
RSO, okay, so from the outside of the front row, can they go back to back? Hopefully, with a few less penalties here today. 1,000 kilometers on the board. Alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, to work you through the first couple of hours. Lorenzo Bonda, Taylor Burris in the comms booth, with Ryan Bauer behind the scenes controlling all of the action. 3 classes, 3 different races, 1 racetrack. That's what's in store for us today. Track temperatures are at 33 degrees Celsius in a race where preserving the tires is going to be crucial. We're ready to go in the second round of the Gomez Sim Industries Endurance Series presented by IVRA and VCO. We're racing at Interlagos, and Team RSO on the defensive immediately as they cover off a move down to the inside. Impulse is already about 6 car lengths clear as they work their way through the center S's, but a 3 wide further back. And it looks like Pure Sims going aggressive on the start. Obsidian Racing gets the jump in the GTE class. Maniti slots themselves into second. Single file. Here come the top 5. Hoisting Belt has a big old look down the inside on the Orion Porsche. They almost make contact, door each other through the second part of the corner, but Hoisting Belt gets the spot. Here come the GT3 cars ready to get underway, and the Lamborghini storms its way to the point. German Sim Racing to the inside as they look to try and steal second away from Fiercely Forward, and they'll slot their way on through Fiercely Forward, getting mugged on the start. But in all 3 of our classes, Lorenzo, a nice clean start.
Yeah, I think just small issue to turn number 2, but everybody getting clean so far. I'm liking what I'm seeing, and so far no major drama whatsoever around the track. Let's keep going like that.
Pure Sims have gotten past Team RSO, so a great start for Paulo Munoz after only setting a lap time in the first runs of qualifying and then parking that car and not rolling back out onto track. 233 laps, expected to be about 5 hours and 20 minutes if we go green to the end. Safety cars might slow us down. There's a 7-hour time limit to think about as well, but Impulse will lead lap number 1, 1.2 seconds clear of Pure Sims and Team RSO. Then there's a big old separation to Apex Tech Racing. The important thing to note here, Taylor, is you want to get track position early in this race, because the first times you come through traffic, track position can be vital.
It can be very vital indeed. You want to try to get yourself situated in the right position and then start to log laps here in this early stages here. For the first 10 to 15, maybe even for the first stint of this race, we will see drivers battling it out for those positions in order to get themselves in the position they want to be in to be able to log laps and set up for this long 5.5-hour race. Keep an eye on some of these drivers here who are going to be working their way through the field as they progress. Keep an eye also on how some of the other drivers, when we see driver swaps later on, how they will be able to attack and also maintain position, which will be critical in the middle part of this race.
See the Delta Sport 33 car has dropped down the field. That's as a result of a spin for Satellite Racing working through turn 2. A self spin for them that has compromised Delta Sport as well. Drops both cars down the order. We're on board with the Bonga drums as through the infield they work. Now, of course, don't necessarily expect Bonga to push the issue. Maybe do some fuel saving, maybe preserve those tires. Likely going to see that this is the stint where the teams, the drivers, save that tire and do the double stint as early as possible, with track temperatures now creeping up almost 35 degrees Celsius. On board with the Porsche 911 that started on the outside of the front row, but it's 2 Lamborghinis that now lead the way. Impulse from German Sim Racing Fiercely Forward down in 3rd position. And that's how starts go. Oh, we got some trouble. We got some trouble back in the pack. Now, that's in the GT3 class, I do believe. It involves T3 Motorsports and their 378. There's a bit of a mad scramble still going on. 49 Motorsports got mixed up in that one as well. Let's take a look at the RaceSpotTV replay and pick apart what happens here. So in through turn 7 they go. 378's running a little bit wide, and they try and shut the door on the Torque Freak Racing car, and scrambling for the grass. 49 Motorsports gets a bobble and loses control. So easy to do, Lorenzo. We'll see what Race Control has to say about that one.
Yeah, I really want to see what Race Control is going to say about that one. As we looking on the replay from Zach Schaller's perspective, headed outside of the S's, and you can see the mad scramble trying to find themselves some space around the track as he gets spun around, unfortunately, by the cars that we're checking out.
I think he got clipped in the rear, and yeah, you can see right rear quarter panel on that car, a little bit clipped on in, so I thought maybe it was just getting on the curb and straddling it, but no, there was a mistake for him. A mistake as well for the Phoenix Racing Esport 37 LMP2 car. Not sure what happened to them. They lost about 10 seconds on this lap, and they've dropped all the way to the tail of this LMP2 class, at least for the time being, because we're still waiting for the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing team to serve their penalty. Track, though, is going to get busy, as we'll pick up what happened to that Phoenix Racing Esport car as they work their way into the Descida del Lago, and I was talking about getting sideways through there. They get a helping hand around from Hell Racers, who had nowhere to go in that one, Taylor.
They certainly did not, indeed, and there you see the contact around he'll go. A tough break indeed for him, but the good news is it is early on. Depending on how much damage is added on to that Dallara, he may be able to work his way back to pit road, take a look at it if he chooses to, and continue on racing. He's still showing decent pace for the most part, but still a long way to go, and we won't know for sure how severe it is until he comes down to make that pit stop.
Oh, and now 49 Motorsports has been escorted off the track by one of the LMP2 cars, and that might even have been your race leader, so that's already more drama for them. Looks like they've kept it running, so it doesn't look like we're going to have a safety car, but for Impulse in their 56 might just mean they've got the eyes of the race stewards on them. The gap for the race lead has closed on up to 0.3 of a second. But let's take a look at what happened here. Was it miscommunication, or was that Impulse just trying to force the issue? You don't get the best look. It's down the hill through turn 11, the sweeping left-hander. Walk us through this one, Lorenzo.
And just trying to take a look over here to see what Impulse has done. Maybe just trying to force the issue. Yeah, just went into the SS, thought the GT3 car was going to open up and just literally force the issue.
I had a lot of rants about driving standards last week during SCO. Let's hope that I'm not going to go into that same mode again, because the teams, the drivers, well, at least in the LMP2 class, won't like me. The GTs might like me a little bit more. Working their way through the traffic for the very first time, though, this is when you've got to be patient, you've got to bide your time, you've got to pick your spot. Paulo Munoz sees that he can't go around the outside, so sets up the inside. We'll get one through turn 11, we'll get one through Yunsao, gets a little bit sideways as he gets on the power, loses a little bit of ground to that Impulse car in front, but the gap between the top three, still about 1.3 seconds splits them. It's about 2 seconds back to the Apex Tech Racing LMP2 car, and this is what I said earlier, Taylor. Track position, you're always more likely to get a helping hand from your fellow competitors in the other classes if you have the number 1 next to your name, as opposed to if you have the number 13 next to your name.
It's certainly very critical and very important, as we see that if you're that number 1 car, you're more likely to give a little bit less leeway for some of the lap cars that you're trying to work your way around, especially those in the slower classes in the GT category. But these P2 cars are absolutely flying through the field. Impulse Racing absolutely picking his way through the GT3 cars as they work their way up through the back half of the course.
Here's the battle in the GT3s, where 0.7 of a second splits the top 3. T3 Motorsports by Maniti, about 1.3 seconds back as they try and close on the cars in front of them. Remember as well, let us know who you're supporting on social media. Use the hashtag IVRA. For those watching YouTube, Twitch, on RaceSpotTV or VCO Esports, let us know we are watching. Remember, couple of penalties to be served immediately. Includes the 378, a 30-second stop and go penalty for contact during warm-up. You have 30-second penalties for misregistering for the Alpine Stars GT3 and the LMP2 cars, as well as the RSR by Butt Kicker GTE machine. And I have no doubt we'll see plenty more for race control to take a look at through the entirety of the day. The Bonga drums have closed up on Obsidian Racing, and they've broken away from Team Hoisingveld, and that Corvette looking pretty good. Now, we did say this earlier, Lorenzo, the Porsche is a little bit sluggish on full fuel. Will get better and better as the fuel burns off. Maybe if you are that 178, it behooves you to try and get the move done early.
Yeah, I agree. If you find the position trying to make a move on turn number 1, or even a zone right here, I would go for it. But there's also the aspect of fuel saving around the track, and we're probably going to cover this in a little bit. But if Bonga finds a way, finds a gap to go through it to Fernandez Morales right now, I would go for that and then try to maximize opening up a gap to that Porsche, because the Porsche really does fly after that.
tracking the Archer Brothers GT Pro-Am machine as well. They are still a couple of cars clear in that overall GT3 standings from the Nomad 322 car, which has Jason Dilworth behind the wheel. At least their race has started better than it did at Watkins Glen. At one point, they were looking on course for some good results. Ended up with a bit of an issue. Multiple crashes for them as well. Not an easy day by any means. Riding on board with Alvar Gomez, though, as he's tucked up in the drop. Just listen to the fuel saving that's going on here. Doing a little bit, but one thing that you're not hearing there is getting on the clutch to slow the amount the car slows. Lots of slows in that one, but that's more of a factor when it comes to the LMP2 cars. Taylor, there was an update to iRacing this past week which didn't just update the GT3s. It meant that you're not allowed to use the clutch to save a little bit more fuel in those cars. It was something that was happening a lot. It was the meta, if you want to use one of those esports words to describe what was going on in that car and class. Now it's all about lifting and coasting. And it's a little bit of a big change for those who had gotten accustomed to saving with the clutch.
It certainly is, and these drivers, I'm hoping, have been able to practice both ways. Yes, the clutch is a little bit more easier way, but also utilizing that throttle input is going to be just as important, and even to save a little bit more fuel for some of these competitors. If you think about it, that's what some of the biggest names in motorsports have utilized, is utilizing where they input their throttle in order to save some fuel, whether it be backing off their corner a little bit or getting onto the throttle a little bit later off corner exit. That's going to be very critical in order to try to hit that fuel number each and every lap that these drivers continue to log laps here in Interlagos.
Fuel window for your LMP2s is about 31, 32 laps now. If we went green to the end, you'd want to try and get a couple of 34 lap stints maybe under your belt to eliminate a pit stop, but easier said than done. And given how the tire management and the tire life is going to go, maybe shorter stints is the optimal way to go. It's what we saw a week ago in the SEO race at Silverstone, where instead of going 21 laps, the top runners were going 17 or 18 laps to try and minimize the time that they were out on track with the set of tires. Of course, the different factor there was that there were not tire limits in effect for the race. Looks like we might have our first retirement from the race, because Mike Dam in that 144 car looks to be having some technical issues. He might be back on track right now, but yeah, no, I think he's having issues. Oh, 49 Motorsports, by the way, it goes from bad to worse from then. They've had another issue as they're on the outside of Yun Sao trying to find an opportunity to get back out onto track. Let's see if we can pick up what happened to them. Now, is this by themselves? Looks like it might be Lorenzo. They're just running a bit wide, trying to get turned into the corner, and on the exit, it's going to be onto the grass, and the car spins around on him.
Had too much curbing on the outside of Junção. There's a little bit of a cobblestone, the curbing you can use on the outside, but that offsets your car way too much and kind of can throw you to the offside part of the track and into the grass, and that's exactly what happened to the 49 car.
So, for the 349 car, they are now dead last in class and overall as well. We'll see how they can recover from this one. We've survived about the first 9 laps of this race without a retirement, without a major incident just yet. Knocking on the wood around me though. Hopefully that wasn't the commentator's curse coming down on them. The gap in the GT3s has not really opened up through the traffic. It's 3/10 that splits the top two, about a second further back to the Fiercely Forward car, which is bringing into the mix the T3 Motorsport Porsche, the 5-Star Motorsports Lamborghini in your GTEs, as they've got the first vestiges of traffic closing on them right now as well. Still close between them. 3 seconds now, the gap between Ursims and Impulse. Timo Hayden's doing a great job of carving through the traffic and not losing too much time. The question will be, what's going to happen with that incident that he had with the 49 Motorsports car, Taylor?
That's going to be the big question indeed. Race Control really hasn't mentioned a whole lot. They were under review a moment ago, but yet nothing has really changed regarding the final result on that contact. So we'll have to see if they're going to make that official. But I tell you what, one thing that has been going on, a lot of warnings to the drivers about track limits. And it seems like left and right we get notifications from race control about where these drivers are going off track and getting that track limit warning. No one has gotten a penalty so far for it, but there are just coming out as far as warning after warning for each and just about every team just about.
And Lorenzo, the way that track limits work here in IVRA is slightly different from an official race for those who are more familiar with the incident point system. Talk us through how that works here.
Yes, so we don't have the what we would say iRacing official track limits. If you go outside of turn number 4, you get an off track. It's not like that. There are specific corners around this track, and I think it is turn 10 and also maybe turn 4 as well, that you might be observing the track limits, and it only get counted towards those. They're going to be observing quite strictly. If you get 3 warnings, you get a drive-through, so you're basically pretty much clear for the first 2 track warnings. So we have already some cars with 2 track warnings so far, so you really don't want to be bogged down by a drive-through incident early on just because you're driving way too offline.
Impulse getting through the GTs now as well. 4 seconds that gap, as maybe Pure Sims know that there's a potential penalty coming down and they are just backing up, saving those tires. Track temperatures up to 37. We're not far away from reaching the magic 40. Will we hit the mythical 50? That's the question. What's happened to Fiercely Forward? What's happened to the 234 car? Now Alvar Gomez is stationary and pointed in the wrong direction coming out of Yunsao. He's taking a while to get that car spun back around. Seems to have spun it back up and will not bring out a safety car. Is this going to be contact with a 278, or is this going to be much like what we saw from the 49 Motorsports Lamborghini? Is it going to be just a little bit too hot through the corner? Oh, man. We might need an onboard look with the Maniti car there, Taylor. It looks like maybe he gets a little bit squirrely on the entry, and then because he's going slow, Hugo Brandao has nowhere to go and runs into the back of him.
Let's see right here, hits the curb, and that might have caused that bobble right there for that team. And then there you see the Maniti car making the hard contact to the rear end of that Porsche. So we'll have to wait and see what the officials will say about that. But so far, that just looks like a little bit of just nowhere to go for Team Maniti.
Now, Lorenzo, can you get a slowdown penalty before that corner?
I'm trying to remember if you actually can. I think you can get maybe at the S's and maybe Bico to me as well. But it's weird. The car was really slow on the apex. Never picked up back the speed properly.
Yeah, it kind of looks like maybe he had a slowdown penalty and was trying to pull off to try and serve it, but I don't know where you can have got one. I mean, if you run wide through turn 11, you don't get the slowdown. You just get the wrath of race control, like German sim racing in the GTE class found out. But very bizarre. Maybe we can get word from the teams, from the drivers, from race control as to potentially what happened there. Now the gap out front is 5 full seconds in your P2 class. It's tenths of a second for your GTE and the GT3 class leaders, as back on board with Maniti and T3 Motorsports we jump in their BMW. Lap 13 of the race for the prototypes, lap 12 for the GTE machines who have the last vestiges of traffic dicing their way through. First drive-through penalty has come down, and it's not for the contact with the Impulse LMP2. It is for the Impulse GT3 car, which is for a pacing violation, which led to a stack-up effect on the pace lap. Collisions as a result of that. And so Fern de Rouge in that 257 does have a drive-through penalty, and that is drama straight away. Not even getting to the green flag, Taylor, before something happened here in this race.
That's something that is very disappointing to see happen here in this early stage. Something that's so simple as that you cannot be doing on the start of the race. Otherwise, you'll receive what we just saw. You got to go ahead and go when that green flag comes out and not hold up the field to cause incidents like what happened in the GT3 class. So Hopefully he will come down here very soon to get this, but this is very detrimental for the Impulse Racing team here in the early stages. They could recover, but they're going to have a long fight ahead of them.
Word from Fiercely Forward Camp in that 234 is a technical issue. The pedals cut out, and of course, we've seen things like that happen before. I always refer back to the 2019, I think it was Spa 24 Hours, when a certain Max Verstappen was leading the race for Team Redline, and his pedals decided to give up the ghost. They had to get it back onto pit road using the walls to slow them down, get a new driver in that because they had a significant lead. At least they went on to win the race, but it happens, and that's the thing about sim racing, Lorenzo. We might not always have engines and gearboxes deciding they don't want to play nice. Instead, we have internet and hardware that decide it doesn't want to play nice.
Yeah, these are the things that I like to say. Welcome to the marvelous world of sim racing. Every single time that happens, you really don't want that. You really don't want that to happen. It's either your paddle disconnecting or your wheel disconnecting. We saw that plenty at Road Atlanta during the into the Petit Le Mans on iRacing. So it's those things that can happen in the worst timing possible, and when that happens, man, it damages your race in a irreparable way, depending on how it goes or the regulations.
On board with Connor Harrington, who I think had a bit of a stack up there coming in towards Ferradura, had to really back it down. There's a spinner in front of them. That's the 387 Westwood Racing Esports car. William Hager at the wheel there, who might have just been clipped potentially by the Rusty Spatulas. Who was it? Look at this Hornet's Nest, though, coming down in towards Unsao, scrambling their way to get on through without any more chaos. So it was the 387. Now, what happens to the Pro-Am BMW as... oh, he just runs wide and gets into the grass, yeah. Bit of an odd one there. Maybe thinking the LMP2 car was going to send it down the inside. And it was Virtual Motorsport in their Porsche, actually, that was the one that scrambled. Up front, you saw a moment, Delta Sport getting very, very close with the Element Sim Racing Fire car as they work their way once more through the GT3 machines. Delta Sport is recovering a couple of places from the bubble that Satellite Racing had on lap 1, and they'll slot their way on through on the Element car. They'll have to find their way almost 3 wide through traffic. Christophe Herbigno slammed the door shut on Jan Volmers to get back up into 6th. It was a disappointing start for Satellite, who have lost 7 positions. As a result, Delta Sport have lost a couple but gained them back to the point where they're only now down 1. The biggest mover in the race so far, though, is that Sim Republic 318, Taylor, who have gained 12 positions from the start of this race. They didn't put in a qualifying time, but who needs to qualify when you have race pace like that?
And certainly indeed, Blake Bottom's currently behind the wheel of that Sim Republic Porsche and setting the pace right now. Currently looking at some of his lap times, he's anywhere between a tenth to even 3/10 faster than some of the competitors that are up ahead of him, which is the Hellracers Gluttony team and the Nomad IVRA team of Jason Dilworth. So he is going to be making some very quick paces to work his way maybe into the top 10 overall in this GT3 category. And currently looking through the field, he sits in 3rd in the Pro-Am class.
Pro-Am leader Jacob O'Reilly in that Archer Brothers 301 car does have a bit of separation now between him and the rest of his competitors. He's top 5 overall in the GT3s. Great start for them. Need to carry that momentum forward, carry that all the way through the strategy cycles that we are bound to see today. So, settling down, at least for the time being. 4.5 seconds splits your LMP2 leaders, half a second splits your GTE leaders, about 3 seconds splits your GT3 leaders, where we now have the 5-star motorsports car in that Lamborghini hunting down Patrick Proust in the German Sim Racing 246. Plenty and plenty of off-track warnings coming on through, and we'll try and keep you abreast of what's happening there when the first penalties are going to come down. Already a couple of cars have got up to 2 warnings. That includes Archer Brothers, that includes the Impulse 256 car, it includes the Obsidian Racing GTE leader. Plenty of things happening there. as Lorenzo, you're seeing track temperature continuing to increase.
Yeah, me and Taylor were just talking about this on our broadcast chat that we have privately over here. 38 degrees on track, and we are barely 10 and 10:30 a.m. in sim, and this is gonna maybe be as up to 42 degrees by the end of the hour. So I wouldn't be surprised if this skyrockets to maybe 50% whenever, not 50%, 50 Celsius degrees whenever we get by midday.
Jason Dilworth in the Nomad sim racing car has had a self-spin coming down through the center S's. Has dropped a couple of positions, but still sits second overall in the GT3 Pro-Am category. T3 Motorsports there have cycled through on Adam Isaacson in the 5-star Motorsports Lamborghini. Here's a look at what happened though for Dilworth in the 322, just carrying the momentum, clipping a bit too much of that curb on the inside, and oh, that's a hard lick into the wall. Has been able to get it back up to speed, I believe, and so at least we'll nurse that car around. The way that safety cars work in IVRA is if you have a car that has too much damage, cannot go any further, you pull it to the side of the road, you request from race control to be allowed to take the tow. If you're in one of the pre-designated tow zones, there will be no safety car to interrupt the fun. If unfortunately you're not in the safe zone, the tow zone, you will bring out the safety car. What's happened to Alvar Gomez again in that fiercely forward car? Is it another technical issue, or what's happened now? Because he is slowed to a complete stop, has managed to get the pace going once more, so surely you'd have to think that it's a technical issue, and if it's an intermittent issue like this, Taylor, that's going to be a concern. Likely you'd want to get that car down to pit lane and do a driver swap as soon as possible, even if you get offset on the pit stop strategy.
Yeah, it's very critical because you would end up even losing more time if that driver were to have a hardware or equipment malfunction and cost you valuable time and position. So it's best to go ahead and do the driver swap, allow someone else to get in the car to at least kind of stop the bleeding effect for your team and allow the other driver to go back, look over his equipment, or even change his equipment out. We've seen even drivers make a full entire rig switch in order to make racing and to be able to continue racing in some of these amazing events. So we'll see if that is going to be the possibility, but for now he's still out on the track, so hopefully he got it fixed. If not, they are going to be on standby ready to do the driver swap.
That car that started on the outside of the front row has had a difficult start to this race. A long old way to go as in through Farajura works the 234. Gap out front, 6.5 seconds, reminiscent somewhat of what we saw before. There has actually been a mechanical black flag for the 234, so that's race control saying that you've got technical issues, Lorenzo, and unfortunately you're going to have to do a swap around here because you don't want to ruin the race of anyone else.
No, you don't. You really don't, and that nearly ruined the race of an LMP. I just couldn't remember. Cannot remember to see which LMP that made the contact that made Alvar go off track and basically reset his pedals. But this is at that moment that you need to reset and basically think, oh, maybe I need to hand this off to someone else, and I think that's what they're going to do right now. Fiercely forward into the pit lane.
Stewards making that a necessity. It was the Phoenix Racing Esport LMP2, and I believe that Virtual Motorsport got a piece of the action. You can see the front end of one of the Porsches is quite battered and beaten as well. That was not the Virtual Motorsport car, but they've been through the wars, that's for sure. There's the Team Hoisingfeld car. GTE lead has split up slightly as they cut their way through the GT3s. Edu Morales has now got a 1.4 second buffer over Ruben Bonga, with Jan Sentikowski just behind in that 148. 20 laps in the books for your LMP2 cars. Second cycle around of traffic for the GTEs is not far away from getting underway, and the most dangerous time when you're dealing with the traffic is when all three classes are intermingling and on the same piece of real estate out on track. At least for now though, hasn't really been too much of a factor. As we get deeper and deeper into this race, that traffic will become a bigger and bigger factor. Here's a look on board with the WS Racing 202 car, who is just behind the Vector by RSR Mercedes in that 272. Hell Racers joining the party as well. These guys are 3 seconds adrift from the Impulse number 6 car that's up the road. The pro battle here. 3 different manufacturers being represented, and that's what we love about these classes, Taylor, is the fact that, you know, these series, when you have the BOP being applied manually by race control, it does bring to the fore more cars than sometimes you see in an iRacing special event, where sometimes they feel like a cup class in effect. It's all Audis, it's all Mercedes, it's all BMWs, whatever the case may be.
That is one of the benefits about some of these leagues that you see out here. It opens up the door for teams to utilize certain different cars. Some of them even maybe their favorite car or whatever manufacturer that they feel most comfortable racing in. And it's so critical to find that fine balance. We see this a lot also in real-world racing with the FIA WEC as well as IMSA series, with how they work so hard to be able to balance. That way everybody, in no matter what car is allowed or they choose, it has the benefit of being competitive at some point or another, whether it be a certain point in the race or at certain tracks that they go and compete in their schedule. We're riding on one of the Porsches, which currently right now is one of the stronger ones in the GT3 field. But of course, also we know the Lamborghinis have been some of the dominant ones in the GT3 class. But as time progresses, as we pointed out, we've seen some of the other cars start to pick their way through the field and be the more dominant at one point or another during today's race.
Driver swap for that fiercely forward Blake Reynolds, the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver, gets behind the wheel of that Porsche 911 GT3R. They have dropped a lap down, but at least now they are in fight. They have got a driver who's got a car underneath him. Fastest lap in the LMP2s came last time by. Paulo Munoz is ratcheting up the pace once more at 22.227. About 6/10 quicker than Impulse and Timo Hayden, as we now jump back though to 4th, and Jamie Conway, who is right on the tail of Team RSO and Matt Stortz Hudsfeld as they come down towards the Cedar de Laga inside line for RSO. Apex Tech trying to squeeze their way into a door that was never quite opened. Private label Team Hype watching on from the popcorn seat, ready to join the party as well, Lorenzo.
Yeah, just looking at Connor Tharrington Bonnet right now, just trying to follow these 2 cars ahead of him. And it looked like RSO was actually going for a very fierce defend into the Cedar de Lago right there. But Jamie Conway just smartly thinking, no, I'm just going to remain right here, trying to save some fuel, and I'm going to go aggressively on the gas. About the LMPs, we normally said this did like go about 40 minutes in this car in normal tracks overall. But because Interlagos has so many straights and you can save the fuel by lifting and coasting in so many corners, you can extend the length of your sit about a whole hour if you actually know how to perform that properly and fast enough.
Whoa. Just, no. That's ludicrous.
Believe it or not, no. Trust me, I have seen it.
Yes, but you wouldn't want to do that, Lorenzo.
No, of course not. You don't want to do that. I'm just saying, you can. Will you do it though? If you are crazy enough, then sure, you can go right ahead, but it's a strategy. I'm just throwing it out there.
I mean, it's a strategy. It's a good strategy, that's for sure. Again, remember,
my strategy is never a good strategy. I
true.
know that.
The thing to remember, right, is 5 total tire sets. The one you start with, and then 4 additional ones. And as you work your way through these 40-minute stints, even double stinting these tires is going to be difficult. So yeah, I think you're probably better off doing sub 30 lap stints and trying to get a little bit more grip out of the tires as we work our way through. Working our way through the traffic right now, though. Apex Tech right on the back of the Team RSO car. Now track temperature is up to 39 degrees Celsius, so give it 5 more minutes and we will hit the magic 40. Been a difficult race to overtake at so far. Gap between your LMP leaders has really stretched out. 6 seconds between Impulse and Pure Sims, and then a further 8-second delta back to Team RSO, who, after putting it on the outside of the front row in qualifying, maybe just thinking long term here. Maybe they've got a little bit of a different balance on their car as well. Private label Team Hype not getting the best run out of Yun Sao, and bringing into the mix Christophe Herbigno in that Delta Sport car as that 33 tries to recover its way up through the field. Here comes Herbigno to the outside. Compromised slightly the run through turn 2, but at least gets him past one bit of the traffic. Plenty more to come. Word from race control as well, as almost 3 wide there comes Herbigno. is the 256, the second of the Impulse cars, has been given a formal warning for exceeding track limits at turn 12. The next time that they do that, it will be a drive-through penalty. So do keep your eye on that. Look at this though, just fighting their way now through the GTE machines. There's GT3s as well. Delta Sport, where do they go? They've got to back themselves up. And this is where the good drivers become great, knowing when not to go for a pass. And that's what we're seeing right there. Connor Harrington very wisely not sticking his nose into a move down the inside of turn 8, Taylor.
He's certainly not. He's being very patient, picking and choosing the right times to make the pass he needs in order to try and stay ahead of the Delta Sport 33 machine, but still very difficult as he goes through the hornet's nest of GT traffic. He has now a little bit of breathing room as they come up to Zhongqiao and still can start to pull a little bit of a gap over that Delta Sport and sets his sights back on the rest of the field in front of him with the Apex and Team RSO.
1.2 the gap between Delta Sport, private label Team Hyper, and that orange and blue Apex Tech car. Jamie Conway to the outside and towards turn number 1. Can he get the move done? Oh, it's close between the two of them. RSO might be able to get the up and under if they get the momentum, but Conway's got it for now, working their way through the curve at Dassault with a lap traffic car to make a bit of a difference. Hutzfeld's not in the draft, and I think for now that is Jamie Conway up to third, who will look to try and make a significant headway into the 9-second delta that they've now got to Paulo Munoz up the road in second position. Nicely done there, and good respectful driving, Lorenzo, from both of them.
Yeah, good respectful driving. I thought Mats would have gone back to try to get the position back, but look at the traffic ahead of him. It's insane to try to think that you're battling traffic, you're battling gap racing with the traffic, you're trying to battle for position, trying to defend your position, maybe 3 wide, depending on circumstances, in a track that, if we see the track width, doesn't allow you to go 3 wide side by side, nearly touching wheels, as Matt's got boxed in really closely right now.
I think he just tried to maybe get a move done, then washed out wide, has closed out the gap to Harrington, has let Conway run away. Now 1 and a bit seconds clear just out of the drafting range, and look at the roadblock in front. GT cars going side by side with a GTE machine as well. Private label Team Hype to the outside. Private label Team Hype had a nose in front, but Harrington doesn't commit deep under the brakes. He'll give the position back to RSO, at least for the time being. Delta Sport's getting in on the fun as well. Edu Morales has a mirror filled with LMP2 cars as Harrington's tucked up to the inside, now goes the long way around to Cito del Lago. You have to watch out for track limits here, but RSO concedes under the brakes, and that's now 2 positions lost in about 3 laps. Now might lose 1 more as Delta Sport joins the party here.
Taking a look at Delta Sport right now, they are absolutely flying through the field here. They picked up quite a bit. In fact, 2 seconds faster than Team RSO, along with that private label Team Hype with the 124. So they have definitely picked up the pace. Still not the fastest car on the track, but they were the 2nd fastest LMP2 car, only 2nd to the Pure Sim Esports team right at the moment.
Just trying to figure out where Jamie Conway was in that smorgasbord in front of them. A bit of a stack up, and that's close with Delta Sport. It's close with Satellite Racing. Something's happened to their GT3 AM machine. A couple more incidents further down the pack as Ryan Washleski is being bumped around in that Porsche 911. Here comes Delta Sport. Not close enough to send it to the inside as they'll work their way inside of the Vector by RSR car, who's got onto the grass and spun it by himself. Oh, maybe just getting spooked by the cars coming up to get him past, and now rejoins and has to watch out as a couple more cars come. So there's the moment, just onto the grass, and yeah, we were about to get that camera shot filled with the Vector by RSR car, Ted Lowendick behind the wheel of that big old Mercedes, the 272, and just giving plenty of space, maybe giving a bit too much space there. He had the ability to work his way a little bit tighter through the corner, but didn't do that, and ultimately lost himself a bunch of time. There's the Pure Sims 16 car, back to this battle with RSO and Delta Sport now. It's so easy to make those type of mistakes here, Lorenzo, because a lot of the entries to these corners, tightens like that, where the corner, the runoff kind of comes to a close before you really get to the corner.
Yeah, it's funny, and this is one of the tracks that it's so misleading. It's kind of like a 90-degree turn that it's either a blinder because it has so many ways to take the Senna S in a different fashion. As we open up another lap and we see Apex Tech just overtaking the just trying to confirm over here the Archer Brothers BMW, but there's so many different ways that you can gain, lose time right there. The only thing that is constant is the grass on the outside. And trust me, from as a spectator that have seen cars crashing on turn number 1 in my face, with debris nearly flying in my face when I went to see Porsche in 2019, the Porsche Cup, it's not the pleasant sight.
No, it is not. I checked out what happened to that satellite racing car. There was a bit of contact with the Hell Racers LMP2 in through turn 9, turn 8, this section of track. So see what Race Control thinks about that. I haven't actually seen the bit of contact with the Impulse LMP2 car, excuse me, and the 49 Motorsports car, actually even on the Race Control sheet. So I'm not sure if that's even under investigation. It's a slight contact there. Looks like a bit of a racing incident at first glance there. But if we jump back to our live pictures, Lorenzo, it's closed up between Apex Tech and the rest of the cars now. Still 1.5 between third and fourth, but it's closer than it was before they most recently came through the lap traffic. As look at Delta Sport going aggressively to try and get past RSO. They got the run to the inside, and once more they'll be side by side down the hill in through the Senna S's, and RSO has to concede, maybe just not having that much top speed in their car.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's any kind of damage or if there's any setup difference that might have the Delta Sport any advantage on the race in comparison to the course itself. So that's one of the things I was thinking, because you can run different dive planes, you can run the wing differently. Like I said, you can run low wing, mid wing, high wing in this track. So it's for the LMPs, it is a world of setups that are out of my mind. How do you configure that? And maybe some floor damage, I think, as Ryan Bauer might be pointed out, might be through. I don't know where you would pick the floor damage.
Oh!
So you ever take
Delta Sport to the inside, coming through Bico Gepato. That's an aggressive place to get to the inside, and Connor Harrington says, no thank you, I want to hold on to this one, but through Yun Sao, they'll be side by side once more. Harrington will hold on. Here comes RSO once more. LMP2 pit stops have already gotten underway. 29 laps for Hell Racers fiercely forward, and for the Alpine / Geodesic Racing Team, 30 laps for Impulse and Pure Sims, who are into pit road this time by. And watch here, it's a tricky old pit entry. You've got to make sure you get on the anchors in time so you don't run into the car in front of you. But they all survive. 30 laps, the magic number for LMP2 then, Taylor.
It is. Every LMP2 car has made their way into their pit box, waiting to see if Satellite Racing, which decides to stay out another lap here today, along with, looks like the Phoenix Esports team, are also going to stay out a little bit longer, as well as they have yet come to pit entry. But everyone pretty much inside the top 8 had decided to come down pit road, with the exclusion of Satellite Racing with Paul Darling behind the wheel.
Maybe that's just as well for the halfway points, because if you go about 30 laps, you are looking at pitting just before the halfway marker of the race. Maybe Satellite Racing trying to prioritize the 50 points that would be up for grabs when we reach that magic number through this race. Race off of pit road, Team RSO have actually pipped Christophe Herbigno in that Delta Sport car. So it's a second slower in the lane, in the stop, excuse me, for Delta Sport. Maybe a little bit less fuel going into that RSO car. Maybe they're doing a lot more fuel saving than those around them, Lorenzo. And I wonder, usually when you have higher downforce, you use more fuel because you have more time on throttle, burn it through it just that little bit quicker. Maybe RSO is trying to be light on the fuel, trying to be light on the tires. We'll have to wait and see, because all cars have double stinted their tires to start things off.
Yeah, and the second stint is going to be in a world of pain right now, because we are over the 41 degrees Celsius and it's only going to get hotter. But I think you said it, if you want to do the double stint and you want to avoid maybe using all of your tires early on in this race, you have to do it now, right? You really don't want to do a double stint towards the end of the race where it might be starting to cool off, but the temperatures are still at sky high temperatures, so you have to do it right now. But the struggle, man, is going to be really tough. You really have to be head to toe with how the car will handle in the second half of your double stint.
Though the gap between Pure Sims and Impulse has held strong. Gaps between all of your leaders have actually opened up very slightly. It's now 2 and a bit seconds between Obsidian and T3 Motorsport by Maniti in the GTEs. GT3, it's up to about 5.5 seconds between the German sim racing Lamborghini and the Porsche 911 for the T3 Motorsports car. So at least 2 T3 Motorsports cars sit in second in 2 different classes. The 378 Maniti car is working its way past the 49 Motorsports car after its 30-second penalty that he had to serve. There's been a car which has taken a tow. Now, where did that happen? And what happened there? Oh, it's not because of live broadcasting. Words can be difficult. But for the Vector by RSR team, Taylor, they had a technical issue that dropped out Ted Lowendick from that car. So they find themselves now on pit road and having to get a new driver in.
It's so detrimental here. I've had the same thing happen to me in endurance racing as well. Your load packets just end up dropping, and then you have to quickly rush to find a secondary driver to get in as quickly as possible once they are allowing you to get back into a car. So hopefully they'll get back out on the track as quickly as possible, but a tough break for Ted and that team here in the early stages. That's the good news right now. It is early. They can be able to get back out on the track as quickly as possible and still have a lot of time to make up between now and then.
Delta Sport have the momentum coming down in towards turn 1, but again, they'll just back out of that one and not force in fact, no, Delta Sport has gone on through. Yeah, you can see left side of your screen, Delta Sport up into 5th. They're still fighting on the exit of Desida del Lago. On the exit of Curva de Sol on the run down into Desida del Lago. RSO wants to fight this one back, and Herbenier squeezes Hutzfeld all the way to the grass. The RSO GTE machine might just play a bit of team games right now and open the door to the inside for Hutzfeld to hold on, and indeed that's what happened. Reminiscent of what happened at Watkins Glen when Delta Sport made that contact with Alpine Stars, but this time it's clean, there's no major drama. RSO holds on, but now 1.5 seconds back from the private label Team Hype car. Lorenzo, Delta Sport can't afford to get frustrated. Things haven't all gone swimmingly for them so far. They'll look forward and they'll try and get past and close the gap to the podium spots.
Yeah, they need to remain calm and see where the lightning doesn't strike twice, and just understand that sometimes racing is just like that. You might have a teammate right in front of you that might be playing team games, but luckily for them, the track kind of opens up on the outside of turn number 4. That what it exactly did for both of those LMPs. Managed to get through cleanly as safely as possible, even though it went on Connor Harrington's way. He opened up just in that sequence of turns about 1.5 seconds on both of them on this lap. So the number 7 has now some clear effort to grow through.
Delta Sport having another look down into turn 1. Have they been able to get it stopped in time? Yes, they have. This time there's no traffic and they've got a bit more separation between them. Looks like some GT3, GTE battling going on behind as the lap traffic just tries to find a way on through. Look like Team RSO potentially trying to get past the GT3 cars. Oh, look at that. Just 3 wide as Hell Racers get squeezed onto pit exit there as Element Sim Racing comes on through. Team RSO flashing the lights. That's the universal sign, Taylor, that the driver loves what they just saw. They're not frustrated at all.
They certainly are, and we're going to have to see if that will be a continuing factor all throughout the race here today. I mean, RSO definitely having the pace to see if they can have what it takes to go and battle for a podium here today, but they're going to try maybe show a little bit of aggression here in this early stage, but we'll see a lot more of the flashing of the headlights later in the going to try and deter or maybe even annoy their competitors as they see here and continue to battle.
Drive-through penalty for the L1 Esports 121. Rafael Russo has had a bit of an issue with the... what's happening here? This, Lorenzo, correct me if I'm wrong, this actually happened on the pace lap coming to the green.
Yeah, I'm reading that as well. It looks like he checked up and then... well, there was a little bit of a checkup on turn 11 during the pacing, and he overtook the field, causing a potential dangerous situation for the pacing line. Though they had to give it a warning, and that eventually got bumped up to a drive-through penalty.
Also got confirmation from Race Control, the incident with Impulse and the 49 Motorsports cars, the LMP2 and the GT3 on the opening laps of the race is not under investigation, so Impulse might just have gotten away with one there. That might just work in their favor as we switch back to the GTE. Not the battle for the lead, the battle for second is Hoisingveld working their way past the GT3 Maniti Mercedes as they hunt down the GTE Maniti BMW. The bongo drum still going strong as we get closer to the end of the hour, where we see the first cycle of pit stops for the GTE, for the GT3s as well. All calm, at least for the time being. And Taylor, I mean, we were discussing that Interlagos is a track that iRacing has had for a long time. Might be good to get a new scan as well. There was contact there between Element Sim Racing and the Team Hoisingveld cars. They cut it close on the exit of turn 11, but with the release of the new Brazilian stock cars, the Corvette, the Chevy Corvette and the Toyota, maybe there's some more classic Brazilian tracks that we could get on iRacing as well. There are so many that have been immortalized in the likes of Automobilista 2, and I know the contingent of Brazilian fans that doesn't just include Lorenzo Bonda, but includes the like of Tony Kanaan, would love to have a few more local tracks to the sim.
It certainly does open the opportunity indeed, and that's what's so great about iRacing is when we do get a new car that has certain tracks dedicated to it, like what we see with the Brazilian stock cars and even the Australian GSI cars.
Private label Team Hype and Delta Sport, a little bit of contact from the right rear to left front, and Delta Sport able to hold on and gather it up in time to get their way up into fourth. Good save there from Urbano. Connor Harrington not choosing to force the issue too much either after that initial bit of contact. Delta Sport up to fourth. Sorry to cut you off there, Taylor, but that was a bit of contact, a bit of drama.
No, action must be covered first, and we see the action heating up between Delta and Private Label Team Hype as they try to continue to do battle throw and RSO in this mix. And we got a 3-car battle for that coveted fourth position that they've been battling since, probably since that set, before even the first round of pit stops have happened.
Lorenzo, let's go to you. I mean, I asked Taylor about the Brazilian tracks, but I have a feeling you probably have some thoughts.
I have some thoughts, and I think I also have the strategy plan that VCAR, which is the government embodiment that actually regulates stock car in Brazil, has in mind. So when they announced the stock car, they pretty much wanted to have the ground being led straight. Actually, go ahead with this one because Delta Sport made a big fumble on the exit of turn number 2.
Opens the door for Harrington to pop himself back to the outside, and he's got enough speed and momentum that Urbano can do nothing but watch him sail back into fourth place. These guys putting on a show. The rest of the LMP2s not putting on so much of a fight, at least for the time being. As in towards turn 8 they'll come. Delta Sport a little bit tighter. It looks like they maybe just have a little bit more grip, mechanical grip from that car, able to run tighter and keep that same momentum, whereas Harrington and RSO running a little bit wider on that entry into turn 8. You love the setup differences that you have in this car, and it's sometimes difficult to try and see what the front downforce configuration is looking like, but from just a eyeball, it looks like Delta Sport and RSO are running 2 dive planes at the front. Connor Harrington and the Private Label Team Hype running just 1 dive plane at the front. So maybe a little bit less downforce through the corners for that number 7 car, Taylor, but they benefit from top-end speed, and therefore, if you are Delta Sport trying to get the pass done, you've got to use the draft to the best of your abilities to close up and then set sail, try and run away through the infield.
You certainly have to, and these cars are very aero-dependent, and these cars very much feel that draft pull on these straightaways here as they work their way through here. But I noticed that a lot with the Private Label Team Hype. They've had a lot more straight line speed. We're able to put in the work with this car in order to be able to be competitive. Didn't show in practice and qualifying, but Connor Harrington definitely putting a strong first stint here today.
Well, they've calmed down at least for now. Lorenzo, you've got about 30 seconds before it starts again. Talk to us about some classic Brazilian tracks.
So what they have in mind is bring at least twice per year, 2 tracks per year, what they have in mind. And then From what I know, from what I heard of, the first track might be Velocitar, which is probably the second most used track in Brazil nowadays, and then maybe a reskin of Interlagos with the changes of maybe the boards and things like that for promotion fees yearly, just like what NASCAR does in sports. And then it goes on.
It'll be nice as Delta Sport drafting their way up. They've got some traffic in front. Will it compromise Harrington? It's the Vector by RSR Mercedes, which is back out onto track as down the hill through the center S's they'll come. Now, the RSO, that's what I was going to say. RSO surely will go to the inside. That's smart heads-up driving and understanding the traffic situation there. It's a give and take traffic. You need to know when to push the issue. You need to know when to just hang back and find an alternate way around in towards Ferradura. More traffic in front, so Delta Sport might have a look, but not going to be able to get the move done. Harrington will now try and get the up and under, but that Alpine Stars GT3 machine might just allow Delta Sport to squeeze to the inside. They rub doors with one another. Delta Sport go the long way around, and Harrington will hold on again. These guys are forgetting there's still a long way to go in this race. Delta Sport tries another send there, Taylor.
They are sending it in deep and trying to make it work here in these stages. I gotta say, we're not even at the quarter distance of this race, and they are treating it like it's the last lap of the race as they work to the inside of one of the GTE cars as they make quick work of him. Now coming up through Chung Chao and making the run work. Here's the slipstream coming into effect. But Delta is just being very aggressive to try to get around the private label Team Hype. The only reason why I could see them doing something like that is that they have lost quite a bit of time to the Apex Tech Racing team of Jamie Conway. It's about a 5.5 second gap between these three drivers and Apex right now, who is comfortable in that third spot.
Yeah, just a bit. It's a big old gap that's opened up, and of course, they're losing even more time to the Impulse car that leads the class. Is still 7.5 seconds clear of your Pure Sims second place machine. Around the outside they'll go on the Westwood Racing BMW. Still 3 cars split by 4/10 of a second. And this can be frustrating, Lorenzo, when you're an LMP2 driver. You might have a setup that you think is faster overall, but because of the top speed differences, you're just not able to get things done. Look at Harrington, who is slip and sliding all through the infield right now, starting to struggle more and more with these worn tires. Remember, they're on a double stint. Track temperature is actually dipped below 40 degrees. We're back down to 38, but they very much are not fresh tires by any means.
No, not by any means whatsoever. They're going to be slightly shot. It's still second half of the stint to be done right now. They're on their 9th lap of the stint, so they can try to push on a little bit more, and then it's going to start to get into the real struggle. Yeah, it's frustrating, but you have to be mindful that this is a 233 lap race. Of course, track position is important. We might get a yellow flag eventually down the line. Still surprised we haven't got a yellow flag.
Don't say that, Lorenzo. You are the one that puts curses on drivers. Don't say that.
No. I put curses on drivers and I call yellow flags on indie broadcasts, not on this one.
No, you're doing everything, and there's more contact. Delta Sport opens the door by barging their way on through. Harrington is not going to give this one up, though. He'll fight back down in towards Ferradura, and I think Delta Sport might just have given that back, maybe to preempt any steward's intervention there. That was a close call, but hold on, and they'll do all fine. Lorenzo, you're not allowed to talk about caution. In fact, Delta Sport have dropped behind RSO. Is there damage now on the 33 car?
I think he just let him through.
Bizarre. Not sure if maybe there's a bit of steering damage. Potentially, it was not the biggest hit, and we know
there's damage. There's damage.
We need to look on board. We need to see the steering for that. Okay. Well, you're going left, but that is much more left-hand down than that car should be. And he surely has to come down to pit road this time by surely to get that damage repaired. And here comes Herbigno. The bad luck continues for Delta Sport, Lorenzo.
Yeah, fortunately for them, there is still that thing that I'm not gonna say it right now. They can bring him into the race. It did like with Satellite in the Nürburgring race, so they're out, but not down for the count. They can still come back, and with a track like this, everything is possible. I'll just leave it at that. That's best.
Andrew Langham, part of the Alpine Stars geodesic crew, wants the safety car to come out. He wants Benny to get some laps in the pace car, mainly because, of course, 2 of the Alpine Stars cars had 30-second penalties to get this race underway, and without the safety car coming in out to save them, those guys very much just looking to putter around and put in the laps here today. So now it's a 2-horse fight for 4th, and that was always brewing, Taylor. I mean, the amount that Herbigno and Harrington were dueling this early in the race, there was always the thought that eventually it would lead to contact. It's unfortunate, though, that for the 33, it's ended in damage.
It certainly is very unfortunate for the 33 machine. It was such a fast car, and now, unfortunately, with that damage, he's now back on the track, but now 2 laps down from the race leader. So not the point of the race where he wants to be in at this moment. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to recover if we get a full force yellow later today. But right now, for Private Label and Team RSO, they're picking up where they left off, battling once again here today as they can work their way through the Senna Essence.
That Delta Sport car has been getting repairs for about 90 seconds or so now, and it's still there and stationary. I don't know how significant the damage is, and for a moment I did think they'd get away with it, but apparently not, and the damage repairs continue to go on. So in terms of our lead gap, it's coming down, and it's really going back and forth. I think that age-old adage that the traffic giveth, the traffic taketh, Pearson's and Impulse both finding pockets of time and then losing it back to one another. It's come down in the GTEs as Obsidian's actually going to come in and pit just around at the hour marker. Now T3 Motorsports and Team Hoisingfeld will extend the run, so that Porsche may be getting a little bit less fuel mileage. Hoisingfeld and Miniti just doing a bit of fuel saving to run a little bit longer than the Porsche that led the way. Not far away from the GT3 pit stops starting as well, Lorenzo, but German Sim Racing, in fact, now here comes the first of your GT3 pit stops in the Hell Races car, but German Sim Racing have run away from the field.
Yeah, I just saw the Quasar coming out of the pit lane, so as we truly see the start of the GT3's pitting as we go over the first hour of racing. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one about the GT3 length and who wants to go extra, but I think it falls under the same category of sorts of you really don't want to stretch it out way too much because of the tire delta.
Yeah, track temperature is back up to 42 degrees. Remember, it is partly cloudy, so there's going to be pockets of the track which are cooler than others. Overall, it is not up to where you'd expect it to be at the peak temperature point of the race. Remember, it's only about 11:10 here in our virtual Sao Paulo. 2 p.m., that's when things will get to their warmest, as here comes German Sim Racing just after the top of the in-race hour. Working their way onto the lane. There comes Miniti in the BMW. Team Hoisingfeld has actually saved a bunch of fuel behind that Miniti car, so that's looking good for the 148 in terms of strategy, Taylor. If we go green to the end of this race, and I'm knocking on the wood saying that, they'd be in for a slightly shorter final stop, and given how close the 148 and the 178 were on pace, pretty good indication.
It is a very good indication for that team as they continue to log more laps here with 42 under their belt right now. And as we also see our race leader, or in the GT3 category of Adams, he's still yet to pit here at a moment's notice. But great drive indeed for the Team Hoisenfeld. They were able to save, we saw on the onboard a couple of times of how they were able to just stay in the draft of the rest of the GTE field that they were chasing down. Not really pressuring anyone at the moment, but just following suit, saving the tires, saving the fuels, and that will be very, very important for them later on, like you pointed out there, Arjuna, in order to be able to maybe win this race, as we see most Corvettes do when it comes to the right strategy calls.
Relatively calm day for race control so far, although having said that, maybe we'll just pick on up for them. Pit road, a very busy place, a number of GT3s in, most of the GTEs, other than Team Hoisingfeld, have either finished or are in the box already. Hoisingfeld and Sentikowski should come down this time by. Has been a bit of strategy being played. Looks like Edu Morales with a 47-second stop might have taken 2 tires. Ruben Bongo with a 25-second stop, Lorenzo. Surely that is fuel only, and not just fuel only, but a slight short fill there, similar to what the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing team have done. 16 seconds, I think, just trying to get some track position.
Yeah, not only that, but is he maybe going for a possible half a stint? Because we know the GTEs and GT3s go over the hour. If we go green flag all the way, it's about a 5 hour and 20 minutes race or something like that. So maybe that might be their 1/3 of a stint. I don't know. It's an interesting call from the Alpine Stars Geodesic GTE crew.
Oh, that's a late move by RSO. No lights flashing, though, by the RSI by butt kicker car. So full credit there. He saw it coming, gave it room, and doesn't seem to have taken it too harshly. Look to the inside from the Satellite Racing GT3 machine as well for RSO. As 5-Star Motorsports down onto pit lane. Now, have we had a change? We have had a change in your GT3 leader. What has happened to the Impulse car? Sorry, the German Sim Racing car. German Sim Racing has done a full service. 70 seconds stationary for them implies full tank of fuel, 4 tires as well. T3 Motorsport with a 38-second pit stop in comparison with 41, 42 for 5-Star and Pure Sims. I'm not sure, Taylor. I like the call from German Sim Racing to take tires there because it's only going to get warmer as we work our way through this race, and surely you would be better off taking a double stint now, given the limited tire sets that we've got.
It certainly would be the correct move, but apparently that team of the German Sim Racing team feels like it's better to go ahead and put some fresh tires on right now. Maybe they may consider double stinting during the second run, but still a very brave decision to go ahead and stick tires on this early in the race here, as Weissenfeld just came on pit road here in the moment. They've been on pit road for a little bit of time, and as they are just now released, 34-second stop, so they just took fuel only.
Yeah, not shocked either to hear that now. They did take about 9 seconds more fuel than the 178 car, so they have emerged, well, about 9 seconds back. You'd be totally shocked to hear, but they have also emerged near the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing 162, so a little bit of company there. Maybe Bodefor will be able to do a bit of fuel saving in that BMW M8 GTE machine. And there is a penalty for that contact with Delta Sport and Private Label Team Hype. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit surprised about that one, Lorenzo. But there's a 5-second stop-and-go penalty for Connor Harrington in that 7 car.
Man, I don't know what to make of it, because it looked like, from my perspective, I would have to look at it again, that it's specifically, but for me, looking at it first glance, it looked like the race incident for me, but 5 seconds is, it's going to be damaging for them, but I don't know what's going to be long-term in this race, I really don't. But it's a weird one, though. But it's I see the point.
Yeah, now I'm going to have to try and go back and look at what happened, to be completely honest, to refresh myself, because we didn't get the best of looks at that one. But from what I thought Delta Sport got the car to the inside. Fair play to them there. But Private Label Team Hype has got to turn in. I mean, this is like a very F1 thing. Like, you talk about my corner, but you need to leave space for the car to be able to get to get through the corner safely, and that's the thing that I'm a little bit surprised. But again, I'm glad I'm not in race control. That's the ultimate thing. We get to talk about incidents. Race control is the one that has to incur the wrath of those penalized. Ultimately, Taylor.
You certainly have to, and that's what we have to do. Just bring out the stories. It's not our job to really determine who was at fault. We just say, oh, look, there's the incident, and we'll talk about it and give our opinions. Race control will make the final decision on that matter here, as Connor Harrington does come down pit road to serve that penalty.
So that will drop them down through the field. Delta Sport, after about 2 minutes and 15 seconds of repairs, were able to roll that back out onto track. So a stop and go 5-second penalty doesn't really bring Private Label Team Hype back to the same point as Delta Sport. But again, you penalize the incident, you do not penalize the outcome, as it were. So at least for now, things calm down in the LMP2 field. Private Label Team Hype will come out just behind the Fiercely Forward and the Hellracers cars. We're watching as the Orion Race Team and Team RSO battle for 6th place in the GTEs, working themselves into the infield, as Private Label Team Hype actually might just have come out into the midst of a battle, because Fiercely Forward has just gone and passed the Hellracers 29 P2 machine. Plenty of action going on there as 49 Motorsports, who have had a difficult day, to put it mildly, so far. They get mixed up with some action between the GTEs, and here comes RSO to join the party as well. Now, I'm just trying to look through the GTE strategies here, Lorenzo. 2 cars, I believe, did a full service, and they include RSO and the Orion Race Team 144.
Yeah, interesting calls, just like the German sim racing has done on the GT3s. But the biggest difference in here is that you don't have ABS in this car, so there is a good chance, depending on the traffic and how hard you are driving, you might lock up the tires and you might waste 1 or 2% of the tire wear just because you have to try to make you need to try to make a corner and you overshot the tires, overheating them, and then by overheating them you lose performance in it. So it makes sense maybe for those cars that overdrove these tires.
Connor Harrington will dispatch of Magnus Wallström without too much difficulty there on that recovery from the incident. Now, what's happened to Team RSO? Have they just lost time with traffic, or has there been a moment for them because they have lost a bunch of time? No, they have made contact with potential contact with German Sim Racing, I should say, in towards turn 8. And, well, we'll get the replay here and you'll see as they try and come through Ferradura in towards Langina and lunge to the inside, get all sorts of crossed up, and then, yeah, lose a little bit of time there. Could be worse. Could be worse, especially given that RSO was already about 7 seconds behind the Apex Tech Racing car in their own postcode, at least for the time being. In terms of strategy, well, we were talking about GTE strategy. A Satellite Racing will make an easy pass on the Element Sim Racing 27 car. GT3 Pro-Am, Blake Bottoms in the 318 Sim Republic car has actually just been passed by the Archer Brothers 301. Jacob O'Reilly still behind the wheel there, but O'Reilly did a full service. Sim Republic took fuel only. It's hard to know right now, Taylor, because this is what we love about endurance races. You never know how strategies will pan out until the checkered flag drops. But I'm shocked that given the gap that Archer Brothers had to the rest of the field, in particular the GT3 Pro-Am field, that they didn't elect to take fuel only and to try and double stint early in this race, because now they find themselves slightly on the back foot compared to a car that has clearly got race pace. Sim Republic, no qualifying for them, 16 positions so far in this race.
They are absolutely flying through the field right now. That Sim Republic currently sitting in the 2nd position over in the GT3 Pro-Am, and right there on the back bumper of Jacob O'Reilly in the Archer Brothers. So this is going to be a great battle to keep an eye on here. But there is a possibility of under review regarding some pit-related incidents, so we'll have to wait and see if that will hold for them. But these two definitely having a stellar battle. This is the first time really O'Reilly has been put under pressure from anyone in the Pro-Am class.
318 is already being cleared by race control. There is a 5-second rule about how much time you can spend in the slow lane. Again, just like in real motorsports, the pit lane divided into the fast lane and the slow lane. Fast lane being, at least here, the rightmost side of the pit road. Slow lane, of course, is where the stops happen themselves. You are allowed a maximum of 5 seconds between crossing, spending in the slow lane. So 318 has been cleared of that. 387 has been warned about blending between the 2 lanes without really distinctly being in either one of them. So the 387 has got a warning as well. It's an incident under review between the 322 and the 358. So that's Torque Freak Racing and the Nomad Lamborghini, or both in the GT3 Pro-Am as well. We'll see how things will shake up there. Been a calm race, Lorenzo, in some ways. I say calm because really it's been calm for the lead. There's been big gaps that have opened up and have been extending and contracting as cars work their way through traffic. You really have to look back to try and find any sort of battles. Of course, that battle in LMP2, we're watching a battle for second in your GTE right now as well, but I don't think Alpine Stars is going to force it too much. I think they'll be playing the fuel-saving game. It's good, though, because we like safety cars because they bring people back into the mix. It makes strategy a little bit more interesting and dynamic as well, but there's nothing like long green flag runs to really show which team has got the best setup, which team has the best strategy.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a showcase of egos of sort. Who has the best ego, who has the best approach coming into a race like this, and these long flags. And I don't know why you actually mentioned the calm rates to me, especially when I nearly called out a death about 20 minutes ago. But anyway, but moving forward, yeah, it's been quite impressive to set up for some of the teams. I think the LMPs have been most intriguing to me of sorts, but I like what I'm seeing so far, and maybe if we can get over the second, third of this race in a calm fashion and get the repeat of when, it would turn this race upside down, because it is more interesting to turn this upside down than lead, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that if we're going to get any sort of a caution, it will likely be in the last hour or so. And it will set up another grandstand finish. Impulse would like to hear that, but those watching will love to hear it. Pure Sims fans would like to hear it as well. Remember, again, halfway points will be awarded once we finish lap 116, so crossing to 117 is that magic number. 50 points to whoever crosses the line at the front of their class when we hit that point. And back from there, points get divvied out. So private label team hype still on the back then of the Fiercely Forward 34, where we have Luke Krause, who drove in the IRX World Championship presented by Yokohama last year. Not the easiest of seasons for Luke Krause by any means, but after a couple of one-off races in 2020, he was glad to be part of the full-time roster for 2021. And Luke actually had a bit of a fun time representing Nitro Circus, who, well, such a flamboyant car and livery that he got to display. Teammates with one of the cleanest drivers in all of IRX history, and Otto Taskinen. Luke Krause ended up making one feature race in the 9 rounds of the championship, finishing in 18th, tied on points with the likes of Bo Albert and Louis Lejeune. Though, hopefully, if the World Championship returns for 2022, he can carry that momentum forward, not far behind Alex Bergeron either, Garrett Maines, Otto Taskinen, Josh Fox, plenty of big names that he was in and around, and we're looking to try and make couple more feature races other than just the one that he made at the Atlanta Motor Speedway, one of the best races in IRX series history. There is that Alpine Stars geodesic racing car, content at least for the time being to save some fuel. And the one thing that I've noticed, Taylor, is the fact that maybe because the BMW is on a slightly lighter fuel load at the front of this GTE field, that gap has opened up almost 3 full seconds between T3 and Team Hoistingfeld since the cycle of pit stops ended.
It certainly has. And looking at the lap differences between the drivers, we see that the T3 Motorsports Mantini Racing with Ruben Bongo behind the wheel, he has got about 2 laps ahead of Poole, or 2 laps longer on his stint compared to the Team Hoistingfeld team that's running in that second position. So it's going to be a little bit interesting to see how much longer he's going to be able to stay out, but it's a good opportunity for him to try and conserve some of that fuel, to maybe see if he can stretch it out a little bit longer. He currently holds about a 12-second lead over Jan Sentowski, who is in that second spot. But of course, Sentowski has a little bit more opportunity to use up more fuel because of the tight battle he's in with the Alpine Star Geodesic Racing team right behind him.
The track conditions have developed slightly since this race started. The ambient's gone up about 2 degrees Celsius to 20 degrees Celsius. Track temperature still 44 degrees Celsius. Lorenzo, best guess, what do you think we'll get to in terms of maximum track temperature? You think we're getting above 50? Any higher than that?
We are getting easily above 50. I think peak temperature. We were having a discussion here. I bet a bagel to William Chadwick, who's going to commentate in a little bit, and Stefan Schlacker. I might see up to 55, 56 Celsius degrees.
Wow. Well, I do remember a couple of years ago at the 6 hours of Watkins Glen. Watkins Glen and Interlagos are known for having some of the highest temperatures and track temperatures across of iRacing. You saw 62 degrees Celsius. I think one of the SEO races here as well had something similar, 65 degrees Celsius, something like that. So it's a place known for hot conditions. The tire limit, excuse me, is the thing that really makes things interesting. Pure Sims, by the way, in your LMP2 class are down on pit road to a slightly shorter stop, maybe because they are seeing the drop-off in pace on the double stint of tires. We've dropped off about a second compared to the best lap times. Of course, not going to be the best representation given that temperatures have increased since then. Munoz will jump out, and doesn't look like Caden Bean is sharing that 16 car. Instead, it's going to be Daniel Kraft. Kraft, we know, is a pretty crafty veteran there. See what I did? But he is also a very experienced LMP2 driver, and I think that is probably a good pairing between the two of them, as they'll now try and close the gulf between Timo Hayden and the rest of the LMP2 field. So maybe not far away from the rest of the P2s coming down to pit as well. A number of cars also have been getting a second warning in terms of track limits, but still no penalties have come down just yet for that. We'll wait to see if anyone will incur the wrath of stewards. And I like it, Taylor. I like that you're not forced to abide by whatever iRacing deems to be the track limits. You're allowed a little bit more leeway. You don't have to worry about the 1X incidents racking you up and getting a penalty that way. Instead, it's like it is in the real world. If you use and abuse the track limits one too many times, race control is going to slap you on the wrist once, say, don't do that again, get your hand out of the cookie jar. You do it again and you don't give up the time that you gained, you will get a penalty. It's a lot more realistic, and that's ultimately the goal of this series.
And it is certainly a very stellar job that the IVRA is doing to try to be as realistic as possible when it comes to being as part of race control, and they have done a phenomenal job with that. We've seen a bunch of warnings as far as utilizing track limits, but like you said, they usually give about a couple of warnings, a couple of strikes before they start really dropping the hammer down on these penalties right now. A couple of cars have just gotten their second one as they approach into about 60 laps completed in this race.
Pit stop for the Satellite Racing 64 car as they look to come down to pits once more. Alvar Gomez, by the way, we're getting word from that Q34 Fiercely Forward car that started on the outside of the front row in GT3. 2 disconnections in 10 minutes for his pedals. He's not thrilled, to put it mildly. But at least he is grateful that he didn't really affect too many people. A minimal impact, a couple of minor stack-up scores, but could have been a lot worse and did not bring out the safety car. So damage mitigation, damage limitation. So as we work our way through the second cycle of stops for your prototypes, and as we get closer and closer to the first switch around of commentary teams, let's give you the rundown of how things are looking, and let's start with the GT3s first, and we'll wait to see how the LMP2 cycles out. In the GT3s, it's T3 Motorsports by Maniti in their Porsche that leads the way. No tires taken for them in the first cycle of pit stops. Should set them up nicely to have tires through the rest of this race at every next opportunity down on pit lane, but they are about 5.5 seconds clear of 5-Star Motorsports and Adam Isaacson in that Lamborghini. Bit more fuel put into Brandau's Porsche. They might stop a little bit earlier. Pure Sims in third are another 3 and a bit seconds back from the 5-Star Lamborghini. It's a 4-car train of Lamborghinis back from the leader, with German Sim Racing the first car to have taken a full cycle. Patrick Proust led the first hour of the race, had a 6-second advantage, 7-second advantage before he elected to take 4 tires. Fern de Rouge in the 257 put it on pole, but had a drive-through penalty because of a start infringement. Still runs in 5th, but is a considerable ways back from what might be the net race leader in the German sim racing car. 17 seconds separates 4th and 5th. Then you get to the Pro-Am machines. It was a great qualifying from Jacob O'Reilly in the Archer Brothers 301. An interesting call given the delta that he had to the rest of the field to come down and take a full service. He's only 1 second clear of Sim Republic and Blake Bottom, second in Pro-Am. No qualifying time for them. They've worked their way through the field the long old hard way with a hard old slog, 16 spots gained. And Blake Bottoms is really not being dropped by Jacob O'Reilly, even with the worn rubber. Third in Pro-Am is then just behind them, about 6 seconds back from the battle for the class lead, with Jason Dilworth recovering from a spin that he had in the first hour. Satellite Racing had a bit of drama of their own. In the 367, they were on 4th in class. All of those last 3 cars, Sim Republic, Nomad, and Satellite, did not take tires in their pit stop cycle. Final car in the top 10 is the Hellracers 229, with a full service stop for them. Just outside, by the way, is the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing car that had a drive-through penalty to serve, excuse me, not drive-through, a 30-second stop and hold penalty because of a mistake in their registration. They messed up the paperwork, they paid the price with an early slap for that. Then let's walk you through the GTEs. Much smaller in terms of the class size, but plenty of action up and down through the field. The Bonga drums lead the way, but only 25 seconds in terms of their first cycle on pit road. It's a short stop for them. It's also no tires. We'll wait and see what will happen in terms of the overall strategy battle. Team Hoisingfeld were running in the footsteps of the 178 in the early stages, saved a lap of extra fuel compared to Maniti, but they had a bit longer in pit lane, 9 seconds longer. They're now 12 seconds back. Been falling a little bit behind, but the pace seems to be coming back to that Corvette, the only one in the field. Shortest stop out of everyone in GTE goes the Alpine Stars 162 with a 16-second stop, maybe to save the tires, maybe to get some track position, maybe looking forward to the halfway points, but ultimately they're running in third, but do owe us a bit of time down on pit lane. Then you get the pole position winners. Obsidian Racing were able to break out of drafting range, and Edu Morales got to the work at hand, which was run away from the field, but a 48-second pit stop, likely taking 2 tires at the 138. They potentially will get that back at the end, although with the limited tire sets, we'll have to wait and see exactly what's going to happen for them. German Sim Racing then run in 5th, another car that likely only took 2 tires before Team RSO, the first car to have taken a full service, runs in 6th, running in close pursuit with the Orion race team. Mike Dam behind the wheel of the 144, another car with a full service. Phoenix Racing Esport, full service for them. The Samba Racing team not really having the pace today. They are running well down the order, and have also really just been having to try and get some track position by the pit stop cycles. They run in 9th. The RSR by Butt Kicker team runs in 10th after they also had a penalty for a registration error. They're in 10th. L1 Esports and Rafael Russo, a drive-through penalty for them for a start infringement. They find themselves last in the 11 car GTE field. Then we look forward to the LMP2, where good timing because the pit stop cycle is just playing out right now. Timo Hayden still leads the way. He's still in that car, but he has taken tires. So after a double stint, he's got a fresh set of boots on that car, and he will bring that car for at least another double before he hands on over to one of his teammates, the dominant car so far in this class. Daniel Croft has just taken over in the Pure Sims number 16. Paolo Munoz doing a great job on the start to work himself up 2 positions on the opening lap. They find themselves separated from the leader by about 8.5 seconds, but looking forward, might still have a race win in their sights if they've got the pace or if the cautions play their way. Satellite Racing look to be the only car going for a triple stint. An interesting call for them, although Paul Darling might end up coming down very, very early in this next cycle of pit stops. Bold call. Satellite Racing did spin on turn 1, lap 1, trying to bounce back from that. Apex Tech Racing and Chris Barrett then sits in 4th with one of the longer stops that we saw in this cycle of pit stops. He's taken over from Jamie Conway. Technically running net third if you ask me, but maybe Satellite Racing just trying to have an extra set of tires available if we get cautions timed out nicely. Be interesting to see how that plays out there. AJ Lawal has taken over the Team RSO number 97, stepping in for Matt Stortz Hutzfeld. Maybe we'll see Daniel Sudow, maybe we'll not. Maybe a 3-driver lineup in that car. Joey Petrick is now behind the wheel of the 27, while Connor Harrington has stayed behind the wheel of the private label Team Hype number 7 after their 5-second stop-and-go penalty. They've dropped down to 7th, but they are only 2 seconds back from 6th spot, potentially still in with a good finish if things cycle their way. Josh Clogg has taken over in that 34 from Luke Kraus, while Stefan Lindeberg takes over from Magnus Wallström for the Hell Racers 29. Jaden Munoz is now in the Alpinestars Geodesic Racing 62, the last car on the lead lap. And another car that did have to do a stop-and-go penalty, 30 seconds, because of a registration infringement. Delta Sport in their 33 car came into contact with the private label Team Hype. It was about a 2-minute, 15-second repair for Christoph Herbin. They're back out on track, 1 lap down, trying to salvage a result from this race. The Phoenix Racing Esport number 37 rounding out the LMP2 cars. It is great to see that 46 started, 46 still run, Lorenzo, and no safety cars so far. As we get ready to step aside, what do you think is going to be most crucial in this middle portion of the race?
Stay calm, try to develop a gap and manage the tires, maybe fuel. And then I would say to the latter portion of the second half, to the second third of this broadcast, then there's going to be maybe start to pick up the pace, start to force the pace whenever the track temperatures start to decrease.
And a couple of triple stint possibilities, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, Taylor, your first time in the RaceSpotTV commentary booth, and fascinating race in terms of strategy. Not much chaos, which I think is a good thing. We don't like to see all sorts of chaos, but strategy is going to be an important factor, and I think we are likely to have at least one safety car at the end of this race that will really shake things up and maybe bring someone like Delta Sport back into the fray.
It certainly is, and it's been an absolute pleasure calling my first race here on RaceSpot for the IVRA Endurance Series. A great championship series. We've seen chaos in previous rounds in this series, but so far, a great way to continue on. Some great hard racing. A little bit of drama here and there, but what's wrong? Nothing wrong with having a little bit of drama added into an endurance race, because that's just the thrill of it all, and seeing who can bounce back from errors that they've made or been caught up in. And I gotta say, these drivers here are putting on a stellar job here in this early stages.
I just made the rookie mistake of having my mic muted while I went to go say something. You'd never guess that I have done that before, would you? Well, I tell you what, we are ready to step aside. We are an hour and 15 minutes into, an hour and 30 minutes, into this race. Second cycle has just completed for the LMP2 class. GTEs, GT3 still yet to come down one additional time, but at least for now, Arjuna Kankipati, myself, Lorenzo Bonder, and Taylor Barris will step aside. We'll leave you in the very capable hands of Jonathan Burke, Stefan Schlacker, and Will Chadwick. Lorenzo and myself will be back for the final couple of hours of this race to walk you through to the checkered flag. The first third is done, halfway point still yet to be awarded. It's round 2 in the winter season of the GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA and VCO. Plenty more coverage to come, uninterrupted on RaceSpotTV. Over to you, Jonathan.
Well, thank you, Arjuna, and good afternoon and good evening to those of you that are watching. And welcome to Interlagos here. We have a brilliant race on hand, 4 classes, 66 laps complete. It's myself, Stefan Schlacker, and Will Chadwick. They'll be taking you through this middle portion of the race. Ryan Bauer will still be our main production man, and right now, a little bit of an interesting development in terms of strategy. Some drivers taking the option not to change tires after that second stop, despite the high track temperatures that we're experiencing here, over 100 degrees Fahrenheit right now on this Brazilian summer. I guess I'll throw it over to you, Stefan and Will. What are you expecting so far, and what have you liked so far from the racing?
Yeah, it's been quite interesting to see the racing so far and the strategies develop. And I'm looking forward to see how people play the car. There obviously being the chance of safety cars on the line. So in my opinion, when you're running that, is that you want to just make sure that you're always on the lead lap at the same time. But that's sometimes hard to do, and I wonder if we'll ever see some strategy gambles as we get later on in this race in order to do that.
Yeah, for the teams that are using just the 2 tires pitting right now, obviously they're thinking about the long end, they're thinking about the high track temperatures, which we're probably gonna hit quite soon. Like you have said, we're already past the 100-degree Fahrenheit, so it will come, and I think those guys are playing out for that. They don't really have that hot track temperature set up right now for their cars, and that's why they're wanting to safe stack those tires obviously right now. But this can also backfire because you never know if and when a safety car comes out.
Yeah, only 5 sets of tires allocated for this 1,000 kilometer race. That includes the set you start out with, so it is also about managing towards the end as well, putting yourself in a position for the end of the race. And I did notice the track temp just jumped another ½ degree Celsius. So this track temp continuing to rise, only 11:43 in virtual Brazil. Into a private label team Hype that got a penalty earlier, was fighting in the top 5, and now all the way down in 7th. Just getting around some GTE traffic right now. Not a lot of on-track battles. Everyone kind of spread out for the moment. And they're
Calm
trying to
before the
chase
storm.
Calm before the storm. They're trying to chase down Element Sim Racing Fire that's currently in the 6th position. And again, no safety cars yet, no major incidents yet. Pretty calm, cool, collected racing from all classes so far. We had an interesting tussle between the 733 earlier that resulted in a few warnings and some moves and ahs, but other than that, it has been very calm. Pit stops underway, or rather, the 56 is back down on pit road.
Yeah, I think I noticed earlier, just having a little look through before we got on commentary, that the LMP2s were starting to come into the stop cycle. I think several of them stopped not too many laps ago, and I think the 56 is just a little bit out of the sequence, or maybe actually running a little bit longer, doing a bit better on the fuel mileage. So it's interesting to see they've already got that advantage over the majority of the field.
Yeah, I thought they went down a bit earlier, but I guess I was wrong in my calculations on that one. So they will drop now from the lead. It goes Impulse Racing, and they're going to sit down there and probably get a round of full service now. That elevates Pure Sims and Daniel Kraft to the lead. As here comes Harrington down the inside, and that 7 machine is fast. I think they just need to overcome a few of those penalties, and I think, Stefan, you've covered IVRA before, and you know, like, sometimes penalties, especially if you get multiple in a race, can set you back a ways.
Yeah, you most definitely have to be careful with those penalties, because they most definitely can really hurt your racing. But also you have to be careful in especially this race with all the track warnings, because we have seen so many teams already at least pick up one track limit warning already, and we have already gone into the teens, if I look quickly at our sheet here, that have already that 2nd warning. So they really have to be careful to not get that 3rd warning, because that 3rd warning already means that they will most definitely have to serve a penalty.
Yeah, I think also going back to that impulse thing, I believe I was correct, and they just came down just a few laps ago, and that is a lot of damage on the front end of our leader. The 56 machine that was up front for most of the day so far is on pit road for extended repairs.
Yeah, I'm just having a look back now to see what happened. Yeah, it looks like they were coming through the midsection of the lap, and they've made contact with a yeah, it looks that they were running in the pack, and yeah, the RSO GTE equipment, which has led the Impulse car going straight into the back of them, that's really, really unlucky for the 56 Impulse car there.
Thanks, Stephanie. Well, you can see the cars ahead of him that are going to be the perpetrators. Those 3 in a line heading into turn 4.
Yeah, Timo Hayden and Impulse Racing, they are gonna be here right in the mix. I think they're the ones that are gonna hit them, obviously, with that front end damage that Impulse Racing did pick.
Get back towards the top again. They are about, well, they're actually 2 laps down from Pure Sim, so they might need a safety car or some divine intervention.
Yeah, for me, just having a brief look at that, I think that the RS Cargo car didn't necessarily mean to dive there. I think it was just where you just get on the brakes a little bit too late, bunch up as a pack, and unfortunately for the Impulse car, they've just got caught in an incident which wasn't very big at all. For the GTE car, just a small mistake, and the consequences are large for the leading LMP2 there.
All right, let's take a moment to chat with one of the drivers of the Satellite Racing LMP2 that has now been promoted to 2nd place due to these developments. Syandra is currently with us. Paul Darling behind the wheel, and Sai, can you hear us?
Oh yeah, I got you loud and clear.
All right, so 70 laps down, a little over 140 to go. How do you feel so far?
Well, as you can probably tell, our start was a little bit rocky, but besides that, I think we've made it up nicely. Our strategy is coming into effect here a little bit. Definitely was helped out by a couple of incidents from our competitors there. But P2 is very strong for what we have right now, only 20 seconds behind the leader. And tripling these tires is definitely difficult, but certainly not the toughest thing we've had to do before. So, and I think that was definitely a surprise for everybody. So, and we have more in store. So,
you mentioned
tripling them on their toes.
You mentioned tripling the tires. Like, how hard is it right now to conserve these tires, especially with the track temp that continues to increase?
The main thing was that Paul did a great job in his first and second stints of not pushing the tires too hard, not sliding them, and just keeping the temps down and on the tires so they don't, cure and harden up and get really, really sketchy on the third stint. His lap times are looking great for triple stinted tires, and they should hold till the end of the stint.
All right, and last question, how are you going to orchestrate and try and figure out how to get these halfway points? The max halfway points you guys have gotten over this Grand Championship has only been 30. You're hoping to stay up in 2nd place?
Yeah, we're hoping. A couple of times we got a little bit, caught out by safety cars, but surprisingly, the racing here has been pretty clean today. Not too many incidents. So fingers crossed we're able to hold 2nd for those halfway points.
All right. Well, thank you, Sai, for your time, and good luck to you guys, and hopefully we get to talk to you later.
Thanks, John.
Syandra of the 64 machine currently running in 2nd position. Satellite Racing winners at the winter season finale at Barcelona. Again, about 23 seconds off the lead. They're 5 seconds away from Apex Tech Racing. So in a nice, comfortable 2nd position here, guys.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting to think about those halfway points, and it's whether if you think your race is going poorly, or actually something maybe to think about the Pure Sims car. Does that point of the race come where you're out of sequence with the stops, or you can be out of sequence with the stops in order to benefit from just being in an extra position while some of your rivals have already pitted for tyres? And do you play a card there in order to secure some points early on, knowing that you have the chance of catching back up or losing a bit of time with safety cars to come later on in the race potentially?
You know, the thing with these halfway points is that IVRA has, it's kind of a little bit in the terms of strategy-wise, if you really want to go for them. You can kind of look at it as if it was stage racing in NASCAR. It's kind of the same thing there. If you really want to go for them, you have to set up your strategy, not only for that halfway point, but you also have to think further. You have to think 4 or 5 steps ahead, because the race doesn't pause there. You still have to continue to race. So if you're first in and dead last on the end of the race, those halfway points really aren't going to do anything for you in the big sense of the overall championship. So there are most definitely some teams out there that don't care about those halfway points. They're saying, well, yeah, halfway points are nice and good, but the big prizes are won at the end, and that's exactly where we need to be focusing. If we're gonna get a good plethora of points from the halfway points, that's perfect, but it's not our strategy. And so you really have to balance that act. You want to have as many points as possible from the halfway point without sacrificing any of those points in the end.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Stefan. I think that you definitely need to plan your race out from the start, but I'm thinking maybe for some teams that have slightly had the race not go to plan, maybe carrying a bit of damage, may have a look towards that in order to salvage something a little bit. But I guess we'll see how the strategy plays out as we have passed 74 laps now for the LMP2 leaders. I believe it is also 69 laps in the GTE class and 68 for the GT3 leaders.
As soon as those LMP2 leaders cross the line, halfway points will be awarded. When we get to halfway, of course. And we're getting a very interesting battle here between Team Hype and Element Simfire. These two have been going at it for quite some time, haven't really left each other for the last 10 or so laps, and this traffic does not seem to be helping either of them, because once they get clear, well, the other driver comes right back up next to the traffic. Coming through 12, 13, and going up the hill into 14 now. Gets caught out a little bit by the Porsche.
Yeah, just interesting to see what the strategy is here. Do they want to sit behind a little bit, be pretty cautious through the traffic, or do they want to try and save a little bit of fuel while they can, as they get a little bit boxed in here by the two GT3s, which are battling into the center S's? What will they do here? Just going for the nice and easy cutback. Not very aggressive, very nice driving. The GT3 drivers will appreciate that.
Yeah, and traffic management has been really, I think, key in a lot of these IVRA races, and I think this is a track that gives you a lot of ample opportunity to get around the traffic without much issue, but also some probable corners right here. Like 4 and 5, sometimes the LMP2 cars can get cut up behind, but it's really this middle portion of the sector from 6 to 11. So you get a replay here. I believe, Stefan, you spotted this.
Yeah, we actually got hints from Lorenzo about this one, and oh my goodness, wasn't clear there. Completely nails the 1-2-1 into the Armco barrier. Awkward return here as well, has to wait a long time for the traffic to clear. Waits patiently right now. Good thing there from the 1-2-1. Backs off. Still is standing there right in the grass. Nails the throttle now way too slow. And oh my goodness.
Oh no.
Yeah, that.
And here we go again.
That is how you rejoin a track there, guys. And that 1-2-1 most definitely has a lot of rear end damage. That car is crabbing, and indeed it is in pit lane. Yeah, highly unfortunate there for GSR. No wrongdoing of them at all, but all the 1-2-1.
Looks like they're going to be on pit road for an extended period of time because they may have had some damage towards that rear. I've noticed those hitting that rear tire, especially in that rear suspension, can be very sensitive on those GTE cars lately.
Also saw a self spin from the number 49 motorsports car. Actually, the number 349 for you on your timing screens, but they rejoined nice and safely and got on their way very well.
This is the battle now for second, and Apex Tech has closed down the gap to Paul Darling. 3 or 4 tenths faster a lap as Chris Barrett Ben. And now an intense fight, I think, for second place is going to be on. They have a decent-sized gap away from Team RSO, so they can fight for a little bit. But I wouldn't discount that 97 car from closing these two down.
I'm a little bit surprised they weren't able to do something here into turn 4, but now finally gets the job done. That's an interesting point.
That was
there.
easy.
Yeah.
That was easy.
Well,
I mean, we just talked to the Satellite Team Racing, and I think they might be just trying to conserve these triple strinted tires.
Yeah, I don't know. That was maybe just fuel saving there.
Fuel saving as well. Maybe grass saving for the green and white BMW that just went off the track right there.
That was Element Sim Racing Earth there. Whatever on Earth happened to them, we do not know.
I think they were trying to get out of the way of Obsidian Racing, and then there was two LMP2s that are angrily fighting right behind them. And I think that's I think they'd rather take the off track and the loss of time than getting involved in any of these two fights. Now, big draft right here. Can he make a dive into the Senna S's ball, Darling? Nope, not this occasion.
This is really great for Paul Darling right here, because this will save them a lot of fuel. 3/4, you can continue to stay in the draft if you really know how to fuel save in the draft. He is gonna be able to stick for a couple of laps with the car that just overtook him. So we really have to continue to watch this maybe, because Delta might be onto something here.
Yeah, something to add on the fuel saving point there is as of the recent 2022 Season 2 update, fuel saving entirely has changed for the LMP2 drivers. Of course, usually we've seen the LMP2s using a bit of clutch to coast into the corner, to lose as little time as possible. But now that isn't possible for these LMP2 cars. They now have their clutch disabled above, I believe, 105 kilometers an hour. So it's not really possible for them to save the way they did before. So it's more interesting to see how they've adapted for that as we see a battle in the GT3 cluster.
This is a battle for the lead. Isaacson has been much faster these past few laps, but it looks like Brandon Winner in the Pure Sims Esports machine has now got the power down and trying to get away. An Impulse Lamborghini now dividing this as well. We have three Lamborghinis all under a blanket. And Pure Sims currently leading in this category. Pure Sims now leading two of the 4 categories today so far.
Yeah, and Pure Sims here in this shot, the only reasonable team to not put on the endurance lights.
Do you mean the giant lights in the front? You don't like those giant lights in the front?
Yes.
I mean, anything you can do to distract your opposition, no? I think it's a good distraction technique. You know, you just sat there in your GT3 car, looking in your mirror, and if you see massive lights ablaze behind you, you might be more inclined to make a mistake. You never know.
Counter offer. If Pure Sims thinks they're going to be leading, which they currently are, why do you need to put the lights on in the first place?
That's a good point, but you cannot guarantee that in the world of racing.
And speaking about mistakes, we're getting word that Heusenfeld spun on pit lane. That is also not something you want to do too often.
It's the Christian Frank in the GTE machine, the 148. So they were up in second at one point. And now German Sim Racing may want a piece of 5-star motorsports. As Isaacson closed down on Pure Sims, but now is going to be under threat here from Patrick Parise. And late on the brakes, as close as you can get probably going into that corner. Good move there by the German Sim Racing. Unfortunately, however, they've lost about 2 seconds to Pure Sims after being right on their tail end.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the battle we have that is developed in GT3 across the course of this race. The leading 3 cars still only split by 2.5 seconds here.
And pit stops right around the corner for these guys as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to see because as I think we see.
Oh, that's Phoenix Racing.
Ahead.
I believe that's the Phoenix Racing LMP2 that has gone around. Michael Goth, excuse me.
Interesting. Let's have a look if we can see what happened there. As we get a replay from our wonderful producer. The all looks normal here. Is it going to be a self-inflicted incident? Yes, it is. And that's a very good avoidance from the GT3 there. And luckily, he doesn't have to deal with the actual off-track that he gets there because as the track limits we spoke about earlier.
I have to say, I haven't seen an LMP2 spin through that corner for quite some time. That's very intriguing how he managed to do that. I haven't even seen an LMP2 spin there on triple stinted tires yet, so I would really love to know what those inputs looked like when he managed to spin that LMP2 around.
I was just trying to have a look at the LMP2 to see whether it has any damage which may be causing a little bit of an upset in the aero balance of the car, but the steering looks pretty straight, but maybe they've gone for a slightly lower downforce setup, which has just led to it being a little bit twitchy, especially on the older tyres. I must say, they do look like they're struggling for a lot of traction here, as I watch their onboard from my own personal capabilities.
You can see that rear end just getting all sorts of out of shape, and maybe it's just some damage. They were on pit road after their second stint for quite some time, so I'm wondering if there has been some damage. Now we head up back to the battles in GT3. Patrick Ruiz has closed down on the Pure Sims Lamborghini that's not straight ahead. That's the Impulse Lamborghini that's in between them. The RSO LMP2 going on the outside. Unfortunately, this, I don't want to say a pick, but this unfortunate sandwich for Impulse is really hurting the German Sim Racing's attempts to try and get the lead. He'll now go to the inside coming out of Curve du Sol. And now he might have an opportunity to get Pure Sims, but there is a hornet's nest of traffic right ahead of him.
Yeah, this was just great for GSR right there. Perfect overtaking there. We're utilizing the traffic to its full extent. LMP2 overtaking a GT3 will always cause an issue for the GT3 that is being overtaken, and perfectly executed by the 246.
Yeah, looking towards this now, it looks like the German Sim Racing car is going to be able to close up rather rapidly as the Pure Sims car reaches the 14th and 15th placed GT3 cars, along with the 13th place as well, who seems to have quite a lot of damage.
Yeah, these are some of the cars that are just, I think, trying to make it home that are right in front of them. They're all battling for position. Now here comes a very angry and decisive Impulse LMP2 and German Sim Racing almost off the track. And the Impulse Lamborghini there politely decides to stay right behind instead of taking advantage of that situation. And then lap traffic always key in multi-class racing, and never more so than right now, where we have a battle for the lead in the same category as we have some damaged cars right ahead of them trying to fight for positions.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting dynamic to see here, as we're coming up nearly a lap for the Pure Sims car behind these lapped cars, and it really will give you a few more opportunities to make the move here. As we see a bit of contact
into the rear end.
Have they got damage? Did the Pure Sims car pick up a bit of damage? From first look, it doesn't look like they did, but they obviously have lost the lead now.
And not only that, but they've also lost second place to Impulse Racing, so this really didn't work out quite well for Pure Sims there. And yeah, just awkward interaction up ahead. Nothing they could have done, has to avoid all of that, and loses a lot of positions just because two cars up ahead weren't quite sure what to do with each other.
Saw a similar incident earlier in turn 8 that resulted in Impulse Racing losing the lead in the LMP2 category and picking up a lot of damage. But now this is going to be the time where there's going to be constant chatter on the radio about damage and about downforce and about if their car's in good shape. The good news is, again, pit stops are going to be coming soon for the GT drivers and the GT3 cars. So they're going to be able to take a look at it if necessary. The bad news is they've already lost 2 seconds to German Sim Racing, who now dives on the inside of Quasar, and Quasar is turned around into the Senna S's. I don't think the 225 was expecting the leader to come to the inside of him like that. And that's Aaron Eccles in the Quasar Sim Racing Hydra machine.
Yeah, he has a good run there on the Quasar car, but he's so far still back. That's 20 meters, 20 meters that GSR is back, and just a slight contact to the left rear of the Quasar car. Nothing they could have done, couldn't have seen GSR green car to come dive up the inside. And I'm afraid that's how you self-inflict a loss of lead right there.
I think it looks like he was spinning a little bit before then.
Yeah, the car does look like it had a bit of damage beforehand. I don't believe they would have gone round, but we will never know because they obviously had that contact. However, it did look like the German sim racing car there actually, kind of as they got towards the apex, the car was turning fine. They weren't in ABS. But as they started to realise they might actually make a bit of contact, they panicked a little bit, got on the brakes a bit too hard, and it just meant that the GT3 just went a little bit straight, and it actually caused them to make contact a little bit sooner.
A word on that unsafe rejoin incident that we saw a little bit ago, a 60-second stop and hold penalty for the 121 after that unsafe rejoin earlier. And they're going to be a ways down, 10th position in class. Good news is they at least have the RSR by butt kicker 58 to fight with in their class, just 6 seconds up the road, but those two are a long ways away from their class leaders.
Yeah, before we saw that incident, there was also the incident with the 197. They also gained themselves a 20-second stop and go penalty for that incident in turn 8. So lots of penalties lately coming into the mix.
And the good news is for Race Control, not a lot at once, so it's very easy for them to kind of get through one incident and move on to the next, at least. But we know, safety car and safety car restarts, sometimes there will be a lot of contact and a lot of reports very, very quickly. Up here, Sims looks to be the faster car in the second and third sectors here, so it looks like they're going to be able to try and reel in German sim racing again, but it's really this final straightaway, like the exit speeds for that 246, where you can just get a huge gap going.
Yeah, but they're fighting for the lead lap here. So will they be patient, sit behind the German sim racing car, or are they anticipating maybe a safety car or the round of pit stops? Do they want to try and start making up time on the leader themselves and restart their progress in this race from being a lap down? They certainly seem to have good pace with Nico Weber in the car.
And they obviously have brought a good setup here for the Impulse Racing GT3s, because currently the third place in this class is the 257 that's going to be about a couple seconds back down the road. Obviously the 256, a little bit of early struggles, now stuck behind the leader one lap down from their class leader. They've done a good job of just kind of staying out of the way, though, when this has gotten intense, and it might get intense again, with a Porsche and a BMW straight ahead.
Yeah, they haven't put themselves in any unsavoury position. They've been a very, very nice and polite backmarker in these situations, which is what you need to do in a race like this. We're only 78 laps in for the GT3 cars, obviously 87 for the LMP2s. And you just can't, especially with the struggles they had earlier on in the race, you can't get yourself caught up in battles which aren't your own, and you just need to run your own race the fastest way you can in order to end up making progress.
Looks like pit stop's going to be underway once again for the LMP2s. I think a little bit early maybe for Pure Sims to come on down, but we should expect the rest of the field to follow suit. And this may be also the money stop before you get to those halfway points. Take your tires here, take your adjustments, maybe make your driver changes here as Chris Barrett fakes out pit lane and stays out on track. We'll get to wait and see if any of the other LMP2s will be on their way down.
And the 16 that we just saw go into pit lane. They're also right now under review for a penalty, and that one is still related to that 121 incident, because they are the LMP that did touch them into that spin with that unfortunate U-turn, it's called like that. So there might still be trouble on the horizon for that number 16.
As Daniel Kraft rejoins the race, now in 7th position overall and in class. We get to wait and see when these drivers come in. I feel like that stop was a bit early from Pure Sims, but we've also, I think we've mentioned this a little bit already, Stefan, when we were chatting beforehand, that like some of these LMP2s seem to be pitting a bit early, and we're kind of wondering, is that because these track temperatures that continuously keep to increase, or is it because of something else?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure why they're pitting so early. Maybe they're just like knowing that with their strategy right now they would have to do a splash dash in the end, and so they're making their stints increasingly shorter, or have made their stops shorter, so that they have a nice even number along the way. I mean, we have seen this work last year in the Watkins Glen iRacing special for Apex Racing, when they were battling for the lead and only missed out on the win with their brilliant strategy by 3 seconds. So it can work if you have the numbers and the capacity to hit those numbers exactly.
And they were one of the ones that were in earlier on the second stint as well, only 26 laps in the second stint. They've gotten 31 this time, so they're just a little bit off cycle, and that might come back to bite them.
Yeah, I think as we rise towards 50-degree track temperature here, it's going to become harder and harder to run as long as these drivers want to on these sets of tyres. And with the tyre set limit that was mentioned earlier, that you're going to want to have your shortest stints of the race at this period of time where the track is at its hottest, because you will be wearing the tyres down more. Something to note as well for the GT3 cars is they've obviously had the 22 Season 2 update where they have been reworked in a way. They've got a bit more rear end downforce. The wing settings has been changed before this round of the IVRA. And also, I think from my own personal perspective, they require a lot more steering angle than they used to, especially at lower speed. Which leads to what looks like, from my testing, a little bit more tyre wear. So it's an interesting one to see, though, whether that affects the strategies that the GT3s can pull off today.
And there was a few changes as well to the tyre wear as well, hoping that some of these endurance cars, especially in the GTE side, where you don't see the tires just completely fall off a cliff at one point, trying to make it so they kind of ease down the wearing. I know sometimes, depending on how good you are at tire conservation, they tend to fall off a cliff. As someone who's poor at both oval and road tire conservation, I will tell you that they will still fall off a cliff, especially if you're bad at it.
It's all a technique. GT3 cars for a while required a very, very, very smooth driving style. And depending on what car you were driving, that was either more important or less important. But now I feel like you can be a little bit more aggressive with the tyres in terms of generating lap time, but whether that degrades the tyres poorly, I'm still yet to see. But it's an interesting thought, because we're obviously still within week 13, still within the build week. We've only had these new GT3 regulations for a few days now, as we see the 256 car maybe looking to make a move. Doing a little bit of fuel saving there, no clutching in, just lifting off, saving about 0.05 maybe of a litre, or 0.05 I should say.
Slightly letting the LMP2 by as well.
And very good traffic management there from the 256.
And you're definitely right, Rob. With only such a short time on this build as well, and free practice, obviously during the build week for these teams, so free practice and kind of the testing sessions are probably being good. But normally for like a lot of these races, especially Watkins Glen, where we were kind of midway through season 1, you had a decent amount of time to test, you can organize your drivers a bit better. this was probably going to be one of the hardest weeks for testing and setup, just because of, well, we have a new build right away, and you don't know how some of these setups and some of these cars are going to react, especially to variables like we have today, where we're just crossed a bit past noon and we're inching ever so closer to 50 degrees Celsius track temp.
Exactly. No, I completely agree with that. I mean, it is, as we see one of the cars come into for a stop there, I believe it was a 213 car. You've had the entirety of, I believe that the previous GT3 updates came in on 21S3, so you had the entirety of those 2 seasons to be used to the new GT3 regulations. You also had the 2 special events that started the year, being the Bathurst 12 and the Daytona 24-hour. So anyone that was used to driving GT3s already knew what they were to expect, whereas as soon as we come into this week, they've drastically changed, and now it's a big change for these teams to see how they drive.
Stefan Schlager being busy counting up all the good old warnings and off tracks that are going on. At least it's all the GT cars, though, Stefan. At least the LMP2s are not being the main perpetrators.
Yeah, we pretty much have as many, or nearly as many LMP2 cars that still have 0 warnings for track limit extensions as we have in the whole of the 2 GT categories. So most definitely LMP2s have been a lot nicer with those incidents, and don't forget, the 3rd warning is already a stop and go penalty for you, or a penalty for you. So you really have to be careful to not extend too much. Now these track warnings are only in effect for turn 4 and turn 12. Those are the 2 painted areas, and it's quite easy to spot turn 4. Everything that is the green tarmac is taboo. Doesn't matter with how little you touch that. If you touch it, you are gonna get a flag. Same thing for turn 12, but there are also the rain counts as being off limits, so you really have to be careful right here as well. We're actually gonna come up to turn 12 now, so Andreas Olsen here, everything that is blue, and that is off limits right there, and he does a very nice job.
A very nice job staying off the tarmac. Unfortunately, probably a little frustrated getting stuck behind an Impulse Porsche or an Impulse Lamborghini. I know my cars.
And I have also just gotten a new penalty, this time for the 16, overtaking that 121 around the outside. So they did get a drive-through penalty for that, and I think that is quite a nice incident for how much time that 121 lost in the end. But obviously also that 121 had quite the interesting take on how to re-enter a live racing track.
Well, that's going to unfortunately lose, I believe, Pure Sims the lead, because they're only 10 seconds ahead of Apex Tech Racing and Chris Barrott. So Daniel Croft has to quickly come down pit road and hope that he doesn't lose too much time. He's going to lose about 20, 22-ish seconds. So he's actually going to come out 3rd place behind Team RSO. As the fight on your screen, it's a mix of Pro and AM category cars. We have 2 GT3 classes here, GT3 Pro and GT3 AM. You can tell them apart by one with the green numbers, that is your Pro, and the Pro AM category is the purple numbers. This, I believe, is a fight. Yeah, this is a fight for 3rd place in the AM category. And for Pro, this is all the way down in 7th position. So these are two different battles, both for position on track, with lap traffic and good old LMP2 splitting them. As I was team hype that went by. Pure Sim still is yet to serve that penalty. They are required to serve it within the next few laps. So wherever that 16 car is, it needs to prepare to come down pit road.
Yeah, something to add to that point is I believe Apex Tech Racing are still to stop. It looks like they haven't had a pit stop since I believe. Well, they changed driver on. No, I'm lying again. I believe they came in on lap 91. Yeah, I am incorrect. Will lose lead. Right.
But there you go. We had 3. We had all classes, I think, pit at once, and they're all kind of spread out. So I don't blame you for losing track of which ones have and which ones haven't, because they've kind of all merged together in this one weird pit sequence right now.
Yeah.
Look at separated again. And there goes Hellraisers diving to the inside of Fiercely Forward through the center S's. And Fiercely Forward will hold on to the position for now. This is for 9th and 10th, and Fiercely Forward, a team that when we had the 2020-2021 season, we had an LMP2 AM in a GTE Cam category. They were champions in both categories, but their pro cars struggled, and it's showing here, unfortunately, as well this season. The familiar black and yellow livery, this week blue and yellow, has just kind of been struggling so far for the LMP2 category this season. It's kind of a shame, as they've been a fast-paced car and have shown the skill level to get up and get podium places. Just sometimes bad luck puts them down further. And same with the Hellraisers machine as well, the 29 of Stellan Lindenberg. Hellraisers much more competitive, I think, on the GT3 and GT4 side in the Club Cup series. They've had their struggles here, over in the Endurance series, but again, this is going to be a good scrap for 9th and 10th. German Sim Racing gets out of the way.
Close enough to make a move here. With the toe being rather strong in the LMP2 class because of the large amounts of downforce that they generate. The 29 going to the outside here, getting a little bit of side draft, giving plenty of room to the 34, and the 34 yields and lets the 29 go by into the center S's here.
So, Stefan and Will, I think you can help me out here. How on earth did that 16 that just came through and served a drive-through penalty keep the lead? He was only 11 seconds ahead.
Yeah. Well, that's the good thing, kind of the pit lane here, because it is a fast entry and it's a short pit lane at the same time, with pretty much the same exit speed out of pit lane once again as you have on the live racetrack. So you're really not losing too much time with just the drive-through penalty, as you were able to see. It was only like 9 seconds that they lost. You can most definitely get away with things sometimes on the track of Sao Paulo because of just how short this pit lane really is.
Yeah, just having a look at the way that they executed that, for something when we're always preparing for events at the high level, pit lane execution is something that you are heavily focusing on. I know this doesn't quite fall under that exactly, but they were very good on the braking into the lane. They made sure they didn't lose any unnecessary time, banged on the speed limit, and they overall executed it really well and lost as little time as possible there. So yeah. That's why they've managed to just keep the lead, as you said, losing about, because as well you've got to think the pit lane exit is actually it's a little bit shorter. It definitely doesn't lose time to the center S's. I don't actually know if maybe you even gain time, but I would have to test that. I'm not 100% sure.
You don't gain time, but you also don't lose time. It's if you nail it perfectly, it's just as fast as the racetrack. If you're not as confident through that right-hander of the pit lane, you're going to be slightly slower, but most of the time you are actually going to be able to battle someone down into turn 4 if you hit it right.
I was just kind of amazed, because I think that's out in the head, and I'm remembering from the Formula 1 race. I'm like, oh, all right, well, pit delta's probably about like 18, 20 seconds. They're probably going to fall at least a second, and then I look at the timing screen and they're out of pit lane and only a second ahead of the lead of Apex Tech, and I'm like, that's confusing. So great job there by Daniel Kraft, making sure to minimize the amount of time affected by that. And unfortunate there for Chris Spar and Apex Tech. I think they were hoping that white and blue Pure Sims machine was going to be behind them, but thanks to lap traffic, however, they still might have a shot at the lead here.
The gap ebbs and flows as we enter the final part of the lap. Will Apex Tech get slightly better off on traffic? They definitely will. I would say they've gained about half a second there, if not a little bit more, through just a little bit more beneficial timing of the traffic. And as the gaps, it's only just over a second here as they get a tiny benefit from the SO.
They were really lucky though with that draft as well, down up to the front stretch once again, because that helped them massively, gained them just 3/10 from the last turn all the way to start finish, so they most definitely can be on the hunt here. But there we go, battle for a lapping there, and immediately lose once again a second at those two.
One thing I did notice, just having a look, I noticed it just by watching the gap a little bit and having a look at the cars. The Daniel Kraft in the Pure Sims 16 LMP2 car, he is heavily saving fuel. He was lifting as early as the line going into turn 1, and also into turn 4 he was lifting early as well. So clearly he's got a fuel target that he's working to here, which is why we see that such large lifting and coasting.
And how much fuel did he have to burn trying to get into pit lane and making sure to maximize the time getting out? As we view the GT3 battle, this is Raf van der Linden and Alpine Stars Geodesic. Now the 5 is an incorrect register number. It is still the 262, so no worries on that front, but this is for position. Van der Linden trying to defend from the Hellraiser's Gluttony right behind in a hornet's nest of traffic. You can see the Porsche, or not the Porsche, the Mercedes Minizzi machine not too far ahead in the AM category, and there's a, well, that's an interesting line. Yeah. But Porsche right behind this gaggle of cars. I think that was more of an evasive action line than it was a, I'm gonna try and gain some timeline.
I think that was not Barcelona, that was Ryan Wasilewski, if I see this correctly. Yeah, exactly. Of Satellite Racing GT3M, and Ryan actually being smart about that one. He had the off-track at turn 4 and then decided to wait all the way to turn 5, the exit of turn 5, to re-enter the track, because that way you're actually gonna drive around that track limiting that he would have gotten otherwise.
It's a good move there by the Satellite Racing machine. They're trying to chase down Torque Freak, which is just a little bit ahead of this fight, just up the road about 4 seconds. You can see the rear end of their Porsche not too far away. And the Porsche on Porsche battle. Van der Linden and the Hellraiser's Gluttony machine as the two Minizzi machines trade places right ahead. Now we have the Delta Sport 33 that's angrily trying to make up some time. Christoph Herbigno trying to get around the outside. That was a bold move from him, and that might catch Van der Linden off guard enough for the Hellraisers to make a dive into turn 4. Nothing doing right there. It looks like they might hold station. Satellite Racing is in a battle for position in GT3, but not in the same class. The R&M category machine, not a pro machine, so fighting the Hellraisers and Alpine Stars Geodesic might not be that useful.
No, but it's also interesting to see that the fact that this GT3 pack is still pretty close together. You know, ahead of this battle for 8th between the 5229 and the 367, you've got the battle for 6th and 7th, I believe, not too far up the road. They're slightly split apart from each other, but the 358 in 7th and the 318 in 6th, they're not too far away. So, you know, it's a realistic target for them to try and push up the field here and try and get into a slightly better position.
Such there's only 17 laps to go until halfway points will be awarded. There's a Porsche going off, and there are the Rusty Spatulas staying on track. It looks like they were in a close fight with Westward Racing Esports in the 387 down there. This is around the 10th position in their class, but looks like they had to bail out of that fight very quickly for the Westwood Racing Esports machine. On board Satellite Racing, they can still see their two Porsche competitors ahead of them. That's Pure Sims getting on through, and not too far behind will be Apex Tech Racing. Pure Sims, by the way, opening up the gap to 3 seconds. It was only 1.3 at the time that they got out of pit road. So even with the fuel saving, guys, that Pure Sims machine is flying, even through the traffic as well, too. Amazing stuff from Kraft.
He just seems to be managing it perfectly. And if you are really you could lose less time in the past when you had the clutch for fuel saving, so you know you're obviously losing a little bit more time now in this build. But the way that Kraft is managing traffic, is managing when he saves fuel and when he chooses to do a little bit more, a little bit less. It is really good with the pace that he's holding here and managing to extend the gap to Apex Tech Racing.
PureSim's a team that was a threat in 2020 and 2021 season for a handful of wins. Not a lot of the races worked out their way, but this season, the 2021-22 season, they have been the team to beat. They've won at the Nürburgring, took a full 150, leading the halfway mark. They led the halfway mark at the Red Bull Ring, second in Barcelona, and a second at Watkins Glen. So a victory of 3 total podiums in 4 races so far in the Grand Championship for that 16 machine. And they're clearly the ones to beat. And not like Apex Tech's or any slouch either. Apex Tech winning at the Red Bull Ring during the winter season. And standing right behind them at the Nürburgring. A bit of struggles at Watkins Glen last month out.
Yeah, let's. Oh, sorry.
You may go ahead.
Looking at, I think Team RSO have also got a decent pace as well. They're kind of keeping the gap to PureSims, if not gaining a little bit. They're definitely gaining on the 13 car, in my opinion, on the Apex Tech Racing. So we could see a battle for second not too long, and maybe, just maybe, before the halfway point, depending on how this goes.
Team RSO has been faster the past couple laps, although Barrett has just put in a 24.9, and that will be the same for RSO. So it looks like they're a bit even now on pace, actually at 25.4. So traffic playing a big factor in how much lap time you can gain. A 25.0. Daniel Kraft out front. Rest of that LMP2 category right now, Satellite Racing LMP2 was sitting in second place, currently now in 4th. Still a good outing, I think, for that team. Team Hype had a few penalties earlier, was fighting in the top 5. They're back in 5th. Element Sim Racing Fire in 6th. Alpine Stars Judas at Gold in 7th. The Out Racers and Fearless Forward fighting for 8th and 9th. 10th is Impulse Racing. They have really been unable to make up much time after that collision earlier. And then Delta Sport back down on pit road in 11th. So it has been a struggle for some of those teams towards the bottom of the field.
But there's still plenty of time left. We've still got the chance of safety cars in this race, although we have had 103 laps completed so far, as the PureSims car goes towards to starting the 104th. You know, we've still got opportunities where we could see potentially back-to-back safety cars. We could see quite a few incidents. You never know what can happen. As they say in motorsport, safety cars breed safety cars. So this race could turn on its head very, very quickly in the matter of a few moments. So I don't think anyone's really out of it yet.
No one's out of it until that checkered flag falls. A little less than now 13 laps away from those precious halfway points. And I know, and Stefan, obviously you sometimes are a bit more of the strategist than I am, but I've talked to a few guys like Team Hoyskeveld and Minizzi, and they've always said like they construct their strategy just not even thinking about the halfway points, because if you're always out front, well, you're already going to get the halfway points.
Yeah, but you also have to be careful when you're running all the time up front, because it can be a false sense of security. Maybe there's a team lurking in the deep, waiting for you to pit, and then all of a sudden they are just at the right point in time to sneak away those halfway penalty points. So I'm most certain that like PureSims has a dedicated strategist sitting there looking at least at the strategies of the other teams, writing down when they're pitting and for how long they're pitting, if they're taking tires, how many tires they're taking and stuff like that, so that they're up to date with maybe a pretended undercut for those halfway points.
Well, of course, PureSims Esports owned / run by Ash Sutton, the multiple touring car champion in the UK. So there's a lot of real world experience backing there for that team which has been put together within the last 2-3 years.
It's interesting to see a lot of different teams and organizations coming in and starting their own sim racing teams, and even some of these sim racing teams grow. Like we mentioned a lot during the 2020-2021 season, the Fierce Day Forward was very new to the scene and already turning some heads and making some headway in some big events. And some familiar names such as Alpine Stars, Geodesic, Pure Sims that have raced in some of the bigger name events, Delta Sport that has gotten some good notoriety as well from outside drivers. It's really lovely and interesting to see how sim racing has grown to incorporate the real world, but also still keep its sim racing identity.
Absolutely, a lot of teams developed during the lockdown period and over the last few years as sim racing as a whole really has grown exponentially. And yeah, even mergers of teams. Started this year just before the Daytona 24 Hours. We obviously saw Maniti and T3 Motorsports combined to be T3 Motorsports by Maniti. And they've been performing really well since that merger. And yeah, no, it's very interesting to see.
Running on board with the Apex Tech machine, Chris Burrett still at the wheel. They got plenty of clean track ahead of him, and that is the Pure Sims machine not too far away. So I think in clean air, this Apex Tech machine might stand a threat. Just a little under 10 laps for those halfway points. They were 7/10 faster last lap. And we have mentioned that Pure Sims saving a lot of fuel. But Daniel Kraft seems to be a master at his craft right now and keeping that car up front.
Yeah, I think that lap last time around from Apex Tech was a very, very good benchmark. The fastest in several laps, I believe, for any of these front runners. Although Daniel Kraft was managing to hit some really good laps at least before he came in for a fuel stop. But you know, only been as fast as a 24.2 really this stint round for Daniel Kraft, whereas as like we said, 24.1 for Apex Tech that time round and 23.9 the previous lap. I say that as Daniel Kraft does a 24.0.
Well, I think someone might have been telling him put the hammer down.
Yeah, maybe.
But this really getting to the point now of how much slower we are, because the fastest lap that we have seen all day long thus far from LMP2 is at 22.227. We're nearly 2 seconds already slower than what we have seen at the very start of this race. So these guys most definitely are starting to heavily feel the effect of the track temperatures. We're already up to 49 degrees Celsius. So these guys, or at least their tires, are shouting for some help, some cloud cover, so that they can get some relief, especially through the middle sector of this racetrack, because there is nothing more excruciating for tires than a slow middle sector where one turn follows another.
This is also one of those tracks that has a little bit of high tire wear in some of these corners. You can see right here, turns 13 through 14, you're full out all the way through. The Senna S's are big braking zone, and then Curve de Sol, you're coming out on the throttle, so these tires are going to be screaming. They would like a Brazilian beach, probably some nice coastal, breeze. Get your feet in the sand and in the water. They do not want a hot Brazilian 120 degrees Fahrenheit racetrack, I don't think.
Yeah, at this time, at this point in time, they most likely wouldn't even want to be on the beach right now, but much rather in a freezer because of how hot they are.
As the person who is currently in the northeastern United States that it's snowing outside, no, they don't. I'd rather be down here where it's way too hot than it is way too cold. But a couple tenths gain now for Barrett, but now the lap traffic starting to get away. This is an Impulse Lamborghini that has seen a couple patches and bruises on the rear end. Now lap traffic starting to come into play. There's not a lot of it ahead. There's only about 5 or 6 cars ahead. But if caught in the wrong place where it could make a huge run on Daniel Kraft in the next few laps.
Yeah, I think it all really comes down to the traffic, comes down to what sort of fuel strategy Daniel Kraft is wanting to do here. You know, I think with the dynamic sky on iRacing, with the temperatures we tend to see and how much they tend to matter, it does not surprise me at all that we've seen such a drop-off in lap times here, even disregarding traffic and what tyre strategies they may be on. And it's only going to rise. You know, we saw the Porsche Esports Super Cup a few weeks ago, maybe I think it was last weekend here, and I believe their temperatures were somewhat stupid, up near the 60s or the very, very high 50s. So it is known in Interlagos here for getting very high track temperatures.
We should mention the ambient temperature is, by the way, only a nice comfortable 60 degrees Fahrenheit or 20 degrees Celsius. So it would be a lovely day to stand outside and watch this race. You know, not clouds in the air, not too sunny. You're not going to get sunburned. It's just this track temp is just quite high and brutal. Now 1.3 seconds now the fight for the lead. Pure Sims under threat from Apex Tech Racing. They had very similar lap times last time by, but now 2 back markers going to be in the way here for Apex Tech. Kind of slow the exit of turn 12, and now they head for 13 and 14, and that's going to give a couple tenths back to Pure Sims.
And sorry, just real quick here, out of curiosity, as we have a lap maneuver here, we are quite interestingly right on point with real life weather, temperature-wise. That's Sao Paulo today.
I think, Stefan, I think both of us should just go to Sao Paulo and get out of our respective climates.
No. I love it cold.
I'm from the UK, so I'd happily go anywhere with a bit of sun for a bit. You know, I think at this time of the year, sometimes we get snow, sometimes it's wonderfully sunny. It's just the way the UK likes to do it. But I must mention, I don't think if you were in Sao Paulo today, you'd want to go for you'd want to go sunbathing on the track surface itself, or you may get very burnt indeed.
Or you may get covered in all these marbles that are appearing up on the outside of these corners.
Very true. The marbling effect.
Personally, I wouldn't lie down on the live racetrack.
Maybe not. Maybe off where Kimi went exploring in the 2012 or 2013 Interlagos Grand Prix, the Brazilian Grand Prix. Maybe in that area, but not directly in front of Daniel Kraft's LMP2. I don't think he or you would come off very well in that circumstance.
What is going off well right now is Kraft's defense of this first place position. It was down to 1.2 at one point, but Kraft has now stretched it back out to 2 seconds. Looking to get that sweet full 50 or leading at halfway. Just 6 laps away from that.
Yeah, you know, the thing is that the traffic right now taketh, the traffic giveth. It's perfectly playing out for Kraft. He is losing sometimes, but most of the time he's actually gaining back more than he actually lost, because we are now once again back up to 2 seconds for just a moment there, as he gets some awkward traffic here right in the middle sector. Gets a little bit run out of position, but still gets past that Porsche. So well done by Kraft. And this once again is better for Apex Tech, but in the end, just look at this traffic. Apex Tech is not going to be able to clear this anytime soon either. So Daniel Kraft once again might gain more from this than he just right now lost.
On that outside right there is that exit out of turn 12, because that can hurt you a lot on the straightaway. There you can see the second place machine in the review mirror. It's now down to 1.1. This is the closest where it has been to the lead since Kraft exited the pit lane after the drive-through penalty.
Once again, Kraft, no real traffic right ahead, and then you look at Apex Tech racing in behind, and they're right in the midst of it. Have to overtake here a car awkwardly out of turn 2, and this once again is hurting Apex Tech more than Pure Sims Esports, and so they continue to stretch this gap a little bit. Once again, turn 4 has a little bit of traffic on the exit, can't fully go on his line, has to go right out in the marbles, and it just continues like this for Apex Tech, and we're right back up from 1.3 seconds to 1.5 seconds. So Apex Tech, they might, at least in this moment, be the faster car, but just traffic-wise, they're not getting lucky enough to even get close to that 16.
Yeah, it's just where, yeah, you're exactly right, Seven. It's where that traffic kind of is placed, because the Curve de Sol, you would think Apex Tech would be able to just power on the outside of that Porsche. But no, that Porsche in the middle of the road, you gotta respect the back markers, respect the other classmates, and now they have to dive to the inside of turn 12 just to get by that BMW, and now the gap is back up to 1.9, almost 2 seconds, because that early Apex means a poor exit out of that corner.
Pure Sims once again with draft all the way from the last turn to the first turn, actually gets nicely past here GT3 as well. And look at this, Apex Tech Racing, once again, same story as last time around. They have to awkwardly overtake another GT3 right through turn 2 and 3, and this just not only slows them down, but it also hurts their tires, because they have to go lap after lap onto the marbles. They slide more, heat their tires up more, and thus have more tire wear. So they really need to be careful some time later in the race when they might run just basically out of tire to overtake people.
Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. The terminology there proving correct, as we really haven't seen the gap change much, despite the fact that it went between 2 to 1 to 2 seconds while they were navigating traffic there. But yeah, no, very good points of seeing that Pearson just seemed to get a bit better look there, and also maybe a little bit better treatment from the GT3 drivers. Often there is a belief that you may get treated a little bit better as the leader when someone sees number 1 on your relative next to your name than if they see number 2.
Back down the field of this battle between Alpine Stars Jurassic and the Hell Racers. This has been raging on for quite some time between Raph van der Linden and Andreas Olsen. This is still a close battle to watch. It says 7th and 8th in the GT3 category. It is actually for 6th and 7th. There is an AM car right ahead of him, and Satellite Racing and Torque Creek are still fighting right behind them as well. So good little scraps, and this is a couple points difference in the halfway points, so in 2 and 3 laps time it might make a major difference for them in the standings. So now Apex Tech is all the way almost 4 seconds behind Pure Sim, so really struggling on this lap. And to the inside, that's an unmarked Porsche going around the Hell Racers, and now put someone in between them and Alpine Stars Geodesics. That breaks up that fight for the time being. I believe that is the RSI by Butt Kicker number 2 Porsche, or actually the number 58 one. And speaking of GTE cars, here's Johnny Verhoff, the T3 Motorsport by Maniti Machine, 5 seconds up on Obsidian Racing. We haven't really talked much about the GTEs guys in the past hour, but this 178 doing a good job, A, fuel saving, and B, with managing their race. They stand pretty comfortably right now.
Yeah, they're cruising here. They've got a nice advantage over Obsidian Racing GTE. They're doing a really good job of managing their race. You know, they've got very experienced drivers in that car. I believe Ruben Bonga, Bas Roeskenkel, I can't say names, and then John Verhoof. I again butchering names, and I apologise to the drivers. but yeah, they're doing a very good job of just managing their own race. As you said, I think before, when you mentioned strategy, you know, when you spoke to them in the past, you say they don't really race for this halfway mark that we are getting closer and closer towards. They're racing just to manage their race against their opposition, run the strategy that they have planned to run.
Yeah, and they are most definitely hitting their numbers quite consistently, because just looking at the lap times they have been doing for the last 3 laps, 31.9, 31.8, 31.8. They are most definitely hitting that mark quite perfectly. They are just within 1/10 on 4 laps of lap time difference. So a very good job by T3 Motorsport Manito here to just manage that gap in first place in the GTEs. And yes, Obsidian Racing, they are closing in that gap by about 3/4 tenths, but you can see it still is at that 4-second mark. So T3, they're not worried about what second place does, but much more about what their number do and how that strategy plays out in a long game.
The strategy also playing in the GT3 category. As we left to go watch the LMP2 fight, this Porsche was able to overtake every single Lamborghini ahead of him, moving from 4th to 1st in the past couple laps time. Tristan Iglesias, the Spaniard, the lone Spaniard on the team, driving in this machine right now. And he's got a couple seconds gap back to the Porsche, or not to the Porsche, the Lamborghini of 5-Star Motorsport. There was an LMP2 going around the DRS sign. I believe that was Team Hype getting a little bit anxious coming out of the Curva del Sol. Just 1 lap until we cross that line, and the halfway points will be awarded. Looking ever more likely that Pure Sims will get the 50 for their class. Johnny Verhoff and Tristan Iglesias for the Maniti machines in those 2 classes will get the 50. And then we look all the way down, I believe the Sim Republic 318 looks like to be in good shape. Haven't talked much about the Pro-Am category, but that 318 doing a whale of a job right now. They are miles clear of their next competitor, which is Satellite Team Racing in the 367. Got about a 20-second gap back to them.
Very nice, commanding lead to have. A 20-second gap. It allows drivers to relax a little bit more, and it allows you to kind of focus a bit more on yourself. I mean, I do personally love being in the position of chasing, but it is definitely not a bad thing having a nice, comfortable lead, because then it puts you under a little bit less pressure. You know, you kind of sit there, do what you need to do, the best that you can, hit your targets. Make sure that you are sticking as close to your delta as possible, lap after lap after lap, and just adapting to the conditions around you and dealing with the traffic to the best of your abilities.
So lap 117, as soon as that 16 crosses the line, positions that we get across that line will mark halfway points. This is the 138 machine. The Obsidian Racing GTE just 2.5 seconds away, unfortunately, for the Spaniard team from that Maniti GTE, and unfortunately, not going to be the 50 points they're looking for. They'll get a nice 45 for their halfway efforts. But those 5 points are going to make a well of a difference. And now here comes the GTE's down pit lane.
Now that is what I call driving to perfection, because that couldn't have been much closer on the timing of that pit lane. Wow, oh my goodness, Verhoff, I'm not even sure if they really did get that first place over the line.
I believe it was at the completion of the last lap, so I think they got the first place over the line. They just ran a 43 lap stint. They had not pit since, wow, that's hitting a fuel number. It was 2 laps longer than their first stint, and their second stint was only 25 laps. So they obviously perfectly mapped it out so that they could do 3 stints before halfway, and they're probably going to do another 3 stints as soon as we get out of that halfway mark.
Well, yeah, like
now you can see Kraft coming down too. So yeah, it looks like everyone is kind of taking this moment to reset and put some tires and put some fuel in that car.
They've clearly planned their strategy beforehand to hit a number. Like I said, Kraft was heavily fuel saving. They've clearly looked at what number they need to hit in order to be pitting just a couple laps or on the lap of the halfway mark, so that they get the points at the time rather than getting the points when they've come out a lap after a change.
I'm wondering if we're to see the GT3 Mini T machine as well down on pit lane, and that may have been part of their strategy, because that was worked out to perfection by that team, making sure they get their 3 stints maximized when they were going to come in and out. Speaking of coming out, that I believe is Daniel Kraft coming out of pit lane, so they just came down pit road for service. Kraft now falls to 3rd place. This is a fight for position that he has to be wary of. He's going to come out just out of the pit lane with Satellite Racing, and now Alpine Stars Geodesic Gold in an intense fight for 4th and 5th position. There's an intense traffic jam and an intense drift. And I'll give that Porsche the 10 out of 10 for style points.
That wasn't self-inflicted. That was with contact there with that LMP2, whoever that was. Didn't quite catch it, but yeah, that most definitely might be something for our race stewards. They haven't, well, had anything to do in the last few minutes, so most definitely we'll give them a little bit of a wake-up call, just like that oversteer moment for LMP2.
Held up by lap traffic, and unfortunately, Aiden Munoz has to get out of the throttle and loses a bit of time now to Patrick, and instead he's going to come down pit lane and get service on that number 62 machine. Again, this is for position, however, there is a pit stop still to be served by Element Sim Racing Fire. So Daniel Kraft will be the net race leader. Driver change for Alpine Stars Geodesic. Graham Saunders getting back into the machine. Stellan Lindenberg as well in the Racers Tershine machine on pit road. Josh Klog getting into the car for Fiercely Forward just recently. I don't know, these two have given up fighting in quite some time. There's the Hell Racers Andreas Olsen trying to chase down the Alpine Stars Geodesic machine ahead of Raf van der Linden.
Raf van der Linden, a photographer by day to day, and he also has an unbelievably gorgeous sim setup and a very nice guy indeed.
Typically is usually sharing LMP2 duties, but now running in the Porsche this weekend. He's got Miguel Vigo normally as his partner as well in the Club Cup side of things. And again, if you see a 5 on your lower thirds in your timing, that is just because of a little registration mishap. It is still the 262 Geodesic machine as the Fiercely Forward LMP2 overtakes it. Again, these two just haven't been able to get away from each other, but the Hell Racers machine hasn't been able to overtake van der Linden at all.
No, it's been a bit of a stalemate. 3/10 back here, going on to the main straight. Will we see the 229 attempt to make a move here? He's going to have an opportunity down into turn 1. Does he want to make the move? Feints to the inside, into the center S's, gets the braking done later. Van der Linden lets him go through. Maybe a cutback? No. Nicely positioned there from Olsen, and yeah, the 229 is through.
Or there may be a good draft out of this corner of the curve to Sol, and maybe van der Linden storms back down the inside. And right behind him, that's the Samba Racing GTE machine. They're currently now 7th in class with pit stops underway in that category as well.
And what also is, those two teams are not exactly on the same strategy. Raf van der Linden in behind is saving fuel. He has been doing since the start of this stint to save fuel. That's also why Olsen was so easily able to get alongside and past Raf van der Linden in that braking sim, because van der Linden just did start to lift already 50 meters earlier than his braking point. And it also comes down to the fuel already, because there is already a difference of 2 laps in the stint length, at the pit time that's between Olsen and Ruff and Linden. Olsen pitted on lap 80, Linden in on lap 82. So they are just going to continue like this, and obviously that is going to be a major swing down the line at the end of the last stint.
These 2 to 3 lap differences from the first stint are now kind of reflecting further down the line for different stints. As again, we've seen Pure Sims be one of the first cars on pit road for the LMP2 class consistently due to that short stint, that short second stint. We've seen a little bit more variety, especially in the GTE and GT3 class, with when people are pitting and when they're putting on their tires. The triple stint sometimes working out, but sometimes not. Cloud cover is helping the track temp. It's gone from 49 degrees down to 48, so a degree shift. So the crying of the tires can subside a little bit.
Yeah, Van der Linde looks like he's sitting now to save a little bit of fuel. And the 229 car, always a good strategical option, much easier to save fuel behind another car because you obviously get the benefit of the tow, which makes up for the time that you lose while saving.
While we view these Porsches that are fighting on track, we have to unfortunately address one of the Porsches that has gone off the track, and that is Blake Reynolds from the Fiercely Ford GT team. Blake, do you have a copy?
Yes, sir.
And so I noticed early on in this race, you guys were down a long, lengthy time for repairs. Like, talk us through what's your day been like.
Well, not really repairs, but a little bit of technical issues on Alvar. He qualified great, got us in the front row there, and then was hanging on there, but twice he had pedal failure, so then he had to pull in. We had a mechanical black, and I had to get in the car pretty early for when I had practice, so it was kind of unfortunate for us, but I kept it going, and then unfortunately with the 4-hour drive time, once I got to the halfway, I just decided, or the whole team decided, we're just going to retire the car early. But I had fun for my first outing in this league.
First outing, so how did you enjoy kind of the week of building up to this race with your team at Fiercely Ford for your first week?
Well, I got added pretty early, or not early, late. Yesterday, I want to say Friday morning, I got a message from someone on Fiercely Forward, and they told me, hey, we need a replacement driver. So I'm like, uh-oh. And then I had been racing the Porsche in another league, so that's why they messaged me. And yeah, I got my practice time in barely in FP3, and then barely got the set put together, but I was looking forward to the race today, unfortunately with our technical issues, but I had a lot of fun until we had to retire.
And then, like, are you hoping to be back sometime with the 234 again? Not just as a replacement driver, maybe as another alternate?
Well, I hope my pace, once I got the car going and the tires worked in, shows, so maybe they will invite me back, hopefully.
Well, like,
can I interject there? Can I just ask you how you found the updates to the GT3 this week, and how you adapted to driving it with such little time to kind of get used to these changes?
Yeah, so I had been racing the Porsche GT3 in another league called the Majors Team Endurance Championship, and you know, it's actually a lot different. Obviously, the characteristics of the Porsche are still there, but you know, the tires are definitely the biggest thing. Like, working them in, getting them cured in, I guess is the right word. I think I saw in the update notes or the video they released, but that's the biggest thing. And then obviously the setup changes were different. I pretty much, my entire library of sets were useless, so I had to redo them. But other than that, like, this car's a lot of fun. Reminds me of when I go do ACC from time to time a little bit. The front end feels a lot similar to the Porsche in that game.
Yeah. How are you finding the tyre wear with the hotter track temps that's Rose? Obviously, I know you're unfortunately out of the race, but how are you finding the tyre wear with the hot temps, and kind of how did you adapt your race plan around that?
Well, unfortunately, with Alvar, he pitted halfway through the first stint, and he came in after, I want to say it was probably 15, 16 laps. Right front was already down to 78%. And I had done entire fuel runs in the last build before it even got to like 82%. So immediately I was like, uh-oh. So I get in and I do another stint and a half on the same set of tires. And I got the... my tire was going to blow. I got the radio message, and I came in and it was at 19% on the right sides. So definitely increase in wear, but pace didn't really fall off, I'll be honest. Handling changed a tiny bit, but pace, not really.
Okay, right. That's really interesting to hear. Thank you for coming in for an interview, Blake. And I really appreciate it. And sorry about the issues that you've had today. But nice on your first outing, and we hope to see you back sometime soon.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Blake Reynolds of the 234 unfortunately had to retire the car again. You can hear the multitude of issues, and unfortunately one of the issues that affects sim racing, I think, is always those technical issues of pedal failure or something like that. We've seen yellow flags even caused by steering or pedal failures in some weird accidents that have taken place, not just in this series, but across iRacing as a whole.
Yeah, indeed. It's one of those things where you can either look at it two ways. It's very unfortunate for the person that it affects, but it also slightly mimics the real world in mechanical failures. You can't always have perfect reliability, and sometimes unfortunate sequences of events happen in that.
We do have another driver, at least this one running on track for a car that's still competing out there. It's going to be Connor Harrington of the number 7 private label Team Hype. And Connor, you guys had a bit of a setback a little bit earlier with the incident involving the 33. Talk us through that one.
Yeah, I don't know. I just took a look at the replay. It looked like maybe I turned in a little bit early, but I also don't think the Delta Sport car was gonna make the corner either. And I got to turn eventually at some point. So, a drive-through is only about 20 seconds with the 5-second stop and go. So, nothing too crazy that we can't recover from. We're still on the lead lap. We're still looking pretty good. I think we're running in the top 5. But it was really hairy there at the end of the stint at halfway. We didn't have much in the way of rear tires left. So, happy to just limp it home and get the points for the halfway and keep on going.
We've been talking a lot about the tires and the track temp being probably one of the highest it's been for any of the IVRA races so far this season. How have you guys been trying to manage that? I know you said like towards the end of your third stint it was getting a little bit hairy.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key is just to make sure you're going to have enough tires to finish the race. You don't want to be stuck at the end with on double or triple stinted tires. So hopefully the track temp goes down and the amount of rubber on the racetrack goes up just a little bit. If that does, I think we'll be okay for the end.
How have you found that the changes to the LMP2 clutch regulations, where you can't now pull the clutch above, I think, 105 kilometers an hour, do you find that affects you, or do you not tend to use that when saving fuel?
Just because how the number of laps worked out and how the stint works out, and you're so limited on tire this week in particular, not that big of a deal. But if you start going to places like Daytona, where cutting out extra stops is a huge time save, it definitely can be a really tough thing to not have. So that clutch was a big way to kind of cheese it, I guess, a little bit and make good fuel numbers. So it's just something we'll have to work on in the coming weeks. But we seem to be really happy where we are with our fuel number and our tire life. So. Things keep going the way we should keep going right now. Without any other issues, we should be on for a pretty good finish today.
Indeed, right. Thank you for that. Unless Jonathan has another question, thank you for coming in for an interview. And yeah, we hope the rest of your race goes really well. Thank you for chatting to us.
Yep, thanks, guys.
That was Connor Harrington of the number 7 private label Team Hype Machine. And then, again, they are currently running in 5th place. A bit lonely for 5th place right now, 10 seconds from their nearest competitors. And this remains to be the biggest battle on track right now, the Hell Racers and Alpine Stars GSI that just can't seem to leave each other.
They're becoming more acquainted as friends at this point. They both know exactly what each other's liveries look like. They probably both know each other's driving styles very well at this point. Yeah, they do seem to be a very connected pairing on track, and yeah, I'm sure that they've sussed each other out by now and are just running their own races.
You know, I'm a little bit surprised that Hell Racers haven't switched their strategy around yet, that they haven't gone into fuel saving mode yet, because they're still trying to get something out of overtaking these guys, and they have this deficit of 2 laps. Why not just use this draft to slimmen this deficit that they have right now, and maybe even turn it into advantage, because most definitely you're not going to get past them anytime soon. Well, we have seen them get past already. It obviously wasn't very long lasting for Hell Racers, so it baffles me a little bit how their strategies, crew chief, even just the spotter haven't told them yet that they should just switch up this strategy, be content with this right now, because most definitely they are not going anywhere else than just behind that rear wing of the GSI car.
Yeah, one thing I just think it was interesting, because obviously we asked we asked Blake Reynolds obviously about how he found the tyre wear, and it was interesting for me to hear at least that it was 19% and they didn't feel a large drop off, and that obviously alludes to what we said earlier of them slightly changing the way the tyres work. You know, I think that previously in iRacing, you know, if you were jumping below 40 or 30%, the tyre would become a bit of an ice tyre, and you'd be fighting it very hard. But it looks like with the new changes, at least, that once you start to wear these tyres down more, you almost have more available. Even though you're using more tyre, you can use more of the tyre's percentage before you see severe drop off.
I remember whenever I'm running out in any sort of machine and I see like less than 50% tyre, where I know I start to panic. But I'm just also not good at saving the tires.
I think it was always a thing. If you were trying to do a double stint and you came into the stop and it was 50%, I think you'd be a bit worried indeed. But obviously these drivers having to make these tyres last a long time today, especially in the hot conditions. However, it hasn't rose quite as high as we might have expected. You know, the track temperature is still 48 degrees, as the ambient temperature is still around 20, as well as we pass 15 minutes past 1 here in the Brazilian São Paulo.
Yeah, I mean, we're still seeing partly cloudy, but the clouds have been getting more. There were already a few less clouds in the sky. There's still not that many, but those that are in the sky that are quite a bit bigger than we have seen at the start of this race, and even at the start of this practice for the race. So that might just be the reason why we haven't seen 50 degrees Celsius, because we were most definitely earlier in this race on track to bust just right past that 50 degrees Celsius. Give it a little bit of a wave and then stop at somewhere around 55 degrees Celsius. But I think all of these drivers will most definitely be very happy about the fact that we have only seen the highest of 49 degrees Celsius on track. Might still change, we still are not at the peak temperature or at the peak hour of temperature, so it might still get a degree or two, but I don't think we're gonna soar past anymore that 50 degrees Celsius mark, if we even reach that.
I wanted to see it just never stop increasing. I wanted to see it go all the way up to like 100, start melting these tires. But anyway, hopefully the lower and at least differences in track temperature are going to help, I think, a few of these stints, especially as there's more marbles on the track. I think that's something that we're starting to notice a lot more, especially in some of those slower corners you saw right there in turn 9 and even the inside of turn 10 right here. Look at just how many marbles there are offline.
Yeah, they are definitely starting to build up now, and that obviously affects you, especially if you're an LMP2 driver needing to go to the outside in some of these corners. You know, some of the tactics you may use as a GT car is you You place your car on the inside, you kind of lead the LMP where you want it to go in order to lose as little time as possible. But yes, it's an interesting thing to look at here, and I do agree. I think I would like to see at least 100-degree track temperatures, and God knows what that is in Fahrenheit.
Looking at the leader right now, Pure Sims, they've actually stretched out their lead. Apex Tech falling a bit further behind this stint. There's now Satellite Racing LMP2. Cyander, who we've interviewed earlier in the day as well, sitting in that second position. And Team RSO about 10 seconds behind Apex Tech Racing for third and fourth. And as I mentioned, Philip Kraus and private label Team Hype. Excuse me, a little bit of a lonely fifth place. 10 seconds away from their nearest competitor, but they're all neatly in a line. Now some GT3 runners coming down pit road. Looks like our Pro-Am leader, Blake Bottoms, for the Sim Republic is in. And just coming out is the Pure Sims Esports GT3 as well.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting right now how spread out our LMP2 class is. There's about 10 seconds between every single car that we have on track right now, and they're all on similar strategies as well, as we see maybe an overtake for position here.
Yeah, that's the Maniti machine going inside the Obsidian Racing machine. That's Johnny Verhoff in the BMW, fighting Samuel Granada of the Obsidian Racing GTE Porsche.
But that's T3 Motorsports by Maniti then into second place, just like that. Still quite some ways back from P1, but most definitely a good step in the right direction for Maniti right there.
I think they just pitted. I believe these two have just come out of the pit lane as well.
They are... well, Grana is 2 laps out of his pit, and Verhoff is 14 laps out of his pit, so Grana, yes, sort of right out of pit lane, but not for Verhoff.
I'm going to say, because here comes now the race lead. So this is a battle for the race lead, actually, in GTE, because there goes Phoenix Racing Esports down pit lane. Now Grania, who's just come out of the pit lane, has the draft and is going to go to the inside, coming into the Senna S's and move Obsidian Racing into the lead in GTE. Now Johnny Verhoff going to try and do an overrunner, but that Porsche just a bit too quick out of the S's on this occasion. But now this long straighter right here, that BMW power might be Verhoff's best friend as they head down into turn 4. Actually, Obsidian able to do a good job holding on to that position there. So move Obsidian Racing again into the lead. Phoenix Racing Esports still down on pit lane. And they got about 15 seconds back to Borrigor of Alpine Stars Geodesic Black, so they can fight for a while without the threat of anyone near them.
Well, we did mention that they had just exited pit lane. Does that mean that they have got the lovely advantage of fresh new tyres? I'm not quite sure.
I'm not sure
Yes.
either, but I think
Yes.
they have.
So that'll obviously give them a little bit of an edge right at the start of the stint, as we've seen them be able to pull a little bit of a gap on T3 by Maniti, the big green machine of the very, very wide BMW M8. Always a delight to see it on the racetrack. But yeah, so even if Maniti are on the exact same strategy, with the tyres being what, maybe 15, 14 laps old if they changed last time by, Obsidian Racing are going to have a little bit of an advantage for now, but they will drop off a bit, and we could see Johnny Verhoff close the gap back up to the number 138 car.
Looks like on both of the last stops, full service for both Maniti and Obsidian. So now it's just that difference of 14 laps, and that's been a difference of strategy as well. Maniti doing a little something different, short pitting kind of that second stint. There's 25 laps out on the track during that one and 43 to end their stint. Obsidian has been pretty consistent with their stints, 30 to 35 laps each one. So showing strategy playing a big part. We're also seeing strategy play out in kind of where everyone is in the LMP2 category. So here comes Satellite Racing back down pit road. They've been, I think, one of the more aggressive teams with their stints. Look at that, move all the way down to 5th place is now Apex Tech and Team RSO back into the podium places, but a long ways behind that man. And we're looking at Daniel Kraft.
Feels like just yesterday we were commentating on the battle for the lead in LMP2. It was going between 1 to 2 seconds as we saw Daniel Kraft serve his drive-through penalty, but now the gap has opened up to what seems to be 27 seconds by our timing screen. That is a rather large gap to pull for Daniel Kraft, and really does emphasize how well he is driving that machine today.
Yeah, and the thing also is he is driving pretty much at the same speed as Jamie Conway. I mean, he is slightly slower, 4, 5, 10th a lap. So, yeah, most definitely Jamie Conway, Apex Tech Racing LMP. They did switch tires and rival right here, and that's why Jamie Conway is fast right now. But obviously the question is with the LMP2s, they do use a lot of rear tires. How is that going to affect them long term with their tire strategy? Because don't forget, we still have nearly 100 laps to go in this race, and you know, 5 tire sets, it might seem like a lot, but you can burn so quickly through those 4+1 tire sets that you all of a sudden, just with 2-3 stints to go, have no more tires to go.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of the key things that we need to keep an eye on is how many times have each of these teams changed tires, how many tires you have left in the bank to use. Started with only 5 sets for everyone, including the one that you started the race on. So we're guessing about, for everyone that's done at least a triple stint so far, we still got 3 sets left to use. So that gives you 1 extra hopefully in the bank for later in case some late safety cars and late shenanigans happens. So on board this Mercedes by Maniti Racing. That one last time out, but struggling right now down into the pack. Trying to get this Rusty Spatula SimQ car out of its way. This is around for 7th position right now in the GT3 Pro-Am category. As you have more pit stops, Samba Racing Team in, Virtual Motorsports, the Impulse Racing 656 in, LMNC Earth, so GT3s and GTEs now taking this opportunity to come down pit lane and get some service.
I've got a question to pose to my 2 fellow commentators. What do you believe is the best sounding GT3 on iRacing?
Well, that Mercedes.
If you had to pick one.
Like, I love the sound of this Mercedes. Unfortunately, like the BMW, I'm pretty sure it drives a little bit like a boat.
Although, with the new changes to updates, I even heard that my own very Ford has been changed, so it's more compliable now in the new update. But yeah, I would probably have to go with. I mean, at least in real life, I've been fortunate to watch some GT3 racing in real life. I would say that the Porsche sounds amazing, but with inside the iRacing service, I don't feel like the flat sixes ever get done quite as much justice. And I would say that the Mercedes is definitely a mean green Maniti T3 by Maniti machine.
And you can always, it's always a definitive sound too. You can always hear it whenever we change to a camera. You can hear that Mercedes coming by, and you know, oh, there goes the Mercedes. Whereas the Porsche, I think it's also just something we're so used to on iRacing because there's so many different Porsches and so many different Porsche categories. Maybe just a sound that we're used to. You kind of lose the magic of it, and then when you go in real life to see a GT3 or even a GT4 Porsche race, all of a sudden the magic's back.
Indeed, indeed.
Personally, I'm never gonna get sick of that Porsche sound. Even on iRacing, it still is the most superior sound of them all. And the reason why I like it so much is for things that I can't name on broadcast.
He might be getting paid by Porsche. We don't know.
I wish.
The field relatively spread out now. Closest battles probably down in the GT3 category. Pure Sims and Impulse only about a second apart from each other. There they are. Very similar liveries. There's the 257 Impulse machine, not to be confused with the 256 that we saw involved in the GTE fight a little bit earlier, just kind of as a pick in the sandwich. And this 257 has been highest placed in third, so Impulse Racing have had pace and also had pace in the LMP2 category, when unfortunately that 56 after contact earlier in the day, after leading most of the start of the race, he's been mired down in 9th position. Right on cue as the Impulse LMP2 gets on by.
Who was that on the outside? There was a GT3 stuck on the outside.
Let's have a look. See if I can find it.
I think that was Nomad.
Yeah, Nomad seemed to have had
I
a...
think that was.
Yeah, they had a spin. They then rolled backwards very awkwardly, kind of off the racing line. But yeah, no, they didn't make any contact. I'm looking to see whether the rejoin was very nice. Very approved rejoin, I'd say.
Well, there we're gonna see that from the 322. So it was the Prestanda Nomad. Yeah, just a little bit too much speed there. Tries to get out of the way. Yeah, I can't really fault them for rolling backwards there. Just tries to get out of the way of those guys, and then you have that unfortunate Porsche who has to go an extra distance because they decided to go the long way route.
Those are the GTE leaders as well, Obsidian Racing and T3 Motorsport by Manizzi that were coming on through, so good heads-up driving on that one. And here's the Augusty Spatulas down into the Senna S's. An interesting line.
Oh, that's aggressive!
And that's an interesting overtake.
Like, those are those kind of maneuvers from LMP2s that I don't really understand. Why do you have to go for that? Yeah, you are the superior car here, but just no. You have that one corner you can just slightly let off, get a better exit, and just shoot around the outside of turn 3. There are so many better ways to go about that overtake than to just stick your nose into turn 2, because it compromises yourself so much more than just shortly lifting off the throttle there on the entry and get that good run out of turn 3. So yeah, 313 most definitely quite lucky here, the Spatulas, that it didn't have to dig themselves out of the grass.
I think it was. I think Heikkinen was thinking that he was just gonna, overtake him, as you said, coming out of the Senna S's. But I think the Hell Racers were going into that corner, saw an opening, and said, "Well, I'm gonna make it stick." Speaking of an opening, here's that fight between the Lamborghinis again. Pure Sims holding onto the position, but not for long. That's a very close Impulse Racing Lamborghini right off the rear wing. Ducking into the inside, Fern de Rouge trying to find a way around, but Jamie Rushworth a little bit more aggressive on the brakes.
Did not manage to be the last of the late breakers there. This is, of course, a battle between 3 cars here, really, of the 246 GSR car, 216 Pure Sims car, and not to forget the Impulse Racing car, the 257. Interesting to see what the plan is here. 257 definitely looks to be on the attack, and looking like they have got no intentions of saving any fuel.
That German sim racing machine right ahead. Again, that is for the podium positions, as you mentioned. And that is the slower of the 3 cars as well. They were almost a full second slower than both Rushworth or Rouge. Christopher Heinemann behind the wheel. That was a driver change last time on pit road for them. They're fallen off a little bit, by the way, from 5-Star Motorsports. Those two were fighting for second for quite some time. Now it's a 15-second gap, so really this 246 struggling a little bit on this stint. And here comes Impulse down the inside into the Senna S's. Can they make it stick? Rushworth very defensive, taking all of the track and maybe then some. And that 256 remains behind for the time being.
Rather robust in his sweeping of the position. Doesn't defend into here. Can the move be completed by the 257 car later on the brakes? Oh, and the 216 still holds on. They are losing valuable time here potentially to the 246 car, as they both seem to be have a bit of a higher pace than the German sim racing car at this moment in time, but they're not going to gain any time by battling like this late on the brakes for the Impulse racing machine there.
Yeah, Delta Sport also not helping with pushing the issue here through the infield as well. Has to go too wide now through 2-3 corners as well, and these two cars really have to be careful to not burn their fingers here, Pearsons and Impulse, because as I said, they're with this also losing the touch to the German sim racing car up ahead, and this just doesn't help them whatsoever, not in speed nor in tire wear and fuel burn, because they're just continuing to increase all of that. So the way they're also defending and attacking, I can't see this go good for much longer.
I need to remind ourselves and the reviewers that Pearson's machine was leading at one point, and then lap traffic kind of took that away. And here's the GTE fight for the lead now as Verhoff is re-caught at Obsidian Racing. Porsche looks like a little bit conservative, saving a little bit of fuel and tire going into turn 4. We head into second sector, into this tricky infield section 6 through 10, where this Porsche should be able to hold on for the time being. Maybe Obsidian just trying to save a little bit of tires, because remember, guys, like they're a bit off sequence from each other.
So I was continuing to watch the 257-216 battle there. They had another go at it, and yet the Pearson's car still holds on. But yeah, I was noticing that battle between the two GTE cars getting ever closer. But we're a bit spoiled for choice at the moment. We've got a good battle for the lead in GTE. We've got a battle here for 4th place, and what's soon to be 3rd, if we believe that the pace of these two cars is high enough in GT3.
Now, the pace of these two cars is good, because remember, the 216 was leading for a good portion of this early stint. Again, lap traffic taking that away, and we know Impulse Racing has a good Lamborghini set, because that 256 that it was a lap down for quite some time, sticking with the leaders. So we know these Lamborghinis have pace, and the German sim racing machine has also led some laps out front. So all three of these machines have the pace to fight each other, and Pearson's, I think they're getting defensive just because they know they could be out front in this race, and that they know that this is key track position even later on. It's back to the center S as they go, and back to the lead of GTE we go. Samuel Grande out with Obsidian Racing. Again, a new team this spring season. Or winter season, excuse me. One of the bigger names joining the fray, thought to be a threat right away as soon as they join, and right now they are proven to be a threat, as that is very close for Verhoff in that BMW. The Porsche, on paper, stronger through the second sector, guys, but depending on the setup and depending on how conservative they are with the fuel and tires, maybe Verhoff can have an opportunity here.
Well, something to note, as I was stating earlier, obviously you had the advantage of the fresh tyres for the 138 car. But as I said, as we look at the big BMW get very, very close to the LMP there, I believe we are now coming towards, or getting very late now in the stint for the 178 T3 by Maniti car. So their fuel load is going to be lower than the Porsche ahead. You know, I think we're looking at like what, 12 to 15 less laps of fuel. So they're on the attack here, and they're looking to gain that position before they have to stop again.
And it could be a key position as well. Lap traffic on the outside of turn 3. That is the 5-star machine that I believe is running in second place right now, back into this scrap that has just gotten way more intense because now there's more people involved, including the overall race leader around the outside of the Curva del Sol and then cutting back around the BMW. Daniel Kraft is a madman that does not want to be stuck behind any race car. And Impulse has gotten through the 257 in that chaotic mess. Has now gotten through and now has permission to go chase down that German sim racing green machine.
And that's kind of how you have to act sometimes as an LMP2. You've got to be brave, you've got the grit, you've got to kind of sometimes, and this is where it leads to incidents, you've got to look at just losing as little time as possible through the traffic, because that's where a lot of your time is made up. But finally, the 257 is released and they can start to chase the German sim racing car as they had actually lost time to him, despite the fact that we think that their pace was higher.
Now Pearson still close though, so this fight may not be done and dusted yet. They may try and fight again going on to the first corner. There's some traffic ahead, some damaged race cars. Not a lot of damaged race cars on the track. That has to be said. A lot of self-inflicted and single car spins. Only 1 or 2 multi-car accidents today, which has been a very good outing, I think, for everyone. A very good, well-behaved getting through lap traffic. We've rarely seen any lap traffic affect many of the leaders. So well-behaved and good racing.
Yeah, and you know, since we're back on this battle once again, and Impulse has finally gotten past, I kind of hope that Pure Sims is a little bit more level-headed right now than what they were earlier, because this defending, it wouldn't have gone good for too much longer than it has been. So it's a good thing that Impulse is now in front, and I really do hope that Pure Sim sees this opportunity right now to actually save some fuel and gain something strategy-wise, because they see that the Impulse car is as fast as they are, and they are gonna catch German Sim Racing. There's no issue about that, no thought about that waste either. So I hope they seize this moment to change their strategy for the better.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Stefan. I think, as we said, that we think they were faster than the German sim racing car, yet they were losing so much time just battling with each other that it's just sensible that they stay in line now. They recognise that Impulse is the faster car at this moment in the race. They're not necessarily going to drop away from the Impulse car, but they can both gain an extra position here just by having a little bit of a ceasefire.
149 of 233 laps have been complete here. And as you can see, pit stops are underway in the LMP2 category, and we're also going to take a pit stop and switch over to our third crew for the day. But before we do that, Stefan and William, final thoughts?
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it. I think that we've seen some good racing and not many incidents and good clean racing apart from some couple of questionable rejoins. If I had to make a prediction for my classes, I think that Pure Sim's look incredibly strong in the LMP2 class. I'd probably edge towards T3 by Maniti in GTE, and for GT3, I'll say 5-star. And for I'm not sure who's quite leading the Pro-Am class in GT3 at the moment. But I'll have to have a look and a think about that one.
Well, for my thoughts, it's most definitely, I do hope this race continues like this, because we have seen great racing, we have seen good racing. Yes, we have seen some awkward interactions as well, but most of the time it has all gone for the better, and I do really hope that we can continue this trend and don't get any strange antics in the last couple of laps of this race. So I do most definitely look forward to the end of this race, because I think we're in for quite the cracker if this one stays green till the end. For race win predictions, since William was shouting some out, most definitely Apex Tech Racing. I think whoever wants that win in the LMP2 class, it will have to go in a fight versus them in the very end. I don't know how they're going to be able to do it, but I think there's going to be something in that car in the end for the 13. For GT and GT3, I don't see anything going past T3 Motorsport Bimaniti cars. They're looking way too strong in their classes, and they have got a very nice grip on the strategy as well. For GTM, it is a little bit more open, but I think Satellite Racing, GT3M, who are right now leading that category, will still be leading once we swing the checkered flag out in the air. And I don't really see anything changing in that category because I think they have been leading since pretty much the start of this race.
Well, I'd like to thank you, Stefan and William, for joining me this afternoon, and I can toss it back to my colleague, Arjuna Kankipati, who will be taking the lead of this broadcast for the way home.
Nice
Thanks very
lunch.
much.
Nice little nap and back to see the end of another IVRA endurance race. Alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, Lorenzo Bonda rejoins us. Jonathan Burke has been steering you through the middle portions of this race where somehow we are still caution-free. Although now I am saying that and trying to jinx everything because we want chaos. Chaos shall be brought here in the hot Brazilian summer. With 83 laps to go, just under 2 hours if we stay green. But again, let's hope that we get some cautions. Let's hope we get some chaos. Jonathan, give us a bit of a rundown of what's happened in those middle couple of hours. Just after we stepped aside, we saw the Impulse car had an issue from the lead of the prototype. I was chatting with Timo Hayden. He is not thrilled, nothing he could do, and just ruining the string of bad luck that they seem to have had. What else have we seen up and down through the field?
We've seen some interesting battles in the GTE category, a lot of Porsche on Porsche combat, and we're seeing it right here again. 3 Porsches under a blanket. I mean, 3 Lamborghinis. Why am I saying Porsches? I keep getting confused. But we've seen a lot of good racing action. I think those that are capitalizing on the strategy, especially those halfway points in the Niti, were very key, getting 2 sets of 50 points in their categories. Pro-Am has been very quiet, very spread out, but it's still wide open, I think, in that regard. And I think for the LMP2 category, that 56 having that collision and having to go down the pit lane for repairs really did open it back up for RSO, Pearson's, and Apex Tech, where there have been some big differences in how the strategy has played out.
Yeah, and I think for that Impulse car, the first time in a while we've seen them really dominant in a race in a while, and they will be ruining the day. They will still be cheering on their counterparts in this GT3 class as they work their way past some Pro-Am traffic. Battle continues. Apex Tech racing in that 13 car, rolling down onto pit road for what looks to be a full service stop for them. Excuse me, no, it's a 33-second stop. So Jamie Conway taking fuel only. And Lorenzo, I mean, one thing that we've been trying to track is tire sets, right? Because let's say we go green, let's say there's no chance to throw on a set at the end of this race. It very much changes the way that you've been approaching the tires. So, for example, Satellite Racing, who did a triple stint to start off this race, hoping to keep a set in the bag in case anything did happen. That set that they saved then has to be unleashed on track with full potential.
Yeah, especially with the track that eventually is going to lose the heat that is on right now. It is 46 degrees on the track, and right where it should be in the peak temperature, so we should see a drop coming out. So those who say maybe a set or two should be really good at the end of the races, we see a few passes going on around the track. I think L1 Esports made an overtake on the German C Racing car, but that is not for position, it is not even for the class itself. So it's going to be an interesting final end of the race. If we go green on the way, and that just means I'm going to call out a yellow now, because me.
3, 2, 1. No, at least not for now. You're not cursing people just yet. So 2 hours to go does also mean that for prototypes who have just stopped, so for example the Apex Tech number 13, they need 3 more stops to get to the end from here, if I've done the math correct. Well, 3 more stints. Says it's a 40-minute stint. Yeah, that sounds about right. Never trust a commentator's math. Team RSO has been out there the longest. They're 29 laps into their stint, yet to come down and pit. And with a 49-odd second, 50-second run down pit lane, they're about 14 seconds back from the race lead, at least as it stands right now, on board with the Virtual Motorsport 213, as they're running right behind the Nomad 322, which sees Tony Baird behind the wheel. That car currently 4th in the GT3 Pro-Am standings, working its way in towards Ferradura. Lorenzo, I know you said you were having a bit of a nap, but did you hear some of the butchering of pronunciations that were there while you were out of the comment box?
Give it to me. Because I know Jonathan is doing these Americanisms and butchering one of the corner names.
I didn't even try to pronounce corner
No,
names
yeah,
besides
you did the right
Ferradura.
thing. You did the right
Oh,
thing.
good. Oh, good.
I was using numbers.
Numbers here, other than the final straight, are okay. We will agree there.
Yeah.
Question I see in our YouTube chat is for RSO. They were leading and now dropping further back. They've never really led this race. They've not had the best race performance, as they will get on past the Delta Sport car that's 2 laps down from the leader. They've never really led. They've been at the front by virtue of strategy at times, but it's really been a 2-horse race between Pure Sims and the Impulse car that led the first 2 odd hours, 90 minutes of the race before their misfortune. RSO last time did have the pace. They put it on pole, they were starting to run away, the traffic brought them back in, and then through the traffic they were pounced on and then got the first of a number of penalties. And if not for the late race safety car, RSO, despite having the pace, would not have had the opportunity to go for the win, but they snatched it with both hands when Delta Sport and the Alpine Stars geodesic team came together, and RSO back in victory lane for the first time in about 12 months. Satellite Racing will cycle to the race lead by virtue of RSO pitting, but they are 18 laps into their stint. Now, I don't think that they're going to be able to... They're going to need an extra pit stop, Jonathan, compared to anyone who's pitted in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think this is where some of these off-sequence strategies are going to start to come back and haunt a few. Like, I feel like it's worked out for Satellite Racing. For those halfway points, it worked out pretty well. I don't know about the end of this race unless they do some monster fuel saving. That's a dive to the inside. That's not going to happen.
Christopher Hyman in that German Sim Racing 246 will continue applying the pressure to Jamie Rushworth, who is on slightly older rubber to both Hyman and the Impulse 257 up the road. But I don't think that's necessarily the reason why that Pure Sims car is struggling. We say this all the time, but in a team event, you'll have your strong driver, you'll have your slightly slower driver, and at least for now, Jamie Rushworth may not like me saying this, but he doesn't seem to have the same sort of pace as Braden Werner did a little bit earlier. One question.
That car is damaged.
Oh, it does have damage. How much damage?
Just a little bit of front-end damage. They were leading, and almost the exact same thing that happened to the Impulse car in the lead happened to them. 2 AM cars fighting, 1 checked up, and they got into the rear end. They've also been very aggressive on these tires, so I would not be surprised to, you know, if that Pure Sim car comes in and changes tires, those tires aren't either balding or crying.
Yeah, I was going to say that I think as well they are pushing the tires. But I was about to ask you, Jonathan, in terms of track temperature, I don't think it's really reached the levels that we kind of thought it would. It peaked around, what, 48, 49 degrees Celsius, but it didn't ever cross the magic number 50.
It hit 49.8, but then the light cloud came in, a little bit more wind has come in, and it's kept this track temperature relatively okay, but I can tell you we've interviewed a few teams and drivers that have had struggles with triple stinting these tires. The rear ends of these LMP2s are starting to go away during that third stint, and these GT cars are really struggling for pace on the third stint. So this is a welcome sign of relief, I think. These clouds coming in and the temperatures slowly dropping. I think if they cross the 50 mark, I think some of these teams would have been concerned about having to use more tires than they should have.
Here is Graham Saunders, who had that 30-second stop and hold penalty to serve at the beginning of the race for registration infringement. They are still running in 6th. They're only 40 seconds back from the leader, which is a pretty impressive recovery given that not only did they have that penalty, but by virtue of the lower track position, working through traffic is always a more difficult proposition for cars down the order. So like the recovery job there, they're hunting down the private label Team Hype, Phil Kraus behind the wheel as they squabble for a top 5 finish. And of course that 30-second penalty doesn't include the extra time to come down onto pit lane and roll yourself off. So give a full round of applause to Saunders and the entirety of the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing team. Now I am looking at the race control sheet for things that we missed during the time where Lorenzo and I stepped away for a moment. Now, the one that, of course, I think everyone around the world saw and heard was that rejoin from the 121 L1 Esports car, which resulted in a 60-second stop and hold penalty. That is remarkable. Then there was a drive-through penalty for Daniel Croft in that 16 car, so gives you that indication of without that they are clear and free of the Satellite Racing 64 car. By virtue of that, they're behind for now, but we think ahead on the strategy. 20-second penalty as well for the 144 Orion race team for not holding your brakes. Oh, that's a disappointment to hear. The 199 has also had a penalty. Is there a... I don't think there's a 199 in the race.
I think that is for the misregistered GTE number 2.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that's why I got so confused. They're using the actual number there, so that was a drive-through penalty for the RSR.
Yeah, there's a couple. I think I mentioned this on the air as well. There was a couple like lower thirds and stuff that have come up that have said 5. Ralph van der Linden. Oh,
yes.
He's not the 5.
No, he's not the 5. Yeah, it's not easy. There's a big puff of smoke heading in towards turn number 1 as that RSR car seems to be coming under pressure from a GT3 machine, I believe. Not sure how that's going to work out. So 76 laps to go. It's a 30-something odd window for your P2 car, so they should be down on pit lane in 16 laps for the penultimate time. Then your GTs, in the GT3 at least, we are imminently heading into the window there, where T3 Motorsport by Maniti, the race leading car, will be the first to come down and pit because they are about 6 laps longer than the 5-star Motorsports car, 15 laps longer than Impulse. Don't think that's necessarily going to be a bit of a factor given the advantage that they have out on track, but time will tell. We'll wait and see. T3 by Maniti in the GTE class, Lorenzo, are also due for a pit stop soon. They are 38 laps into their run. And compared to Obsidian Racing, who seem to be their main competition right now, about 15 minutes ago, these two were squabbling neck and neck. But Maniti, a little bit lighter maybe on the tires, I'm not exactly sure, but they pulled a 7.5-second buffer to that Obsidian Racing car. That BMW coming on strong.
Yeah, the BMW coming quite surprisingly well in the second half of this race, and I'm slightly surprised to see them in the lead as you are. Don't know if it was strategy related or if Johnny Verhef or Ruben Bonga were able to use the traffic better than the rest of the crew is doing in terms of the GTEs, but I'm quite surprised as well. Don't know if they can remain like that in this remainder of this race. But so far, doing a good job, even though they nearly lost a second to Obsidian right now on the stop alone.
Yeah, that's a lot of traffic that they got bottled up behind. Remember, the GT3s, the GTEs, by virtue of the iRacing update this past week, has really closed on in. They are 4 wide coming through onto the start-finish line. Good respectful driving from the entirety of the field. Impulse is going to throw a lunge down the inside. Alpine Stars Geodesic wants their lap back. Lights flashing from Johnny Verhoff. Clearly not happy, both I think with the Alpine Stars car, but also with Impulse, because now it's a further second that's been lost. Gap between the top two down to 5.5 seconds, Jonathan.
Yeah, I think the Hornet's Nest has started back up again. Some of these slower guys at the end of the the GT3 AM and GT3 Pro Am category are mixing in with the leaders in GTE and all of a sudden with the LMP2s. It's just a little close, but everyone well behaved.
Getting word that the reason why Obsidian has fallen backwards is they had an incident, and I'm not sure if we caught that on broadcast, but it was a moment with the 49 Motorsports GT3 car, and that's a moment that is Phil Kraus, well, going to get in some trouble, I think, for that block, because Graham Saunders had a little bit of an overlap, and Kraus said, no, you're not taking that place away from me. I'm going to escort you into the wall, Jonathan.
And Kraus did the correct thing and gave up the place, I think, going into turn 6. I don't think he was aware the amount of room that was left between them and the Armco barriers, but it was definitely not ideal.
Suboptimal, to quote Sir Lewis McLeod. As back to the race leader we go, because Syandra is down on pit lane, so Pure Sims will re-inherit the race lead by virtue of that pit cycle. Now from here, is there anything that Satellite Racing can do to get it to the end? I don't think so, but they're looking like they're in a decent position to at least salvage a top 5 from this, although as they roll out of pit lane, they're actually going to be in 4th. So not bad, not a terrible spot to be in. And a safety car might really shake things up, because they might then have a little bit less fuel to go into that car, can have a shorter stop, cycle back to the front, and still plenty to play for here. One thing, Jonathan, that I did hear that you were talking about when you guys were in that middle portion of the race, you were talking about marbles. Now, I hate to burst your bubble, but the marbles look good in iRacing. They don't really have a huge effect.
Well, it's still, somewhat of an effect.
Yeah, because the way that we really know that is if marbles had a big old impact on the car and the tire, you wouldn't be able to pass around the outside of Indianapolis for the 500. Unfortunately, you can, and you see people literally riding the wall in, the end of those races, lap 199, lap 200 kind of a thing. So one thing that maybe we'll see some evolution from in the future, but
it definitely is hurt for pace, I think, when they go in that area.
A little bit.
It's hurt for pace. It's hurt for like a 1 or 2 seconds on these LMP2 cars.
No, I think you're way over exaggerating with one of you. I was going to say maybe a 10th. Obsidian, by the way, will get back the race lead because Maniti's coming in. Lorenzo, thoughts on the marbles?
Marbles ineffective in iRacing, unfortunately, and I do going to the Arjuna Gengipati train of thoughts.
Good. The first time in a while that I think you and I have agreed.
Yeah, I know.
Other than the fact that you like to kill people with words.
Yeah, that too. And partial power slide bias. Partial. Like
only
1%.
Partial?
1%. I have to have 1%.
Your efforts to try and get the power slide 500 set up not going great.
Nah, I don't want the power slide. If I really want to set up for Indy cars at Indy, I have to get the 10,000 out. Even though they say
don't forget who won the 2020 Open Wheels 500.
Wasn't that? Hold up, wasn't that Treno that won the 500?
The iRacing 500, yeah, not the Open Wheels 500.
I thought, didn't he win the back?
No. He won ISOWC 500 last year.
Okay. I knew he won something back to back. I wasn't sure if it was the ISO. All right, makes sense now.
Yeah, you want the power slide setup for the Open Wheels 500. That's the case. 187. What has happened to them? Getting word that I don't think there's a 187. Maybe our producer meant 170.
Another cover car.
I see. Okay. I see. Okay. I am not familiar with the police codes. A 187 is code for murder, and well, fortunately, we haven't seen too much murder just yet. That's a good thing. Lorenzo, you heard me ranting last week about driving standards. This has been a lot better.
Yeah, this been okay. I'm gonna be a little bit more blunt and say this has made that other league racing look like bottom split.
No, I mean, yeah, I don't think you're being harsh. I think you're just being Completely accurate. I was apoplectic last week with the level of standards from teams that really should know better. I mean, in a 6-hour race could bring up at least 12, maybe 10 instances of just absolute stupidity from LMP2 drivers. It's been a lot better this time. We even saw, that 4-wide moment a couple of laps ago with the Pure Sims car. That was good. They realized when to back out very slightly, when they could go for the gap, and overall, a much better sort of a race as we focus on now battle for 14th between two of the GT3 AM cars. This is for a podium spot between Satellite Racing and Nomad. Now, Nomad's actually going to give that one up because Satellite Racing has just come out of the pits and have fresh rubber as well, Jonathan. So they're looking pretty rapid. 278 onto pit lane as well from the GT3 race lead.
And I imagine this is for a driver change on a full service. Seems like a good time to do it because I think you might be able to do one more stop with GTs, right?
Yeah, no, from here you should be able to do one more stop with 90 odd minutes to go if we go green to the end. And it is looking like they will do a driver change. Tristan Iglesias will jump out. Back into that car goes Hugo Brandao as he makes the step up from the AM car to the Pro car. Maybe we'll see him tomorrow as well in a 6-hour race at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. On board with Phil Kraus as they come in towards turn 8 and sweeping infield complex here at Sao Paulo at the Interlagos circuit. We were talking about this earlier. In 1940, this track was opened. It was a much longer layout back then, about 8 odd kilometers and a lot more high speed, even through some of the twistier parts of it. Now, in the last 22 odd years, it's been shortened to just over 4 kilometers. One of the fastest lap times that we have on the Formula One calendar, and that contrast between the high speed, the last flat out section, and even sector 1, very different to how the infield works, and that compromise being set up is going to be crucial, as well as Brandao is going to actually roll off of pit road 5th in your overall GT3 category. Question for you, Jonathan, what happened to the Archer brothers?
Good question. They've been down on pit road for quite some time. They were not towards the top of the AM category for quite some time either. They've been running about 5th and 6th. How long have they been down there?
A while. That's why I'm so confused. Seeing anything on...
I mean, you could see the rear end damage, but I haven't seen anything on the timing.
Yeah, they've been in pit lane for a while, but I'm not sure exactly why, if I'm being completely honest. I'll see if I can go find that out on my own. That was the car that, of course, was leading in your Pro-Am standing for much of the first couple of hours. At one point, they did have significant steering damage, so I think that's likely what has happened. Now, where did they get that steering damage? That's going to be the important thing, because we've seen on a number of occasions it was, an incident that the other car really didn't have much to do with. Oh, I know why. I am putting 2 and 2 together. It was that penalty that I mentioned for the Orion race team, the 144 car, where they didn't hold their brakes. That was when the Archer brothers took their damage. That's now about...
that was 2 hours ago.
Yeah, that's a long time ago. So they had a 6-minute pit stop, significant damage repair, and since then they've basically been circulating laps down. And another instance of, being mixed up with an incident that you really couldn't do much about, Jonathan.
No, and I think that seems to be kind of the theme, is that it's a fight ahead of some other cars, or fight ahead of some other drivers that triggers something that they get drawn into. Like we saw with Impulse, that were leading in the LMP2 category. There was nothing they could do. The same thing occurred in GT3 with that Pure Sims Lamborghini. Nothing they really could do. It was just a fight ahead of them that turned into a little bit more of a collision, of course.
All right, so 67 to go, 7 odd laps away from getting into that window where you could make it to the end as a prototype. In fact, it might even open up slightly earlier, given that 32 is not an impossible number. 33 might not be that hard, and if you're Joshua Chin, 34 might even be a target. Funny story about Joshua Chin that I said I was going to bring up on air. He was meant to start the race. The schedule for him was work his night shift, start the race, and then go to sleep. He, unfortunately, though, decided to swap around the sleep and start the race part, so there was a bit of a mad scramble in the private label team hype camp to get that all sorted. Connor Harrington started that car at the end of the day, and, well, they are still in a good position after the bit of an incident that they had with Delta Sport, and likely Phil Krause, who has been in there since lap 118, so he's on the second of a double stint. We might see Josh get back into that car, or get into that car, I should say, to round out this race for those final 2 odd hours. Probably about 10 laps away from seeing Chin jump in there. Obsidian Racing,
Whoa.
30. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say you could call that Jason's Brophy L plan.
No, that was not L plan.
Okay.
It was not. Oh, what's happened? What's happened to the Alpine Stars Geodesic GTE machine? 162 has had a bit of a moment. I don't know if that was involving anyone else or if that was self-inflicted. There you can see he is back up to speed as he works his way in towards the Pico de Pato. Here's a look as, oh, it's going to be GTE on GT3 contact, isn't it? That's the 327. That's the Element Sim Racing car that has Niels Hundeg behind the wheel. Now, I
don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's the only way to put it. This might give us a better vantage point looking rearwards. Does that? I don't know.
No, still don't know.
Maybe I think maybe an aerial look will give us the better understanding, because you always want to run wide, Jonathan, to set up the entry to the corner. I'm not sure that's necessarily what was going on there.
I want to say that Element Sim Racing machine got out of the way. I mean, it's just a little movement.
A producer saying you get loose, but I don't think you get loose at that point where the contact happens. You got loose coming through Ferradura potentially, but by the time that contact actually happens, I'm not sure. It's also been a moment, by the way, for Raf van der Linden in the Alpine Stars Geodesic GT3 machine. I'm not sure. It's when it rains, it pours for the Alpine Stars team. Now, has he managed to get it back up to speed? From the timing screen, I think he has. Now, is there any damage to that Porsche? So he's also... Oh, it's going to be an LMP2 murder, isn't it? That's the fierce... Surely. It's Fiercely Forward coming up behind. Now, down the hill through turn 11. That's acceptable. I'm going to place the blame on the GT3 car, to be completely honest.
It's a very weird spot for the rear end to come out of.
Well, no, I think what happens is the Fiercely Forward car tries to indicate he's going the long way around, and Van der Linden doesn't recognize that and just runs himself wide, and then John Atkinson gets spooked by Van der Linden. Fortunately, he doesn't get lost like Kimi Räikkönen did all those years ago, but definitely has a moment there. I think, Lorenzo, correct me if I'm wrong, but you can definitely go around the outside of turn 11 as a prototype on a GT3 car. It's just the GT3 has to recognize it and avoid tracking out.
You do. I think that moment Raf didn't recognize it, and the Fiercely Forward LMP just decided to go Fiercely Forward into the GT3.
Yeah, that was... I place no blame on Luke Krause for that one. I unfortunately would pin it on Van der Linden.
I don't even know who to blame the first incident on.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know either. I think...
Okay, about the Element, can I chime in real quick?
Yes, go.
I'm going to put the blame on the Element Sim Racing team. They did get loose in the entry of Ferradura, but the problem is I think they totally missed the braking spot because they got caught off a little bit by the GTE. That is the moment when you get into the... it's like when you get to the peak of the corner going to La Regina, it's so easy for the GT3s and GTEs to have different braking zones. Here in the GTE, you kind of have to... if you want to lift off the gas and do not burn the tires off, you want to get a little bit of a lift and brake into the corner, throwing it as much inside as you can possibly do it. I think that's what happened, is that the GT3 didn't see it coming, therefore went for a later braking zone and thus making the contact.
Yeah, I have the feeling as well that maybe it was just trying not to run too wide from the Element car, and the GTE machine is just running its line, holding a straight line, and GT3 maybe just setting up the corner. That's a possibility as well, but end result is 2 minutes, 2 incidents for the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing team. We're watching the 202 WS Racing car hunting down Sim Republic, who have gained 15 positions after not putting a qualifying lap on the board. Zach Broderick is behind the wheel of that Porsche. They also did, by the way, put it on pole at Watkins Glen, so contrasting fortunes. They put it on pole at Watkins Glen, didn't get many points. They didn't put a qualifying lap time on the board, and it's looking like they'll get some good points. How things can swap around. The 199, that's the RSR by Butt Kicker car, by the way, has a drive-through penalty for infringing on the pit stop regulations for staying in the slow lane for a bit too long. 5-Star Motorsports in their Lamborghini also down on pit lane. Looks like Adam Isaacson will be jumping in to cycle through to the end of this race. If you're wondering what the track conditions are right now, well, the update is as we click on past 2 p.m. here, which is usually the peak of the temperature window. It's never going to be warmer. It will only go down. We are down to 42 degrees Celsius, and it's only going to get lower and lower from here, probably going to dip below 35 by the time we reach the checkered flag, Jonathan. So maybe a good idea would, you can't predict this as well, right? Because you never exactly know how the weather is going to go with dynamic weather in effects. But for teams that maybe were a bit conservative at the start of this race, and then, you know, maybe we're doing single stints, especially in this GT class, through the middle of the race, maybe now you have the opportunity to switch back to doing double stints to run yourself to the end of this race.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams were being conservative with the tires, feeling like the temperature wasn't really going to go that much further down. But now that the temperature is slowly falling, and it fell again, it fell all the way to 41 after that graphic went away, I think maybe we can be more aggressive with the double stints and single stints, because we still saw a couple triple stints in these LMP2s and GT cars were hanging on for dear life.
Yeah.
I think Satellite Racing said they got down to 18% at one point.
That was probably, though, I think during their triple stint, where
yes,
I don't really know why. I still don't know why they did that, to be completely honest. But maybe now
they keep doing it. They all keep doing it.
But no, when you think about it, with this lower track temperature now, maybe they had the ability, by doing the triple at the start, they could be a bit more aggressive with how they were using the tires in the middle, and now they can go back to being conservative now. There are plenty of ways to attack and approach these races, and of course that extra dynamic element that is the safety car is always ready to mix things up and to really change things around. Obsidian Racing, by the way, in the GTE should be due for a pit stop shortly. It was a full service for Maniti last time, which I think means that's 2 full services in a row for them. So they're going through their tires now and electing to burn them up while they can. 1 more pit stop for Maniti. There will be 2 more pit stops for Obsidian, including the one that they're about to come down and take. It's going to be a much shorter one to get them through to the end of this race, unless by some miracle they can extend the race and a stint by about 10 minutes or so, in which case they might have an opportunity to do that, but I think that is highly, highly unlikely. When Lorenzo and myself stepped aside about 2.5 hours ago, 46 starters were 46 runners. We have had 4 cars retreat into the garage, into the graveyard. German SimRacing.de in their 167 Porsche 911, the first of the retirees. The fiercely forward 234 car that put it on the outside of the front row and then struggled with technical issues. They were the second of the retirements. Team RSO, the 197 GTE machine, they also retired, while the Phoenix Racing LMP2 car is your most recent retiree. As we focus back on this battle between Pure Sims and German Sim Racing, Pure Sims has lost about 4.5 seconds, Lorenzo, to Impulse, who have scampered away down the road.
Yeah, just trying to take a quick look right here. But yeah, Pure Sims trying to run away a little bit with the gap they probably want to. But I like what they're doing right here. You know, this openness of the GT3s going on between the cars. 4 seconds separate them. So basically first, second, and then it's just for 1/10 of a second that separates second to third. But this openness of setups and fuel consumptions and the certainty between these three cars should prove a very exciting finish to this race, as we see a battle for 9th place between WS Racing and Sim Republic.
So the Pro-Am versus the Pro car as they almost bump each other through turn 9. One thing to remember as well, it wasn't just driving characteristics of these cars that changed, where they got a little bit more speed and grip through the higher speed corners, but maybe a little bit more sluggish through the slower speed corners, which there are plenty of here at Interlagos. But there was also a fuel change, the amount of fuel that goes into this car. Fuel tank change, there's the word I was looking for, to correspond a bit more closely with the IMSA WeatherTech sports car regulations. So we'll see how that changed things from data provided to me about the race tomorrow in the Neo Endurance 24-hour series. It's not really affected how long the stints are, still getting to the top of the hour, so maybe there was a usage change there as well, but might change the balance of the car very slightly, something just to keep your eye on and remember heading through the rest of this race. Obsidian Racing is on pit lane now, so Edu Morales will take over for the final 59 odd laps of this race. WS Racing did have a look down to the inside, trying to use the Alpine Stars geodesic car as a bit of assistance, but nothing doing. Their focus now on Lee Morris, who, despite being a couple of miles an hour and kilometers an hour down on the straight by virtue of the damage that they've got, they are still one of the quickest cars on the track. They still are showing their pace, and they're fighting to work their way into 7th, Jonathan.
And they still have the pace. I think they still have the strategy right. It's just that front end damage, I think, is hurting them a lot on the straightaways. They just haven't been able to really claw back through the field like I was kind of expecting after they got the damage. That's defensive racing right there a little bit, although the Lamborghini making that complicated right there.
Through the lap traffic, they slice and dice. These are the first cars 1 lap down, so really not going to be able to do too much more as Morris will get to the outside, heading down to Descida del Lago. He'll try the up and under, and that door was just about open and creaking that way. To the inside comes Lee Morris in towards Ferradura. The Element Sim Racing car thought about fighting that one back, but deep into the corner goes Morris to sweep his momentum through. And because there's lap traffic in front, which way do you want to go? Morris will have a door to potentially slide through on the German Sim Racing Lamborghini. They're still side by side heading in towards the Pico de Pato, and Impulse will have a nose in front and have the look down to the inside of that Lamborghini. They're up to 7th and still fighting. Who was that? Who was
Esports?
That was the 121 car. The wrong
That's a
way
bad
around.
spot.
Yeah, that's a bad place to be the wrong way around. Now the question is, were they assisted, or how exactly did that come to be?
Well, that's where they got the unsafe rejoin earlier.
Yeah, we'll see if we can figure that out as they finally bobble their way back out onto track. That is much safer, if we're being completely honest. So coming through Pinheiro right now in that 121, Bruno Yuka behind the wheel. It's all by himself, surely, Lorenzo.
Yeah, all by himself. You're going to see just on the top of the corner, missing completely the turn and then being 180'd around and trying to fight himself all on the track. But the one thing they really don't want to do is the rejoin they did last time by.
I was talking with Sayandra as well after he spoke to Jonathan and company in the comms box, and he was saying some of these guys don't realize that you can map a traction control off button. Well, in GTE, you don't have the same sort of traction control, but there you can spin it around without too much difficulty. To talk about how difficult this race has been for the L1 Esports guys, they are actually not even now ahead of all the GT3 cars. They're behind both Impulse and German Sim Racing, but they're all due for pit stop, so it's not like that's going to change any time soon. Waiting now to see when the first of the prototypes will come into box. Luke Kraus is right behind the private label team hype car. Josh Chin has gotten into that machine and will be working himself up to speed as well. That was a close moment with a GTE machine. If you're ever wondering how to differentiate the GT3 from the the GTE without looking at the number, without looking at the windshield, top of the windshield where the color denotes what class they're in. Just look at the rear end. The GTE has a much wider, much stouter rear end to that car with that diffuser that adds that extra little bit of downforce. The GT3 a little bit more svelte, a little bit more simple in its packaging. Still a rapid car in its own right. They've got, I believe, as well, that's Satellite Racing who are closing on them. There's also a battle starting to brew for second in the prototype class, where the Apex Tech Racing have been chased down by Team RSO. A couple of hours ago, Jonathan, this gap was about 9 odd seconds, but Hutzfeld is the quickest driver in this car, and he's got the task at hand to pass Jamie Conway.
Yeah, this middle stint, this middle part of the race for Team RSO, they've been very quiet, just hanging around like 3rd or 4th, fighting a little bit with Satellite Racing, fighting a little bit with Alpine Stars Geodesic, but they've been very much by themselves. I think this is the first taste of Team RSO maybe getting a position change towards the podium positions that isn't from just pit stops.
We love ourselves a bit of Team RSO.
They've just had a lonely day, I think. They've just been kind of by themselves.
Yeah, but they won't mind it. I mean, lonely day is at least better than what happened last time where, well, lots of contact, that's for sure. Bit of a snap as they come through. Yun Sao, as the Pure Sims Esports 16 is rolling itself onto the lane from the lead of the prototype class. Now, Apex Tech Racing just minimizing the distance. I thought maybe for a second they were going to commit to a pit stop. Remember as well, we have a winter championship, we have an overall championship that will encompass all 6 of these GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA and VCO races. The winter season, only the race at Watkins Glen today at Interlagos, and the season finale at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta will be factored in there. It was 11 points that split Pure Sims and Team RSO in that winter series standings, while in the overall championship, Pure Sims were in front of Impulse and Satellite Racing, so very much have a head up on their competition in that 6-race championship. But for that 3-race shorter championship, it's just a little bit closer. 55 to go. 1 pit stop after this for Jamie Conway, for Paulo Munoz, who has elected to take fuel only. Now, does that mean he's going to triple stint the tires, Lorenzo? Because he took tires last time around.
Good question. I think so. It is a good possibility. Then maybe go for a final stint. That if they have a new tire, you go for the new tire and a shortened pit stop, minimize the time loss, and use that new rubber to try to get an advantage of your opposition. Not the worst of ideas.
Look at this though. RSO setting that move up, coming through the Santa S's. Better momentum as they sweep their way through Curva de Sol. No draft to help the Apex Tech Racing car out to build that momentum back up. Down the hill into Decido del Lago they will go, and RSO might try the up and under again, but Conway will hold on. Hutzfeld really starting to come on strong. 3 laps difference in the tires. Not a major factor at this point in the run. Might bear itself out a little bit more on the next stint on the tires. We'll have to wait and see. These drivers might also be due for a driver change to get the cars to the end. Maybe one final set of boots to electrify the pace just a little bit more. Half a second splits these guys, as you do have to remember as well, the more fighting they do, the better it is for us. The slower they'll go, the more they might open the door into the Satellite Racing car to jump up towards the front. It's only about 13 seconds back from these guys, so never say never. Don't count them out. One thing that I'm going to now do a very quick check on is we talked about the setup differences earlier in this race, where a couple of cars were running the single plane front wing, the dive planes that you can attach to get a little bit more downforce. Jamie Conway has only one of those dive planes. RSO, as we mentioned before, has 2 dive planes. Satellite Racing, a single dive plane. Pure Sims, a single dive plane as well. Those are the major players in this race. And it's one that you really have to think about, Jonathan. How do you want the car to work? Where do you want to find the speed? Do you want the speed to come from the middle sector? Do you want to be a little bit slower on the straights and maybe compromise the ability not to just pass people in your same class, but pass people in the slower classes as well?
And this is why like Interlagos is one of the best tracks, I think, for multi-class racing, is that not only do you have the differences between these slower corners and higher speed corners, but your setup is going to be a lot different, and where cars are going to be stronger is going to be a lot different. And I think like setting up for the traffic, as many slow corners as there are to get caught up by the slow traffic, is a good idea. I still think that trimmed out one less wing on the front, maybe a little more speed going down the front straightaway and the back straightaway from 3 to 4 might be the way to go.
I think the thing that we noticed, though, is that out of the cars out front, only one has those double dive planes, and in fact, of all of those still running, only 4, I think, have the extra downforce. Delta Sport have them. They were looking rapid. Maybe they figured something out with the chassis. Fiercely Forward have them. Hell Racers have them as well, but that's it. That's the entirety of the cars that are using a little bit of extra downforce, and it also does affect the way the car pitches itself around. So something to keep your eye on as Impulse in their LMP2 car back onto pit road, and the race that could have been for them, Lorenzo. The pace that they showed in that first 90 minutes of the race was incredible.
Yeah, but everything can go into ruins in the blink of an eye, and unfortunately it went just like that for them. But all we can imagine, I'm not gonna say it. No.
Say it.
Say it. Okay. Imagine if we get a yellow flag and they are brought themselves back into the fight. They can go repair their damage they have, and then just like that, well, we have a close-knit race between everybody for the final. I don't know, maybe I want to say 30 laps.
3.
Yeah, well, we got at
2, 1.
Please.
I'm just waiting. One of these days it will work. One of these days it will work.
No, it's just because I did that at Gateway and IndyCars, Arjuna. It's very hard for me to try to replicate that.
True, that was fantastic. Jamie Conway for the Apex Tech 13 is onto pit lane for the penultimate time today. Would be about a 20-lap final stint, so about a third of a tank that he'll be able to refrain from putting into that car. So expect that final pit stop to maybe only be 20-odd seconds. We'll see if he's got a spare set of tires to throw on to the end of this race. Let's walk you through the GTE category for a second. We haven't really talked about that too much because it really has opened itself up, but it's a 7.5 second that the Bonga Drums currently has. Now, in terms of the championship standings, it was almost a great day for everyone other than Beniti. The qualifying speed at Watkins Glen wasn't there. They got really helped by the timing of the cautions, and they took victory when all things were said and done. They didn't take the perfect halfway point. That would have gone to the German Sim Racing 167 car that's again going to have retired from this race. That's a heartbreaking moment for them. And then in the overall scheme of things, they are 62 points clear of another car that has retired in the form of the Team RSO machine. So looking like a good day, Jonathan, for that 178 in that big old BMW.
And they've gotten the strategy right too. They've adjusted their strategy to make sure they were towards the top of the standings when they're halfway points, when normally, like when I've talked to Beniti, they were like, as long as we're towards the front, we don't have really a preference in the halfway points, but obviously changing their fuel and timing a little bit differently, and then staying out front just seems to be the key for them. They haven't really been under much threat as well, besides from that Obsidian Racing GTE, and they've put some really good fights together, but it's good to see this BMW be competitive along with these Porsches again.
Drive-through penalty for Luke Kraus in the Fiercely Forward 34 machine for that moment that we saw with the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing GT3 machine down the hill at turn 11. Race Control have given a penalty for them and their first penalty points of the season. So it's been a good old clean car so far this season. First time that they've been called up for anything major, at least so far this season. Relatively quiet day for Race Control, Lorenzo. Just 36 incidents, 36, incidents, and that of course does include a number of things that happened with registration errors, or something that happened during the warm-up, a couple of things in qualifying. So overall, Race Control must be quite happy.
Yeah, especially for a track that invites attrition, invites drama, invites chaos. But then again, we still have 50 laps to go. So here's the thing, Arjuna. Don't call it until the fat lady sings. Yes, we have a turn of events worse than the Game of Thrones turn of events.
Oh, let's not do that. Me and Lewis McLeod were talking about how, Game of Thrones first 4 seasons, fantastic. Let's not talk about the rest of what happened there, as that's a bit aggressive from the Pure Sims car that said, you know what, even though we were side by side, you can wait another second or so through that penultimate corner that brings you onto that 1.3 kilometer run and into turn 1 and get the pass done after that. I'm trying to think, what other TV shows have been as bad in terms of their fall off as Game of Thrones was, Jonathan? Oh, actually, let's get back to that. I think RSR by Butt Kicker and Orion Race Team may have come together. There's the aftermath of that with the RSR by Butt Kicker machine stranded. Now, what happens here? Let's take a look. So, in towards the Cedar de Laga. Jonathan, what happens?
Oh, side by side fighting Orion. This is for position.
Oh, come on. 2 doesn't go into 1. That's clumsy. Clumsy driving, and
I need to see it again. Hang on.
I think that's just the RSR car coming across. I mean, Orion is holding its line. I don't know what he expects, what the RSR car expects Orion to do there.
I think that's why Orion continued driving straight and didn't turn it, because he was probably looking out the window like, what on earth? That was a questionable one.
The moment, that's for sure. So that'll be another one for Race Control likely to take a look at. They're investigating something between the Alpine Stars 162 and the 327. That was the moment that we had in towards turn 8, the first of the right-hand switchback hairpin that we saw. And we still don't actually quite understand who was to blame there, so maybe we'll get a better answer from Race Control.
I don't know if Race Control knows how to interpret that one, because I think we spent a good minute or two looking at it and going, huh. That happened.
They'll have the advantage that you have on Sims, right? Which is that you can go and move the camera to a place where it couldn't be in reality, and you can really dive deep into an incident. I think that's one thing where we see, these partnerships between real-life organizations and sim racing series. That if you get the real Race Control stewards to come and join the fun, they really. It's a boon, it's a benefit that you don't have in the real world. You might only have the TV footage, you might have some CCTV angles if you're lucky, potentially an onboard, but it's somewhat unlikely, and so it's something that really they benefit from and are able to get a much clearer picture as to everything that's going on. Out of pit lane, here comes Team RSO. AJ Lawal takes over from Hutzfeld to the end of this race. And now it's basically a 3-horse fight for second, because Paul Darling has actually, by virtue, I think, of a 2-tire pit stop, jumped up into second, not far in front, though, of the Apex Tech and Team RSO battle, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I saw that really nice jump from Satellite Racing. I don't know if this is going to be able to make them into the top 3 battle per se, but it's a really good strategy call from Paul Darling and Diandra. Well, he had a plan. I was talking to Sai if this is going to work out. He said, well, let's hope it works out at the end of the day. So the Satellite Racing L plan being engaged to its full form and working out so far.
I tell you what, another benefit of sim racing, we were talking about how it benefits the Race Control. I've just pinged a message over to the Satellite Racing camp. Let's see if I get a response from any of the drivers that are available right there. Syandra said that maybe he wasn't going to drive, but he ended up driving instead, I think, of Adam Crane. Syandra was also saying that he's not really doing much outside of these LMP2 races, so he's looking for things to do. Maybe there's some stuff on the horizon that he can get interested in. Also a good chance with 46 odd laps to go to just remind you to head on over to Fundraiser, that's fundrazer.com/esports races for Ukraine. There's a fundraiser put together by VCO, RaceSpot, and the SimGrid to benefit those impacted by the devastation currently going on in Ukraine. All the money goes to the United Nations High Commissions for Refugees directly to support those, and no matter how much, how little you can give, every little bit counts. We've already raised over 1,000, so do make sure to contribute there. Lorenzo Bonder has very kindly thrown it in to our RaceSpot YouTube chat. If you're watching on the VCO esports channels, we'll get that link over to you as well. Well, I'm not getting a clear answer from Adam Crane or Syandra, who's just told me fuel and tires. Which tires is the question?
It's got to be something funny like the right front and the left rear or something like that.
Ah, so Syandra says it's 4 tires, but then it must be a 13-second short. So do remember...
They've been short pitting the entire day.
Well, no, the other thing to remember is because they're further into the cycle than they were earlier, all that I think this is doing is meaning that that final stop will be a little bit longer. So they've gambled on track position more than anything, and they've actually, last lap, gained about 0.8 of a second over the Apex Tech car, Lorenzo. So, I think it's a gamble.
Yeah.
I'll quickly just say, if my math is holding out correctly, and if the Apex Tech and Team RSO cars have less, if they have a third less of a tank to put in, they are looking at saving 10 seconds. So Paul Darling has to find 5 seconds in the next 50-odd laps, 45 laps.
It's doable, but the problem is his pace is not matching up to what Pure Sims is doing. Or in Apex Tech is basically on par, slightly slower on this last lap by 1/10 of a second. But here's the thing: it's doable for Paul Darling. It's just the traffic is going to be key for him to find those 5 seconds, and it's not going to be easy because he's getting some traffic in some very nifty spots.
The traffic gives, the traffic takes. It's as simple as that. And the other element of this strategy to be thinking about is the fact that Satellite Racing, by virtue of coming in early, if we do get a safety car, it puts everyone else in the danger zone, Jonathan. It's a short lap here, so they're not going to go a lap down by any means. And they've got a new set of tires if they really wanted to put it on. So the strategy elements are wide open for Satellite Racing heading into this final stint. Apex Tech and Team RSO likely have taken their final set of tires, so they've got to get the move on now. That gap actually has come down to about 4.2 seconds.
Yeah, I think we kind of noticed in that middle portion of the race that these 1 or 2 lap differences between people pitting in, pitting out, are turning into 4, 5, almost 10 lap differences. And when people are triple stinting, when people are not lining up, so it's gonna be key to make sure they line themselves up well. I think Satellite Racing, this has been the game plan since the start. They have been off sequence all day, and they are now in our virtual comms room.
Yeah, I mean, what better way to know what's going on to actually talk to it? We don't have a pit reporter, we just instead can invite them to join us. Sai, well, tell us what's going on right now. Sitting second, but I think the strategy games are wide open.
Oh, yes, and by your confusion as to what we did on the last stop, I hope our competitors are just as confused. Maybe a mistake or two.
Don't trust that. I'm a commentator. I'm clueless.
As you might know, we haven't had a safety car yet, and our plan included a safety car, which is a bit of a stumble, but I think most people expected some sort of wreck here that would break up the flow. But if we do get uninterrupted racing here, I think it's going to be very close between Pure Sims and us.
Oh, you're not even thinking about those behind. You're looking forward.
Oh, absolutely.
Interesting.
He's a race car driver. He doesn't look behind.
Well, no, it's a 50-second gap almost, Sai. How? Explain to me, because like I said, I'm clueless.
Well, basically, we've taken... We only have to do 1 more stop. And according to my calculations, Pure Sims has to do 2.
Well, I don't think that's right, because they did a slightly shorter stop last time, about 4 seconds shorter, but they're 12 laps into their stint. As long as they do 13 laps more, they should be good to get to the end with a full stop, correct? We're looking at about a 30-lap window for fuel.
30 laps, but that's assuming Pure Sims has been taking full fuel every stint and that they can make their
True.
tires last the whole time.
True. Okay, I see. So, what, I mean, you talked to us earlier, and you talked to Jonathan earlier about the tires. Where are the state of the tires right now? Adam Crane did indicate to me that you've also got one more set of them available. So you say you were planning for a safety car. Does that gamble of trying to keep some in reserve maybe not, if you go green to the end, how will you rue not using those tires earlier is the question.
Well, I think you saw Pure Sims took 2 rear tires on their one pit stop and only and took 3 stints on the front, 2 stints on the rear, something like that to do a triple. We did triple stints on all 4 of our tires, trying to keep that set for the end. And if this does go green all the way, we may have given up a little bit of time on the table there. But we're not really sure because Paul did such a great job in saving the tire. We didn't really lose all that much time in the 3rd stint anyway.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I tell you what, we'll let you go back to it. You said you weren't going to drive, but I guess you had to go and put in a couple of laps then. Best of luck on this strategy. I can't wait to see what happens, and you've really set up a fascinating end to this race.
It'll be interesting. Now I need to go check and recheck my calculations. Now that you mentioned that Pure Sims only has to do 1 more stop.
I'm pretty sure they're 1 more stop only from here.
I'll double check.
Yeah, let me know as soon as you do, please.
All right, thanks, Arjuna.
Syandra in that Satellite Racing 64 camp. Let's take a look at something, by the way, that has happened with the... Oh, it's the big green Mercedes. It's with the Alpine Stars Geodesic GT3 car. Now, there is a healthy dose of air between the 2 of them. Yeah, but, I mean... I was going to take a look. Where was T3 Motorsports? They were well off the running order compared to the Alpine Star car. Now, that's no justification for, you know, forcing the issue or anything, but I just wonder if maybe T3 could have assisted the move from the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing team. Now, something else that I was just noticing was there was a moment for Magnus Wallström in the 29. Now, coming down through Descida del Lago, gets a little bit bouncy over the curb, and I think once that car starts to pogo, that was it. That's all she did, all she wrote.
It's a good thing there wasn't a lot of traffic right there as well, because it could have backed up into more traffic, and a good thing for the Element Sim Racing fire team that they...
Oh, another incident. Something's happened to Zach Broderick. Oh no, it's in the Sim Republic car that leads in Pro-Am. What has happened there? And it might bring in Satellite Racing in the GT3 Pro-Am category into the mix. So running wide to leave some space for the Apex Tech LMP2 car, and gets a little bit loose, a little bit squirrely, and that is about a 10-second time loss for Broderick in the 318. And now what's happened to Jonathan Dance in the Talk Freak Racing car? Looks okay in towards turn 8. Is it going to be through Pinheiro potentially?
Is it
Oh,
gonna be an
no.
LMP2 car?
Yeah. Inevitable. Impulse. Here we go. Around the outside. Looks okay. Okay, no, we had a bit of an issue there. We thought there was a crash. It wasn't. Maybe it was just slowing down to let the car on through as we rejoin live pictures with 40 laps to go. Daniel Croft, by the way, has jumped into the VCO YouTube chat to say that if they have to do 2 stops, he should be fired from doing strategy. So, sounds like Syandra might have done the math wrong, Lorenzo.
Not surprised at all.
Ha! Shots fired.
Wait, is he saying if Cy said he has to do 2 stops, he should be fired? Or if he's saying if Pure Sims has to do 2 more stops, Daniel should be fired?
Yes, Daniel is not just doing strategy, but driving that Pure Sim 16 car.
Well, he was driving like a madman during the middle stint, I will tell you that. He went 3 wide outside Curva de Sol and then ducked back inside for 3 right
I
down
saw
the
that.
straightaway.
I did see that, but I will say he did it cleanly.
Yeah.
Oh, did it clear? That doesn't mean he's not a madman.
Yes. Oh, no, that's true. You can be mad and still be clean, as plenty of our iRacing stars show us every single week. Andrew Langham says that it wasn't the Geodesic car trying to overtake, it was the Maniti car trying to unlap himself. Ah, well, it's one of the things with these big multi-class races. It's something that happens. What's happened to Team Hoistingveld now? Oh, my word. One incident, two incident, three incidents. They're racking themselves up bit by bit. The 148 car has managed to get himself back going, but has lost about 11 or 12 seconds and is with the satellite racing car. Is that going to open up a race control investigation? Now, the satellite...
was the lightest of touches.
Yeah, the satellite car hits the curb on the inside and then goes a little bit wide as a result of it. Maybe a look from above can tell us more. Maybe a look on board with the satellite racing car will give us more of an indication, because he's hugging that curve to the inside. And I'll ask you this, Lorenzo, as our local native expert. You can do that, but that car does get a little bit squirrely.
It does, and furthermore, if you try to hug the inside, the likelihood of that car bottoming out is a real possibility. So you do want the car to step out on its apex of sorts to the outside, and unfortunately the team hoisting fellow was just standing right over there. In my opinion, it's a racing incident. Nothing that the satellite racing team done wrongly right there. That was supposed to be a clean overtake or overlap.
38 to go. Still caution free here in the 1,000 kilometers of Interlagos. We are live from the virtual Sao Paulo for the penultimate round of the Gomez Sim Industries Endurance Series presented by IVRA and VCO. Our four classes of competition shaping up very, very nicely. On board with AJ Lawal, who is hunting down the Apex Tech racing car. That is closed now to 1.4 seconds. At one point it was up at 2 full seconds. Sim Republic in the 318 are down onto pit road, by the way, for what should be their final cycle in the GT3 Pro-Am category. So the pit stop window seems to have opened in all of the categories bar the LMP2 category. So keep your eye out for that. If a GT car, be it GTE or GT3, makes its way to pit lane, that will be the final time this race, and you can follow live timing and scoring by heading to timing71.org/s/RaceSpot. Sim Republic with a full service as well, so they've taken their final set of tires to push all the way to the end, and they're pushing just like AJ Lawal. Bit of interesting backstory here. I thought it was true. I wasn't sure about it, so I didn't want to say it in case I was wrong, but AJ Lawal has raced with the Apex Tech LMP2 crew in the past. Now racing against them. It's a little bit of a rivalry. That's what we like, Lorenzo.
Yeah, we like that beef going into this race, but AJ, I think, drove for them last season, if I recall correctly, in the endurance season, and joined the ranks of Team RS, so I think late in 2021, early 2022, so yeah, I'm just reading something. But yeah, he's a very fast guy. Learn is probably a savant in the LMP2s. So earned his way to join the RSO ranks and do really well in his stint so far.
1.3 seconds now the gap as we focus back in your GT3s with the Hell Racers 229 right behind Raf van der Linden. Now looking at the race controls sheet, there's a couple of things under review. One of them involves Delta Sport under investigation for some contact with the WS Racing Esports BMW. There's also something that has just been cleared with the WS Racing BMW and the private label Team Hype number 7 LMP2 car. That was deemed as no penalty warranted, no further action from the stewards. The drive-through penalty did come down, by the way, to the Element Sim Racing BMW for the contact with the Alpine Stars Geodesic GTE machine. So we get some clarity there, Jonathan. We didn't know which way to go. Race control figures it's the GT3's fault.
Yeah, I said the 327. We didn't get the onboard view, and I think we probably should have got the in-car view maybe at one point, but it turned in a little bit, causing a spin and then touching that 162, unfortunately. So hopefully the GSI car gets to fight back a little bit. They're still in the top 5, which is good, but just 28 seconds behind, which is not the greatest. But I should mention, Arjuna, these two have not left each other's sides the entire race. I'm pretty sure the Hell Racers and Geodesic GT3 cars have been next to each other for the last 150 laps. I am convinced they have not left each other's side.
Can they do it for 36 laps more? That's the real question. You have the tantalizing possibility of a drag race out of the final corner all the way to the line for a photo finish. Now, how realistic is that? I'm not exactly sure, but it's something just to keep in mind. Gap between RSO and Apex Tech is now down to 0.6 of a second. I think the traffic has held up Chris Barrett. As you can see, it's a hornet's nest that they're working and carving their way through right now. Some GT3 machines staying well out of the way as they work their way through the Bico de Pato. And more of a checkup there for the Apex Tech car, as Lawal's going to be nice and friendly with the Impulse GT3 machine, hold back and get the run out of the corner, get into the draft of that 13, and tow his way all the way up the 1.3, 1.4 kilometers out of Yunsao up in towards turn 1. Lorenzo, we haven't called on you for our pronunciation check just yet, so let's do it. Let's talk about the corner names. The Senna S, that seems pretty easy, right? Curva de Sol?
Curva de Sol, yeah.
Descida do Lago?
Descida do Lago.
See, you got that inflection that only a Portuguese can do.
Yeah, it's Descida do Lago.
Lago.
Yeah.
Ferradura? Dura.
Yeah, Ferradura, Ferradura. Yeah, it's correct.
Curva do Laranjina.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's alright. People say Laranjinha. It's easy.
Laranjinha.
Laryngitis?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about when I heard that, to be honest. Turn 9 is Pinheiro. Give us the proper
actually, it's Pinheiro, but some say Pinheirinho, which is the more Brazilian pronunciation. It's not Portuguese, it's more us Brazilians how we call the corner name.
Got it. And then Bico de Pato? Bico de Pato?
Precise, yeah. It's
Pico de
precise,
Gal?
correct.
Mergulho?
Mergulho. But it's alright.
And then give us the actual pronunciation of Yunsao. Junsao. Oh, not bad.
Yeah, not bad. I'll give you a 9 out of 10.
That's too high. That's too high.
No. Here's why. Okay, I have to defend you in this summer, Juno, because let's make a comparison. Like Paul Smith, and Paul's gonna love this. Paul, really good job on trying to call out the names, but he does tend to get a few of the corner names wrong. Even though he did the effort of trying to get like Curva do Sol, Interlagos, so he did the effort. He got an 8.5 because there are some corner names he could have done better. You made the effort of getting the pronunciation properly correct in so little time, so that's why I'm giving you a 9.
I'll take it.
So, yeah, that's why.
Ruben Bonga, by the way, in the T3 Motorsports by Maniti 178 GTE machine has made his final stop of the race, has emerged 42 seconds back from Edu Morales in the Obsidian Racing car. Now, the question is, how long will that 138 spend on pit lane? Most of the time I am decent with pronunciations. There are some names that I struggle with. Lewis, for example, always likes to show off how he can say Otorevskoskaya, Otorevskoskaya.
Was it Otorevskaya?
Yeah, you see, I can get it now, but I couldn't during ProSim when Lewis McLeod teased me relentlessly for that one. He also just ripped into me during R Factor 2, where I forget one of the Williams drivers' names, where I was struggling.
Schumacher Brzezinski?
No. The other one, Nico.
Nikita Wisniewski?
Yeah, sorry, it wasn't him then, it was someone else. But regardless, he was not impressed with my pronunciation there. However, the iRacing Rallycross World Championship, I was quite happy. I got a similarly high score as Lorenzo gave me for my Portuguese pronunciations as I did for some of those Finnish names, because boy, oh boy, are those bad. Rasmus Tuominen. Try saying that when you're shouting about a battle for the race lead. I tell you, it's not easy.
Yeah, that's legit. That's really good. I'm not a big fan of. I'm not gonna say a big fan of Finnish and Finn names. It's just
whoa,
you're
in trouble. Iku Marikala is coming from you.
I cannot get the Finn names right. That's why. I try, but I cannot get them right because of my Portuguese Brazilian pronunciation and anything else.
Yes, but, because everyone in Brazil speaks Brazilian, right?
Yeah, everybody speaks Brazilian according to one Will Vincent. And we
Do I speak
try
American
not to
then?
butcher names like Jonathan Burdick did at the early portion of the broadcast.
Yes, you do
I
speak
do.
American. You definitely speak. There is a distinct difference between
American.
English, and American English.
American.
What do you mean butcher anything? I've only butchered last names, and no
To-
one's
yeah, to be
no
fair,
one's got
Jonathan
gotten me for
didn't.
that
Jonathan didn't do much butchering. That is fair. But
because
for
I knew I'd be
example-
wrong.
For example, it is PGZ Motorsport, not PGZ Motorsport.
It is not Mantini, it's Manini.
To be fair, those guys have heard even John Hindorf cannot say that name right. Maniti is how you're meant to say it. Manatee, one word that I just was about to say that I'll get in trouble for saying, but manatee, we've heard. I don't want to pick too much on John Hindorf, but Williams Esports, they've got a sponsor, a PC company. They're not called Chill Blast, they're called Chili Blast. Every single time. The wonders, the wonders. To go back to something that I forget who was saying this earlier, but Maniti, if you're listening, please talk to Wandy at iLiveries and get some extra colors on your car so we can easily
I
tell.
said it.
Yeah, that was you. Okay, that was you. But we want yellow wing mirrors on one car, blue on another, pink on another. We need some help. We're not smart.
Are you talking about with the multiple cars?
In the same, multiple cars in the same class specifically, Jonathan.
I feel like the Hellraisers are more of a fault on this one than.
No, because in SCO, which Lorenzo and I were oh, what's happened to Satellite? They're down on pit road.
That's a pit.
They're pissed off.
Yeah, that's about as early as I think you'd want to come down. So they're going to relinquish second for now.
That's ballsy because they haven't stayed out longer than 27 laps.
Yeah, but I think 31 is okay. I think they'll do they take full service here? If they take full service, there goes the chance of second, if you ask me.
Well, that's assuming that no one else takes full service.
Well, Apex Tech and RSO took full service last time. They're not taking full service again.
They could be crazy, you know.
It's only a full fuel stop for Paul Darling, 33.4 seconds stationary, so there we go. There's the answer. Looking on board with that 97, who has actually lost a little bit of time and ground to Chris Barrett. Traffic gives and traffic takes. I mean, I think that's the reason why it closed so much, Jonathan, was the fact that Chris just got caught up behind traffic at the worst possible time and just didn't want to force the issue too much.
Now, and I think it's been tricky to overtake the traffic at some instances. It's just more tricky to stay on the racing line. You know, you're coming out of turn 12 on this big long straighter right here. If you get caught up by a slower BMW right in front of you, you're going to lose like 5-6 tenths.
Oh no.
Did you just read what I read?
Yeah, please read it away.
Yeah, they're right as well. The mirrors are different, but we're apparently so dumb that we need more help. Please, Tim, please give us some more help for the future. Yes, bigger mirrors would be great, but really, I think that's not going to help you when other people are coming to hit you. So,
No, it's not that. It's more impactful for the race.
oh, okay.
Satellite.
Yeah, I see it now. Drive-through penalty for Paul Darling. I did say that he hits the curb and pushes out wide.
It's like, I understand where they're coming from. You want to be as safe as possible. If you're the faster car, you have to make the overlap safely.
Oh, that's...
Jesus Christ, that is Apex on T3, the AM car. But at the same time, it's like the car does step out to the exit a little bit. You cannot hug the corner. If you hugged the corner, it would have been worse, in my opinion.
So now, as Daniel Croft is down on pit lane for the Pure Sims Esports 16 that leads the way, they're going to do a full service. They'll do a driver change as well for these final 29 odd laps. Now, the gap that they have is so significant that I like this call. It means that if there is a safety car, they'll have fresh rubber, they'll have something to work with. Yes, it might result in the end gap being a little bit smaller than they'd like, given the domination that they've had since Impulse had their misfortune, but it's all about putting yourself right position, right time, As we jump on board with the Alpine Stars geodesic car, who's going to come out alongside with the Pure Sims machine. Now, Pure Sims shouldn't fight this one too hard. They should know that that geodesic car is due for a pit stop in about 4 laps time, and indeed they'll slot back into line.
They also don't want to get held up here.
They can afford. They can afford to be held up.
Do they know they can afford to be held up?
Yes. Because again, remember, they had a 46-second advantage heading into the pit stop cycle. It's a 20-something second penalty for taking 4 tires. 40 minus 20 is still 20. I see Juan has jumped into the VCO chat, Lorenzo. What do we want from the Medici cars? How do we make it easier? I think one way that we could do it is just by completely changing the green, but I don't think that's a realistic option if we're being honest, as the Apex Tech Racing 13 car will come in for its final time on
That's rude. That's their branding.
No, exactly. Oh, and the Apex Tech car has lost time in pit lane. That Apex Tech car has lost about 4 seconds in pit lane by missing its box. Will that be crucial in the battle with Team RSO? Well, you need to execute on pit road. It's so easy to lose time there. It's much harder to find it on track. And a small mistake from Chris Barrett might just have gifted RSO second place here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a shocker. We only know whenever RSO actually pits, but it does open the door for them. And here's the thing, they're going to be way more lighter on fuel because they're on 20 laps. And it looks like from their pit stop, they did full service. So naturally, when they come in, they're going to be, I think, about, I would say 20 laps, 18 laps remaining on their fuel tank. So they're good, man. It's going to be an interesting one to watch.
Now, I do think that Apex Tech did a full service as well. I think they're just trying to cover off any potential safety car intervention, which I think is a good idea, because you do tend to see at the end of this race, races, like for example, Watkins Glen, the incidents come and you leave yourself in danger. That's what Syandra, we were talking about, being in the danger zone for satellite racing. That's what they wanted to try and do to the rest of the cars. They wanted to put that pressure on the rest of their competitors. And so I think Apex Tech have covered them off. But lighter fuel tank for RSO might, in addition now to that small little mistake from Barrett, open the door for the German outfit to sneak their way into second and really apply the pressure to Pure Sims. 1 round of the championship left to go. On board with Hell Racers in the 229, still behind the Alpine Stars geodesic racing car.
They have both their cars fighting each other. They have the LMP2s fighting each other, and then their 2 Porsches are fighting each other.
Just looking at the timing screen right now, there's not too many battles actually developing on track. You've got things that are going to play out on pit lane. For example, the fact that Hugo Brandau in the T3 Motorsports 278 car is about to come and make his final stop on pit lane. Still waiting for the likes of German Sim Racing to have their final stop of the race, but they're about 15 laps away from even thinking about a dive down on towards pit lane. In the GTEs, of course, the battle for the race lead, we're still waiting for Obsidian to come in and box. At 30 laps into the stint, maybe another 10 for them as well, but that gap to T3 Motorsport by Maniti, Ruben Bonga, has been on those war drums and has closed that gap to 41 seconds. As meanwhile, that 278 car will come down on towards pit road, so that's the final stop for them. It might now really be where they come out in comparison to the 5-star Motorsports Lamborghini, Jonathan.
Yeah, those Lamborghinis have been quite fast and quite active, so they might have to just be aware of where they are, especially since they've been close together, because 255, Impulse, and Pure Sims are still within 10 seconds of each other.
The Brandau's in the box on his promotion to the full pro outfit for Maniti. He's rolling as 5-star Motorsports is still working its way, not even in towards pit entry. So it's going to be a good old healthy gap that Brandau has over the rest of the field. German Sim Racing. He's actually only come out 3 seconds back from German Sim Racing. 5-Star Motorsports, not even in the same zip code. German Sim Racing owes us a pit stop. Early in this race, Lorenzo, I think it's fair to say, we didn't expect Maniti and T3 Motorsports to be at the front by this margin.
Yeah, I didn't expect. I thought it would be closer. I wouldn't say like glued to maybe 5-star. I would say maybe about 4 or 5 seconds. I think would be more a realistic count for me. But the job that Hugo Brandão and his teammate have been doing on this race, Tristan Iglesias have been doing, is just phenomenal. You know, and it's a race they need to win. I think for a team that is relying on a really good result after after Watkins Glen, they need a good result here to propel them into the leadership of the Winners' Cup.
They got the strategy right too on both of them, on both of their cars.
Well, I mean, are we not including the 378 in this one?
I think they've had a little bit of a struggle for the day, and some of it is not of their own accord on that one.
I kind of killed them though early on in the race.
Battle for 5th in the LMP2 Class C's. Alpine Stars Geodesic emerged just behind Paul Darling. Now these two will go to the end of the race. They'll cycle up at least one position by virtue of Impulse yet to make their final trip down onto pit lane. Sorry, Lorenzo, you were talking about how you cursed yet another team.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, Green Army, don't kill me, please.
Yeah, the Green Army was all on my words last week with me calling them Maniti over and over again. We're talking about liveries, and I just realized, you know who's got the best system for differentiating different teams, the different cars within the team? I mean, it should be obvious to you, Lorenzo.
Power Slide, no.
No.
Red line?
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes it easy. Red line. Oh, we want to see the blue car? There's the blue car. Oh, where's the purple car? There's a purple car. Well, I think SRC Mivano also kind of...
No, they've got the same problem.
They do try to differentiate even though they use the Italian names.
Yeah, no, but the thing that you're looking for is the car itself, right? With SRC Movano, I have to look for the numbers to figure out which car is which. Like, you want an easy visual indication. Redline is the best. And I don't think, to be completely fair, there's any other team that can do what Redline has done, because Redline is Redline, right? They've got such a distinct brand and identity around them that they don't need a color to differentiate them now as well, right? Red line used to be the red line over the top of the car. Now it's just a line over the top of the car, and it can be any color. It doesn't have to be just a black base. It can be the orange, the Team Redline orange, which is a white base, and the orange highlights, for example. Redline, I mean, the cars make it nice and easy for us.
I agree 100%. I think, you know, which is a team, and I'm gonna get a slight flag that kind of doesn't make it easy on us whenever they are actually on the broadcast, especially in the special events. Coanda.
Yeah, Coanda's not easy.
They basically run the same livery and they just run different numbers.
Yeah, totally off topic. I just like to shamelessly plug something that has really captivated my attention. Jonathan, are you part of the Wordle craze?
I have unfortunately taken a part of this.
Okay, I have got to tell you that you're playing the wrong game. There is something more fun, and it has inspired an idea that I am going to try and build of my own. But it's not Wordle, it's Worldle. Worldle.
Oh no, I'm better at that than Worldle.
Worldle is better. Worldle is the superior game, and for those who don't know what Worldle is,
You
but
guys
you know,
play that thing?
well, Wordle is the game with the words, right? Worldle is the game with countries, and you've got to guess based on the shape what country is what.
I've always seen that thing on my WhatsApp groups and stuff, but I
Join.
No?
You're in the IndyCar Discord. Come and join us. We've got a channel dedicated for Worldle. However, it has inspired me that we need a game like this, which is for racetrack. But you've got to do it in such a way where you only give maybe 3 corners of the track to be guessed from.
I'll be
This is a
down
large
with that.
project he's thinking about.
You can make it simple. I can make it simple. Now the question is, when will I have time to actually build it? That's that's the bigger question. I have 11 hours of broadcasting this weekend alone. We'll get there someday. But Worldle, WORLDLE, check it out and have some fun. It is fantastic. It is a lot of fun. Also, there's a fun little comment that I've just seen. It's not just Redline, BS competition as well. One of my favorite liveries in all of sim racing. That's also pretty distinctive, Lorenzo.
Yeah, that's true. With the zebra stripes, whenever they want to turn the Turner Motorsport and go half and half. But the thing is, and this is kind of funny, I think, in the past few events, is the Mala thing, right?
Oh,
because,
yes, the love triangle.
Yeah, the love triangle, because we know that Mala is more associated with Williams, but we see BS competition drivers in the Mala team. So
No. You know, you're thinking about it wrong.
Oh, okay.
It's the fact that Mala is the name of the team itself, but they have some cars that are run by Williams and some cars that are run by BS Competition.
Oh, all right. Okay, so when I did start, I think back in the Nürburgring in 2020, they were like part of Williams or something like that?
Yes, no, back then they were officially part of Williams, yeah.
Okay, so now they're full independent.
Yeah,
okay.
something happened to Antti Tuominen. What happened to that 49 Motorsports car, who has had a wretched day that really started right at the start when they had contact with Impulse. No cars around. Is it going to be by themselves, Jonathan?
There it goes.
Around she goes. Simple as.
That's a tricky corner to sometimes to get, especially in those heavier GT cars.
Oh, it's very tricky. I think it's a lot of the corners here look simple, but are very, very deceptive. And Lorenzo, you can speak more about that.
Yeah, believe it or not, some of the corners, if you're looking from a car perspective, and I think the best way we can actually do it, as we see the Hell Racers LMP trying to chase, I think that looks like to be
Fiercely forward.
Yeah. Into the Senna S. If you don't have a FOV set to see the corners properly, they can become really blind. For stock cars, it's even worse because you don't see the corners at all. Your seat your positioning seat is so far back that it's so hard to see the corners properly and even make them properly.
Yeah, for sure. So 20 laps to go. We are in the closing stages. And one thing to remember is that there is an increased reticence from race control to throw a caution when we get to the late stages of this race. So don't be entirely shocked if we get to those final 10, 15 minutes and there's an incident that might warrant a safety car, but we stay green because of that reluctance. RSO yet to come down and pit, but they've been putting in some blinding lap times. 22.729 last time from AJ Lawal, only 0.3 off the fastest lap of that car in particular, half a second slower than the fastest lap overall, but he will come down onto pit road this time by. Now, where is Apex Tech in that 13? The battle to win the race off pit road might determine who's going to finish in second in this race. To the inside comes the move from Pure Sims, I think that is, excuse me. Yep, Pure Sims, who will get on pass. That's just a car getting lapped. Lawal's been in pit lane for 16 odd seconds and counting. How short will the stop be? 20.4, and he's rolling. Where's Chris Barrett in comparison? Barrett's rolling down in towards turn number 1. There is the Apex LMP2 machine. AJ Lawal already on pit exit. So the strategy has played out nicely, Jonathan, for the Team RSO machine. I will have to try and get word. I think Apex Tech came down to try and cover off any potential safety cars, so you understand why they decided to come down. Just hasn't worked in their favor.
No, RSO, I think doing the math correctly right there, making sure that they didn't get caught up by a safety car, but knowing how the flow of the race was, they had the feeling of, how we can just stretch this as far as we go and then get that shorter pit stop towards the end.
The gap between them is going to be 6 seconds. That's the delta. 4 of that was made up in pit lane itself with the shorter stop for the RSO team. and see if the Apex Tech car can close it just that little bit further with 19 to go. Obsidian Racing also yet to come down and pit. In the GTEs, they're making that final stop as short as possible, and the gap has held fairly steady there as well. Issue for Westwood Racing Esports in that 382 car that I'm seeing. Now, is there going to be any drama with race control? That's really why we're interested in some of these incidents right now, because like we've seen in so many series, like we saw, for example, in the VCO Esports Racing League just this past Wednesday, but an incident might not affect the points at the top of the way you look at it, but it affects overall how the points will shake themselves out. Looks like a solo car incident for the Westwood Racing Esports team. As we look back at the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing machine hunting down Paul Darling in that Satellite Racing 64 car, Lorenzo.
Yeah, good battle so far. As what happened is this, whenever they got into the Junção corner, is that the Satellite got held up by traffic, and who was that? That
was Orion.
That spun around.
Yeah, that's Orion in the 144 GTE machine. Mike Dam, who started that car back behind the wheel through the Descida del Lago, losing it by himself in between that battle for fourth position, and a couple of GT cars then had to split the difference with him, as he does a good job this time of holding the brakes. One more look at it as he loses it early into the corner, and then has that heart-in-mouth moment, Jonathan, where you just wait and see if you're gonna get hit.
Oh, impulse, Jesus.
Yeah, it was two Lamborghinis, probably didn't expect the Porsche to be stopped right there.
And that's going to impact that battle for what is third in the GT3 standings, because that was Eric Grove in the Pure Sims 216. That was Impulse Raymond Sheffers behind the wheel of the 257. Two cars that came very close to flirting with disaster there. Both those cars due for a pit stop, likely in the next 4 or 5 laps, at least for Pure Sims. Impulse maybe a little bit further down the road. As closing stages of this race, battles continue to brew. Here's Zach Broderick in that Sim Republic 318. They took full service last time down on the lane. Now they are second in class, but for the Satellite Racing GT3 AM 367, Jonathan, they've been out on track for 21 laps with 22 or so minutes remaining. I'm struggling to do the math as to whether Ross Booth is going to have to bring the 367 onto pit lane again.
I'm also struggling. I'm also going to check the map to see if he has to be on pit lane again. Mike, I don't know, unless he has master fuel saving.
It's that close, and that's where the difficulty really lies right now.
Oh no, he did 40 laps on his first stint.
So he should be okay, roughly?
He should be okay. I mean, he's done 2 40-lap stints. I don't know why this man's a madman and can do that. Those are impressively long stints. He's got 22, maybe.
I'll tell you what, I have sent over a message to Syandra. Maybe he doesn't know what the LMP2 strategy really looks like. Maybe he does know what the GT3 strategy is. We'll get word for that machine. Would be a good day for that GT3 AM class overall, with 2 cars really making some significant headway up through the field. Back on board with Sheffers as they plunge down through the Senna S's. A little bit tighter line through the second part of the corner for the Impulse 257. It's a Lamborghini scrap for third. It's a Porsche Lamborghini run away first and second. Confusion coming because L1 Esports, by virtue of everything that's gone on with them, has fallen down. Chris Barrett in the LMP2 Apex Tech racing car. What's happened to him? Oh no, that battle for second has disappeared. It might now be a battle for third, as Obsidian Racing will come down and pit at this very moment in time. For Barrett, he has dropped off and is now only about 6 seconds clear of Satellite Racing. If the traffic plays a factor, that might be something to watch. Sandwiched with some GT machines, he's going to try and get around the Alpine Stars geodesic car and gets onto the grass, gets himself slipping towards the wall, but that is good car control, Lorenzo, to minimize the damage.
Yeah, that is fantastic car control. I think he lost on the last lap about, just trying to minimize here, I think 5 seconds he lost just on that incident alone. And in terms of damage control, that was the best case scenario for him. He didn't crash the wall, going to the tire barrier, maybe get a suspension damage or steering damage of sorts. And it still has good gap to satellite racing for third.
In GTE, it's a 19-second advantage for Obsidian Racing with a 14-second pit stop. The strategy has tilted in their direction. Edu Morales has 20 minutes now to hang on. Ruben Bonga can do nothing but push, 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 push. It will be more than a second a lap that he's got to find. And Obsidian Racing, after putting it on pole, sliding somewhat backwards by virtue of the strategy, Jonathan, find themselves in control.
Yeah, it's probably been the best strategy so far of the day, is like short pitting to the end, minimizing your time on pit lane, and then Obsidian Racing now very much better. And I think they can probably even save fuel or even save their tires if they wanted to, in case a yellow flag does inevitably come out, so they're not at risk.
So, second race in IVRA competition for the Spanish outfit will be their first IVRA career victory. Though Impulse in their 256 are down in 11th. I see they've had some trouble with the traffic. Another car that had trouble with the traffic was Josh Chin in the private label team Hype number 7 car. Battle getting closer and closer between the Pure Sims and Impulse car, but they're both yet to pit. Sim Republic and the Alpine Stars Geodesic having a moment there, as saw the Raf van der Linden powered Porsche 911 running himself wide. Not a battle in their specific class because we split the GT3s into Pro and AMS, but at this stage of the race you make some small mistakes and fortunately it's not going to cost them dear. Pure Sims Lorenzo down on pit lane for the final time.
Yeah, down for the final time as we are 13 to go, so it should be a very quick pit stop. 17 seconds for Eric Grove, and he's out of the pit lane. No tires, just fuel.
So now Impulse will pound around for a couple more laps and have what you'd expect to be an even shorter final stop. We'll cycle them down likely to 4th position. I don't think that it's going to be a close fight between Pure Sims and the Hell Racers Gluttony Machines all the way to the end. So let's start to look forward. Let's look to the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Actually, before we do that, I see there's a car off in the grass, and it is the L1 Esports 121. Lou Barreto is trying to find his way after getting lost on the inside of Gunsao. Kimi Raikkonen got lost on the outside, but Barreto is proving that you can do it on the inside as well. Bizarre place to have a moment like that in what has been a difficult first race for this team, for this driver. The entire outfit, at least they'll get to the end, albeit a significant number of laps down. Let's start to look forward while we focus on the battle between Jaden Munoz and Paul Darling for Satellite Racing and the Alpine Stars Geodesic camp. These shorter seasons, Jonathan, 3 races in each of these fall and winter seasons really shake things up. There's really not much chance to make a mistake and to bounce back from that one. And even when you factor in the overall championship, which spreads across the 6 races, heading to a place like Road Atlanta, which doesn't leave you much room for mistakes, be it by yourself, be it in the traffic as well, it's a great way to close things out, and it'll be interesting to see how they're going to balance out the risk versus reward in that final 1,000 kilometers of action.
And it's going to be interesting how the teams play it out too, because you mentioned there's the Grand Championship and then there's the Winter Championship. So we have 2 separate championships up for grabs. And some teams are going to be playing their cards probably for the Winter. Some teams probably going to be playing their cards for the Grand one. It just kind of depends on what they build their strategy around. I'm excited to see that track too, because Road Atlanta is always a good multi-class racing track, always good overtaking, places where it's easy to get around traffic, but then you have that first sector where it's twisty back and forth, where you can get easily caught out by the traffic. So it'll be interesting to see which of these teams come out on top and which of these teams that have struggled today get a rebound going into Road Atlanta. Because there's been a handful I can think of off the top of my head that have had unfortunate errors or just mismanagement of one thing or another, and they're not getting the results they wanted.
Do remember as well that IMSA has raced with multiple classes there in the past. Fascinating to see how it turns out. 5 seconds the gap between Impulse and Pure Sims as Impulse makes their final stop on pit row. That was expected, although the amount of difference between the pit stops themselves, almost 7 and a bit seconds, given there's only 1 lap separating them, indicates that potentially it was a lot longer, a lot more fuel already in that car. Also, the word from Satellite Racing is that car might not need to come down and pit again, so they are in control. Although having said that, Sim Republic is only about 4 seconds back, Lorenzo, and closing. Last time that 318 gained a full second out on track.
Yeah, and I was looking at the last 3 laps between Ross Booth and Zach Broderick. Ross Booth didn't do anything better than a 32.7, and Zach Broderick 32.1, 32.1, and 31.8. So he's flying around the track. Maybe better tires for the Sim Republic car, better traffic conditions as well. So we could have a battle on our hands for GTM win over here if the track keeps going the way Zach Broderick wants, and Ross would just get the bad luck of the draw.
Remember, those tires on the 367 are very, very old compared to the fresh rubber that Broderick has at his disposal. Satellite Racing and Alpine Stars, by the way, close between them as well, but a look to the outside for Jaden Munoz in the 62. Didn't pan out in his direction. Continued to squabble amongst the two of them. There's nothing under investigation by race control, at least for now. So with 10 laps to go, it's looking like it might be the first time in IVRA endurance history that we go caution-free for the entirety of a race distance. Not the first time in IVRA competition. The club sport has had some fantastically clean races, but first time in this endurance top-level competition and it might go that way. Paul Darling will slam the door closed on Jaden Munoz as they run themselves into Decido Lolago. A little bit of top speed differential between the two cars, but that Alpine Stars machine has enough overlap to try and stick it around the outside, backs out of it after getting a bit of a worse run off of the corner. Based on that little bit of momentum that we saw there, Jonathan, excuse me, I think they're both running the same downforce configuration. I just wonder in terms of the front aero, but you can get downforce through this car in a multitude of different ways. The setup might just be slightly different and favoring that Paul Darling Satellite Racing car for now.
The setup and then maybe just the driving styles too, because I was about to say that 62 got a brilliant run coming out of the Curva de Sol, but then just couldn't really go anywhere with it, and Paul Darling did a brilliant job defending. So this might come down to a last lap pass or two, or maybe wherever the traffic is. Because right now, they seem like they have found absolutely no traffic. There is no one around them.
Got some clean air to work with. Another lap ticks off, 7 to go this time by. Pure Sims leads the way in your LMP2 category. In GTE, Obsidian Racing as well is 16 odd seconds clear, while GT3 sees a 10-second buffer for T3 Motorsport by Maniti. Big old swings for the class leads there. GT3 Pro-Am still close, now 2.5 seconds between Satellite Racing and the Sim Republic cars there. Still plenty of action, plenty of points to fight for here at Interlagos. Lorenzo, I mean, a good race so far, but what have you taken from it in terms of the teams that have a lot of momentum heading into the final race of the campaign?
It's an interesting, it's going to be an interesting final race at Roland, and I like what the Sim Republic is doing, basically recovering themselves from the Glen round where they had a lot of promise, but unfortunately the second half of the race just went down in shambles. The space they have been, and the strategy have been phenomenal. I think we have to put Satellite as well in the AM category into the fray as well. By going to the lead of the championship in the AM category. In the pros, still very wide open between D3, 5-star and German Street Racing. Obviously, Hell Race is going to bounce back. GTEs, I think it's still going to be a D3 by Motorsport by Maniti. GT, it'd be hard to take them out at the top. LMPs is where the thing is going to be more interesting for anything else. Pure Sims dominating again, but Team RSO not far behind. So I think it will be coming down to a battle between who can win at Rotana, basically a win-win situation for both teams.
Win and you win. It's as simple as that. Jaden Munoz, Paul Darling still squabbling for fourth as well. This time by, it will be 7 laps to go for Pure Sims in that 16 machine. They've extended that advantage to 25 seconds. GT3 Pro-Am keeping an eye on that as well. It's down under 1.5 seconds. Broderick is coming on strong, and given where the tires seem to be for the 367, I don't think there's much that he's going to be able to do here, Jonathan.
I can try and be as defensive as possible. Try and make that car as wide as possible. And unfortunately, if you get a draft or if you're stuck in the traffic, that's going to be a problem. And well, that was a personal best as well by the Sim Republic last lap.
Yeah, they're really coming on strong. As the fastest lap for that car over the entirety of the race. That's how much speed that Broderick has been able to find in these closing stages with the track conditions now seeing 34 degrees Celsius. That's some of the coolest track conditions we've seen over the entirety of the race itself. On board with that Porsche 911 as it runs itself up in towards the infield complex. Look at how much more grip he's got. Look at how much more committed he is able to be as they work their way through the switchback hairpins. The run out of Yunsao, Lorenzo, will be where this pass likely gets done.
Yeah, get a good run, open up into the cobblestone AstroTurf, and set yourself for a start-finish straight pass, going to turn number 1 and seal the deal for the win.
Got some traffic as well. Might give a bit of draft to Sim Republic a little bit earlier, but will give some help as well to that Satellite Racing 367. 6 to go for your Pure Sims LMP2 car. Question will be, is it 6 to go for these guys? Will they maybe get an extra lap when all things are said and done? Bit of a twitch from Broderick, not committing this time by. Down the hill they'll go in towards Senna S's, sweeping their way through the Curva de Sol. Sim Republic car looking better in the infield right now. That's where those grip from the tires is really going to pay maximum dividends. Has another look. We'll back out of it for now. And if Satellite Racing can get good runs out of each of the corners and not open the door for any potential moves, Jonathan, that might be their only form of defense as that car gets closer and closer, and Broderick's not going to force the issue.
Broderick's being very, very cautious, and I think Satellite Racing, A, knows that and is playing the defensive card right, but B, just needs to be aware that time is pretty much against them. They got 5 more laps to do this, and already this lap looks like a struggle.
Now look at how he's just getting the momentum out of each of these switchback hairpins. Maybe the chance might present itself in the infield if he sets it up nicely. Down through turn 11 they sweep, plunging down the hill into the final braking zone of the lap, setting up that corner, maximizing the entry speed to carry the momentum through. Much closer, half a car length, maybe a car length between them this time, Lorenzo.
Yeah, this is it. I don't see anywhere where Ross Booth can actually defend. He's going to go to the inside the best way he can actually go, but the grip that a Sim Republic will have will be the ultimate seal deal.
Deep on the brakes for both of them. They bang doors as they come through the left-hander. Inside line given to Sim Republic, but Satellite Racing off into the grass. They control their car. They've got some speed, a bit of overlap as well. Here comes an LMP2 car not wanting to get into the fight. That's good heads-up driving from Team RSO to get onto the anchors in time. Still, Sim Republic, though, has a look to the inside, down through the Decido del Lago, and rips away the race lead from Satellite Racing with 5 laps to go. Satellite Racing and Ross Booth fought for all they could, but ultimately the grip was not on their side, Jonathan.
I was going to wonder if there was going to come back around the inside going into 6 and 7, but he's still trying. That's a lock up there. Like you can't fault him for trying. It's just you don't have the tire grip. You don't have the right strategy sequence with you.
That's why we love endurance racing and even the chaos and carnage that a safety car race and a race with safety cars adds when you go green from flag to flag. The cycle of strategy has its own story to be written down. And we Sim Republic heading to a victory lane if they can hold on for 4 more laps. There's the Obsidian Racing car across the line. 16 seconds clear. The gap has come down slightly to Ruben Bongo, but it's too little, it's too late. Where's Daniel Kraft in all of this? Working himself into the infield, so he's already been lapped, has Edu Morales, so 4 laps to go for him as well. Shouldn't have to do a lap less when all things are said and done. Balance of performance has been quite good, Lorenzo, in this class between Morales, that BMW, and even the Corvette. Yeah, maybe the Corvette hasn't had the out-and-out pace, but it was always somewhere in the mix, and ultimately it's good to see that the BMW has been much more competitive than it was last time at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, I like this thing. I like this BOP more than the Glen round, where everybody over here is competitive. Despite you might have to do a different strategy for X car than Y car or Z car, so I like what we saw from these 5 hours of racing and see where they line up at the end of the day. And people could say, oh, the Porsche was much better coming into this race, but they never took the chance away, definitely from the BMW or the Corvette. They tried their best, but and they were very close. It's just how racing goes.
The only real scrap to watch for right now is this battle for 4th in your prototype category. All the other gaps, at least within the top 10 of each of the classes, is split by seconds, if not multiple seconds. The Orion race team have had a bobble even off the road as they go for their own off-track excursion. Safety car not going to be brought out at this late stage. Satellite Racing going to try and get the arc off of the corner. You can see them parking it on the apex. Just get the momentum, get the run out of the center S to hold on for now.
Darling's done a fantastic job of holding up that 62 machine.
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, even with the disappointment of the penalty, he might have been hoping for a little bit more. And even if they hadn't have had that penalty, it would have been a fight for second between Satellite and the Team RSO after the bobble that Apex Tech Racing had first on the pit lane and then out on track as well, heading into the Bico de Pato. But that's how it goes. You make a mistake, you don't look back, you look forward. 2 laps to go for Pearsons this time by, edging closer and closer to another victory for them. They were pushing all the way to the end last time at Watkins Glen. It'll be their first victory since the season opener in the fall at the Nürburgring, where they took a clean sweep, maximizing not just the race victory, but the halfway points as well. Since then, it was a disappointing race for them at the Red Bull Ring after getting some good halfway points and then suffering to the checkered flag. Barcelona was second, both at the halfway marker, both at the end of the race. Watkins Glen, the same. Second at the end of the race, second at the halfway point. 1 step up, extending their advantage in the overall championship, but also in the Winter Championship. Out of Yunsao for the penultimate time. They'll climb up the hill to the start-finish line with a 30-second gap behind them. In a race, Jonathan, where it was Impulse and PureSims looking like the dominant forces from the start of this race. Just 4 and a bit odd kilometers for PureSims to go to win once more.
Yeah, they've been on top of the strategy, and even when this car has had fuel save or tire save, the PureSims team has managed it beautifully, managed the traffic and getting through it beautifully. And they haven't really put a foot wrong.
Same for Obsidian Racing. Pole position for them, and then using the strategy to their advantage. At one point, we thought maybe they were on a slightly wrong strategy when they went long compared to those behind them, but it cycled out in their favor nicely. 18 odd seconds clear. For T3 Motorsports by Maniti and the GT3, Lorenzo, they have actually been closed on down. Adam Isaacson has brought that gap in to just five odd seconds.
Yeah, 1 second faster per lap, but I don't think it's going to be enough for him, even though what he done has been tremendous.
Have to do a celebration lap in effect because he is working his way out of Yunsao, but there comes your LMP2 leader through the final corner for the final time. Will begin the celebrations for PureSims Esports. What a day it's been. Qualifying, well, we thought they had the speed for pole, but Paulo Munoz only did one run. They started down in fourth, but by the end of sector 1 on lap 1, they were in the race lead. When Impulse faltered, Pure Sims was there to pick up the pieces, and they're victorious in the penultimate race of the 2021-2022 Gomez Sim Industries IVRA Endurance Series. Here live at Interlagos, they conquer the entirety of the LMP2 field. What a day, what a drive for Paulo Munoz and for Daniel Kraft. Team RSO will be delighted with second place, a hard-fought second place for them. The big question in that prototype category would be for Impulse, what if? What if things had gone their way? Then in your GTE category, it is Obsidian Racing, just their second race in this series, their first pole position, their first victory. It has all come together nicely, and Edu Morales has been the man to beat in this GTE class. They celebrate in victory lane for the 1,000 kilometers of Interlagos. Two more class winners to come to the line. First, it will be the GT3 Pro-Am winners. Sim Republic took tires in their final stop and then pushed like madmen to the end. They ripped away the race lead from Satellite Racing with 3 or 4 laps to go, and from there they did not look back, and Sim Republic victorious in the GT3 Pro-Am category. What a day for them after not even putting in a qualifying lap time. For T3 Motorsports by Maniti, the most wild of classes was the GT3 with multiple different leaders. They're the ones who come through the smoke to win here at Interlagos. A great day of endurance racing. The first time we've gone caution-free in the endurance series, Jonathan. There was still plenty of incidents, plenty of strategy games being played. What a day. One more race weekend to go, and I can't wait till we get to the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
This shapes up for an excellent season finale, and this race gives precedent, I think, to that season finale. And like all clean racing, all good racing, and all good strategies as well.
Here is a look at what happened in the prototype category. Daniel Kraft is 33.2 seconds clear of AJ Lawal in that Team RSO machine. Apex Tech Racing hold on to a podium spot. They will be delighted with that. While Port Darling, after a drive-through penalty at the end of this race, was able to hold off the charging Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. If not for a registration miscue, that 62 car could have done a lot better, working its way maybe into the fight for the victory. Joshua Chin, well, he slept through the race start, but he didn't sleep through the end. He finishes 6th with 1 car left on the lead lap. That was the dominant Impulse 56 car. At one point had an almost 30-second advantage in the first hour and a half of the race, but an incident with traffic in through the infield dropped them down with damage. They finished in 7th. Element Sim Racing, the only car 1 lap down, while Delta Sport recovered from some early steering damage to finish in 9th, get some good points on the board. Hell Racers round out the top 10. One more finisher was Josh Clogg in that 34 for Fiercely Forward, while the only retirement in this class, Phoenix Racing Esport and their 37, getting just about to the halfway marker of the race. Edu Morales wins for Obsidian Racing, 19 odd seconds clear of the Bonga Drums and T3 Motorsport by Maniti. Phoenix Racing Esport, Team Hoisting Belt, and the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing make up the top 5. Great recovery from Phoenix Racing Esport. They had a couple of moments for them, not the best of qualifying. They're +6 from where they started. Samba Racing Team, RSR by Buttkicker, Orion Race Team, and L1 Esports, the final finishers in class, while the only retirement in the top 10 is Team RSO. The other retirement was the ever unlucky German Sim Racing 167 car. Then in the GT3s, T3 Motorsport are scored as 1 second clear, but the margins were just a little bit less than that all the way to the end. Adam Isaacson for 5-Star Motorsport kept Brandau honest, but on his debut and promotion to the full Pro Maniti lineup, he heads his way into the winner's circle. German Sim Racing complete the podium positions, while Impulse in their 257 after starting on pole can only finish down in 4th after a penalty right at the start for a miscommunication in the start procedure. Pure Sims Esports had a battle to the end, but they complete the top 5, while the best of the Pro-Ams is in 6th. Victorious is Zach Broderick for Sim Republic. Ross Booth in the Satellite Racing 367 tried to hold on with worn tires. All he could do, though, was watch as Broderick sailed off into the sunset. Raf van der Linden, in a difficult day overall for the Alpine Stars Geodesic team, comes across the line in 8th, while Hell Racers and WS Racing Esports complete the top 10 in the overall GT3 standings. The second Impulse car finishes in 11th, with the Virtual Motorsport Porsche not far behind it. Then you have the Torque Freak Racing Pro-Am machine that sits 3rd in class, close between them and Nomad Sim Racing, under 2 seconds at the line. The Quasar 225 finishes in 15th. The Rusty Spatulas T3 Motorsports by Maniti, Element Sim Racing, a handful of Pro-Am machines scattered through the top 20, with Vector by RSR and 49 Motorsports rounding out that top 20. Westwood Racing Esports and the Archer Brothers Esports, the final finishers in class, while the one and only retirement was Blake Reynolds for that Fiercely Forward car. We did see their starting driver, after putting it on the outside of the front row, having plenty of drama, technical drama for him, that's caused that car to retire. Well, let's go straight into our post-race interviews, and let's dial up the winners in LMP2. We're now joined by Daniel Kraft and Paulo Munoz. I'm going to start with Paulo. I'm going to start with qualifying. Paulo, we thought you had the speed to put it on pole, but you only did one run and started in 4th. What happened there?
Oh, hi guys. First of all, yeah, I made a little mistake on the end of my first run. So I drove past my pit box and I couldn't reverse or tow. So that was the end of my qualifying, which was quite frustrating at the time.
Well, I guess that's why you were so fired up on the start. You went from 4th to 2nd in a matter of a couple of quarters, and from there it was you versus Impulse. If Impulse didn't have the bad luck, be honest, do you think you guys could have beaten them?
I think it would have been tight, but it would have been very difficult. Timo had very, very good pace, and even after all that happened to them, they were still only a minute behind, even though they had to repair 2 minutes. So kudos to them. They had great pace, and I think it's a shame we didn't get a good race against them.
And now to Daniel, I'll go to round these interviews off. I mean, you started off this IVRA championship the best possible way, sweeping the perfect points from the Nürburgring, then a little bit difficult at the Red Bull Ring, and then you bounce back from there, 2nd place in the last 2 races, and finally back as winners. I mean, you guys have been consistent. In your mind, what does it take to be successful in this league where the safety cars play a factor, unless you go green from flag to flag like we did today?
Hey, yeah, so I think this is my 3rd season of IVRA competition. We competed in the DGF series beforehand, so yeah, we've got lots of experience now, and it's about being patient and not being caught up in incidents. Although today we did end up getting a penalty and a drive-through because of a little bit of mistake I made, but it really is keeping the car clean, but also doing the preparation. We done the figures, we prepared, and we knew what our strategy was when we had to pit. Any sort of scenarios where, if it was 30, hey, when was the last stop before halfway points? We considered all of those options. So we came into the race as prepared as possible to collect as many points as we can, and I think we've pretty much finished 1st or 2nd in the halfway points as well, which really does add up.
Yep, no, continuing to add to that tally as well. Well, congratulations, guys. Great drive. And I would have loved to see you versus Impulse, but you guys did not look back after their stumble and drove your way to victory. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Daniel Kraft and Paulo Munoz joining us from the Pure Sims number 16. Doesn't look like we're going to get the chance to chat with the Obsidian Racing 138, so instead let's shuffle our way down to the 278 crew, where Tristan Iglesias is standing by with Jonathan Burke.
Hey, Tristan, you have a copy?
Yep. Hello.
All right, so that GT3 race was a bit chaotic at times. There was a lot of fighting amongst the Lamborghinis and yourself. Talk us through how you guys were able to get to the top.
Well, at the start, we had a strategy banking that there was gonna be at least a safety car, which in the end didn't happen and was a bit sketchy at the end. But I'm glad we made it work. But yeah, at the start there was a bit of fighting there, but in the end we just decided to calm down, let the race go for a while, and save tires because let me tell you, it was really tough to keep the tires alive here today.
Yeah, with it going green the entire time, how difficult was it trying to plan out not only the strategy, but also again keep those tires alive when it did get up to almost 50 degrees Celsius?
Yeah, when it got to the hottest stage of the race, it was really hard to keep the tires alive, especially the front, because on the slow sector, the front just didn't want to turn, and that makes you think, oh, maybe, well, it gives you a temptation of turning the wheel more, and when you do that, you are only burning through the tires even more. So yeah, it's rough, but yeah, it was the same position for everyone. But yeah, at the start, we basically did like a stint and 3/4 ish on the first set of tires because we're banking on a safety car somewhere during the race, so we wanted to be clear on that double stint in case there was gonna be some fighting in the end. But yeah, since we went all the way to green, we had a spare set of tires at the end that we didn't use, so that wasn't optimal. But yeah.
Maybe they'll carry over to Road Atlanta. But speaking of Road Atlanta, that is going to be the next track, last of the winter season and last of the Grand Championship. What's your outlook for that race?
Well, especially watch out for the traffic, man, because that's really tough there. It's gotta be really careful with all the MP2s passing by, and we just have to try and be out of any trouble, really.
All right, well, thank you so much, Tristan, and congratulations on your win today.
Thank you, Jonathan.
That's the 278 Tristan Iglesias, now joined by Blake Bottoms from the Sib Republic 318 camp. And start with what happened in qualifying for you guys, Blake. No qualifying time set for you. Had to work your way through the field. Was there a mistake, or is that always the intended strategy?
Well, we had a power outage for me, and I was the only person that could be there in the morning, so we couldn't qualify. I got in just at the end of the qualifying session when I didn't have time to go out. So I decided just to stay there and to start from the back and see where we ended up. Been pleasantly surprised by what we had happen.
Well, I guess in that case, you guys were kind of hoping for a safety car, but you didn't need it. Talk to me about that emotion of that final stint when Zach got some fresh tires and then really just started to let himself fly. The pass only came in those final couple of laps, but I'm sure you must have been sitting on the edge of your seat.
Yeah, for sure. We doubled at the beginning, like a full double stint, which was definitely a gamble with these new tires. It lost a lot of time at the end, but we were setting ourselves up for basically what happened, right? The idea being that somebody was going to have to take tires late, or not take tires late, to make pace with us. And exactly that happened. And, Zach was just charged up and doing all he could, and I was just trying to keep him in the zone. I definitely was hyped up to see that. I mean, it was incredible to watch from the passenger seat, and it's also incredible that we got to the lead in the end, of course.
Kind of contrasting emotions from what happened at Watkins Glen, right, where you put it on pole. Was a great qualifying lap from you and the guys, and then it kind of went pear-shaped, if we can put it that way. This time, no qualifying. Well, it's the opposite result. It went great.
Yeah, I have been a master of my own undoing. I'm very much out of my element here, mainly an oval guy. I'm just trying to wade into this, and it's been a learning experience. But I'm glad that I think this is the representative result for this team. Me, Zach, and Tristan Martz. This is the type of stuff we should have been doing the whole time, and just we kept getting in our own way, so to speak. So, glad to see it get there. Glad to have the good race with 367 guys. I mean, that was pretty incredible. They're pushing their car so hard on those old tires. You can't get across how hard it is to drive these cars. They just don't want to cooperate with these new tires. They fall off so much.
Well, you guys, you say you're an oval-only person. You seem to be learning very, very quickly. Congrats to you and the team, and, well, hopefully, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta has some more good fortune in store for you.
Thanks, guys.
That wraps up our winners interview. Again, doesn't look like we'll get the chance to chat with first-time IVRA winners, the Obsidian Racing 138. So let's start to wrap things up to look forward. I'll start with you, Lorenzo. I mean, caution-free for the first time in Endurance Series history. That's a great benchmark to build from. But Road Atlanta, well, Watkins Glen to Interlagos was tighter and twistier, and we'll get tighter and twistier as we head into Georgia.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see that Brazil got a clean slate over here, so no flags whatsoever, but I don't see that coming in Road Atlanta. It is twisty, it has elevation changes, it has so many areas where you can go off easily, so it will be a dynamic race for sure.
And Jonathan, I mean, all of our championships are shaping up very, very tantalizing. The Winter Championships, the overall championships, I mean, it's one of those exciting moments when you come to a championship finale, knowing that half points might be vital as well, where you can't help but be excited as a race fan.
Oh, I'm excited to see how this all plays out at the end for all 4 of our categories, and just to kind of see how each of the fights develop too, because again, we have those 2 different championships. We have our winter one and our grand championship, so there's going to be 2 different trophies to fight for. Should be amazing to watch.
Well, at least for now, we will say goodbye, but we cannot wait to greet you next time in this Gomez Sim Industry IVRA Endurance Series presented by VCO. We will be live on the 16th of April. It's a full month's wait, but don't get distraught. There is plenty more endurance action to come. We also like to thank Gomez Sim Industry for their partnership with the IVRA team. Gomez Sim Industry make high-end esport equipment and controls. Check out their full lineup of sim steering wheels at gomezsimindustries.com. On behalf of the entire team at RaceSpot, for our producer behind the scenes, Ryan Bauer, for the entirety of the commentary team, Jonathan Burke, Lorenzo Bonder, Will Chadwick, Taylor Burris, and Stefan Schlacker. My name is Arjuna Kankipati. Signing off for now. We'll see you for the championship finale at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta.